slowly dreaming of a holy kiss. Always been a dreamer, will you dream with me? If I should lose my way, then will you follow me? Always been a dreamer, will you dream with me? And if I stay like this, then will you stay with me? It burns like a fire,
hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome, operators. The time has come. Ubisoft has teamed up with the Esports Club to create a comprehensive esports ecosystem in South Asia for Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege. Over the course of the year, players from all over the region will have the opportunity to partake in events as they work to earn a spot in the brand new South Asian Nationals. The South Asian competitive ecosystem will consist of two stages, the TEC Pro Series and the main event that is the South Asia Nationals. Players and teams from across South Asia will join in a new set of events called the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege. These events will have 3 editions: spring, summer, and fall. Each carries its own prize pool of $2,000, but more importantly, grants the top 8 teams coveted SA Nationals qualifier points. After the conclusion of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition, the 8 teams with the highest number of SA Nationals qualifier points collected throughout the year will move on to play the first ever edition of the new South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. The South Asia Nationals represents the highest tier of competition in the region and carries a prize pool of $10,000 split among the top teams. The event will be divided into 2 phases. First, all 8 teams will compete against each other in the league stage in a round-robin system with best of 3 matches and no possibility of a draw. The winning team receives 2 points and the losing team will receive 1 consolation point if they manage to win a map. At the end of the league stage, the top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, where they will face off in a best-of-3 double elimination bracket. The grand finals will be a best-of-5 contest to determine the 2022 champion of the South Asia Nationals. We hope you're as excited as we are to get this started. To be sure you don't miss any important updates about Rainbow Six Esports in South Asia, follow the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the official Twitter handle R6 Esports SA. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals for Rainbow Six Siege. Today is, of course, day number 6 of the group stages, with the first match and the second match of today, games number 11 and 12, that will be going live in just a minute here at the Nationals, of course, for Rainbow Six, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, the real CCV, as we are back, like I said, to take you through today's matches, game number 11 and 12, and of course we all know what all these teams are fighting for, the prize pool. As we go into it, CCV, how are you feeling today?
Ooh, I definitely am feeling good, and whenever I look at this graphic of the prize pool, I get even happier for these players, because after all, the South Asian Nationals is the pinnacle event of the 2022 competitive year of Rainbow Six here in South Asia, which is why it needs to be boosted with the highest prize pool indeed, and it has $11,000 up for grabs. The winners shall be going home with 5,000, runners up 3,000, third position they'll be getting $1,000, and so on and so forth, divided amongst the 4 to 8 teams. You've got $700, 250 for 5th and 6th, 150 for 7th and 8th, meaning that if as a roster you've already made it to the top 8, you shall not be going home empty-handed. You will be getting a prize, but most importantly, Blackjack, we have got, not the highest prize, but still a very important one, and the glory it brings alongside it, the MVP, the most valuable player of the entire tournament, will be going home with $500, and that one player shall be a part, or can be a part, of any of these 8 teams in front of us, the top 8 we have of South Asia.
Absolutely. Of course, they've been fighting it out in front of all of our viewers at home for a couple of days here. And of course, we will be continuing the group stages as we go deeper and deeper into this competition. Of course, schedule in front of you right now, folks. You'll be focusing on the right side of your screens today. KIRA Esports versus Won't Stop Peaking. That's the game that we'll be going into in just a short moment here. And Team UWU versus the Shaheens. That'll be the second game of the night later on, of course, once we're done with the Kira and Won't Stop Peaking game. And all things considered, both games have unique things to offer for our audience, and depending on who plays which map in which way, we might even have a couple of very close games, or at least one very close game. The other one, of course, we're not entirely sure of. Now, the close game actually might surprise you, at least me and CCV. We were talking about this in the, before the stream, as it were. Kira versus Won't Stop Peaking, which is the first game for the day, night at this point, I guess. It's past 5 p.m. IST anyway, or about to be. But Kira versus Won't Stop Peaking actually might end up being a close game, which is, let me just set the record straight. This is not something we thought we'd be saying even up till the last 3 months ago. But Won't Stop Peaking, they've improved significantly. Kira, unfortunately, have been having a bit of a downward slump as of late. Hopefully they can get out of it soon, and maybe today could be the day where they show us that they have.
See, that's the thing. KIRA Esports, yes, they took a win, a 2-1 victory against MercenarieZ yesterday, but it surely had its own ups and downs. As for Won't Stop Peaking, last time we saw these guys against Team UWU, they obliterated them. 7-1, I remember, was the score on the map of Clubhouse. Cobra had an 11-1 KD ratio, so it's going to be a very fearsome matchup. And then, of course, we have a second match of the day, where Team UWU, the team with not the best of starts, still nearing the bottom end of the table, up against Shaheens, another roster who, I mean, what is that left to say about Shaheens? These guys, they've been gaining traction ever since the fall edition of the Pro Series started, where they dethroned Hunters LFO and took the crown all for themselves. Right now, however, as we have a look at the group standings, Hunters LFO are at the top, but they have also played a significant amount of matches more than the rest of the competitors. So while we wait for their competition to catch up, only then shall we have a true understanding of the benchmark of these teams. But so far, Shaheens are looking very, very strong. 2 games played, both of them victories. Their 2 BO3s have gone their way, and they're looking to do the same against Team UWU. As for Team UWU, they have got to get their grips on and, get back into it. At the very least, get a map against Shaheens. Otherwise, it can be wraps very, very soon. But before that, of course, Blackjack, we have our first matchup of today, which is KIRA Esports on 4th position up against Won't Stop Peaking on 6th.
Oh, yes. Now, that is, of course, going to be an interesting game in every sense of the word. Won't Stop Peaking. They've gotten a win on board for themselves against Team UWU. That puts them at a couple of points, 3 points in total, but they'd like some more, of course. As for the side of KIRA Esports, again, they aren't exactly having a great time of it, like you said, of course, and they would like to put some more points on board as well. So this is going to be a head-on-head fight between 2 teams that are very much at the potential risk of getting eliminated from the group stages later on once the points table is consolidated and the final matches are played. It'll come down very, very closely indeed. And I do expect that there may or may not be a couple of matches where, for a team, even winning one map in a BO3 might end up sending them to the top 4. But of course, that is a conclusion that we'll get to, as right now it is merely conjecture and speculation, nothing more than a theory. But for the time being, first game, KIRA versus Won't Stop Peaking. And like we said, I fully expect it to go all the way to map 3. Okay, maybe not map 3, but I do expect a 7-5 overtime at the very least on one of these maps.
Yeah.
Maybe even both, all things considered. We did mention, right, that KIRA Esports' recent performance has left a lot to be desired. And in the meanwhile, Won't Stop Peaking, they've actually improved significantly since the last time we saw them in Pro Series Fall Edition. So I'm looking forward to seeing how far they can take it in this particular matchup and of course the wider tournament. And then of course we have match number 2, right there, which is of course Shaheens coming in later on tonight. Had to take a pause for whatever reason, my throat keeps giving out recently. But with all that being said, let's go into the map veto for game number 1, KIRA versus Won't Stop Peaking, the maps that have been brought out. And this is a very interesting selection right here, CCV. KIRA is being taken to Chalet by Won't Stop Peaking. Now, I want to know the thinking behind that one. That is an interesting map pick.
The thing is, we did see Won't Stop Peaking against Team UWU on Chalet and on Clubhouse as well. But we've also seen KIRA Esports up against MercenarieZ on Chalet and Clubhouse. And both those places, as a matter of fact, both of these teams actually ended up getting their wins. KIRA Esports managed that Chalet win yesterday. And then on Clubhouse as well, they barely managed to get it. I think 7-5 was the final score. It was only Villa where KIRA had faced the defeat. But overall, even for the side of Won't Stop Peaking, the 2 maps are a particular strength of theirs. The only thing is on Chalet, Won't Stop Peaking had encountered a lot more problems against Team UWU, where the game divulged into a very momentum-based match. That was plainly it. If your team is winning the rounds, they will win a set group of rounds, like clumped up together. It was no, differences in every single round per se. As soon as you gain some traction, you were looking good for yourself and you can, set the stage on fire with your performance. Against KIRA, is that going to survive or is that going to, still be possible? It's hard to tell. KIRA as a team as well, they've also, they also have their own problems and also strengths, which makes it ever so difficult to predict or to essentially, speculate how exactly the rounds are going to go, not the match overall. I gotta agree with you, Jack. It's going to be 7-5 or it's going to be extremely close, considering both of these teams have won over their recent opponents here and there. It's just the way in which they'll be winning or the way in which the match will be carried out. That's a big question mark over the entire best of 3.
Absolutely have to agree with you there. How this game will go, how each map will proceed, even in some instances, the round to round differentials between the 2 teams, just in the middle of the map, as in to say, it's very hard to call, and there's no real predictions we can make either way, right? On one hand, we could be absolutely correct for fully expecting Theme Park to come out, given the way that these teams have played historically and how their recent matches have gone. But at the same time, if one or the other gets ahead early and manages to keep that lead, well, we might just be finishing off on Clubhouse before we know it, right? Won't Stop Peaking, like you said, is
Right.
a very momentum-based team. We saw it in full display against Team UWU when they had their match a couple of
Mm-hmm.
nights ago, and when they start getting momentum, it's a whole cluster of rounds that they take, a whole group of them, like 3 4 5 rounds that they can take in a row, unless their opponents can put a stop to them. KIRA Esports are definitely less momentum based, more going on the whole round by round, well, how can we do better than the last round kind of a team. But at the same time, when they get a little bit of momentum, they can still make good on it. But they're also good at stopping enemy teams momentums as well, as and when
Yeah.
required. So we'll have to wait and see how both sides play, what the overall which way the pendulum swings. I guess that's the proper metaphor I was going for there. Which way the pendulum swings, and which way which side just kind of gets ahead, because I think that's going to determine a lot. The first 3 rounds, okay, but the first half on Chalet is probably going to say a lot about what to expect this
Yep.
game. If it's a 3-3 first half, then yeah, we're definitely going into theme park, right? No questions asked. But if by the end of Chalet it's been like a 7-3 or 4, because I don't see this being a 7-1-2. No way, Jose. Right.
No, no,
But
no,
it's
no,
been like a
no.
7-3, seven
Yeah.
four for one team. Say it's for KIRA Esports, then KIRA might bag it up 2-0. Or if it's the same for Won't Stop Peaking, then Clubhouse will be much more difficult for KIRA, and that same bagging it up at a 2-0 becomes much more possible
Yeah.
as a result. So KIRA has to be very careful in this match. So does Won't Stop Peaking. I feel like as we go farther and farther into group stages, there's not too many days left in the first half of groups, right?
See,
Only a couple
that's
days
the
worth of
thing.
matches remain. And then we'll be coming back on like the 26th, if I'm not wrong, with like 4 more days of play. So overall, 6 days remain. We're at the halfway point of the group stages. So a match today, tomorrow, and day after, these next 3 days are very, very vital to decide who's going to be in the top 4 and how the top 4 is going to shape up going into the tail end
Yeah.
of groups here.
See, that's the thing now, is that for both of these teams, your point of bagging it as a 2-0 isn't a possibility, but these teams rather would absolutely be going for it. Now, again, I know what I've just said is very, very obvious, and it almost seems rhetoric for me to mention it that, yeah, of course, every single team will be looking for a 2-0. No, I mean, yeah, of course. But it's ever the more important once we put into context the standings and what these teams are fighting for. Unlike Hunters LFO and unlike Shaheens, who've already had banging starts right from the get-go, are at the top of the table right now and are looking at a potential almost secured qualification spot into the playoffs. KIRA Esports, MRCZ, Won't Stop Peaking, UWU, Militant, Phalanx, all these guys are still fighting for the third and fourth position. KIRA right now being on fourth, and then you've got Won't Stop Peaking being on sixth, means that even if one of these teams, shall we say, loses the BO3, no matter who it may be, if they can pick up a map point, it will be ever the more important in the larger context of things. When we end the group stages, when we see the 7 best of threes they've played, you never know. The one map that they may have taken here can be the deciding factor. The round differential can be the deciding factor, putting one team in a better place and putting the other out of the playoff spot. That is a very realistic possibility. The only reason I mention that is because we have seen that happen many a times in round robin group formats in esports and even traditional sports, actually, for that matter. So for KIRA and for Won't Stop Peaking, they should very well be forcing out a 2-0 if they end up taking the map. And it is possible, considering map number 2 being Clubhouse. Both of these teams have a strength over there and have had a history. I wouldn't say strength. Both these teams, yeah, they do end up making mistakes sometimes. For KIRA, it's situational awareness. We have seen a couple of, I mean, not a couple, a little above average team kills from them, and the Capcom traps, deaths as well. And for Won't Stop Peaking, these guys tend to overpeak quite a few angles, which can lead to their punishment, especially by a team like KIRA, who like to hold their ground and only then move forward. So they've got to keep their ground, but a 2-0 possibility is quite realistic considering the pressure these teams will be applying.
Yeah, and that's really where the overall prediction argument stops, right? Like, given how
Right.
much pressure that will be applied, especially to a team like Won't Stop Peaking, who, sure, they've got members who've been at big stages and lands before. They've played all the way to the top in several occasions over the years, right? But as a
Yeah.
team, can they string together that same performance? That's the thing. And for Kira as well, given the few roster changes they've had over the last year or so, year and a half now, I guess you could say, is this really the same team that up until a year and a half ago was going all the way up to when we still had the old version of the Nationals, or when we had the previous mini majors, right, for
Ages.
South Asia?
Yeah.
Is this still the same team, the same KIRA Esports? I guess we'll just have to wait to find out once we get the lobby ready and once we get the players in. Once we have the ready, we'll be going live with the match, folks. Don't you worry, it's not going to take too much longer. And yeah, all things considered, all of the preamble is done. We've basically given all of our cents, not even 2 cents at this point. We've given 50 cents to this particular argument. But I think at the end of the day, the chance of going to map 3 is very high. It's not absolute, obviously. Nothing is at the end of the day in Rainbow Six. But then again, a 5-1 lead isn't exactly an absolute win either, because KIRA Esports learned that the hard way yesterday.
Yeah.
So again, just things that will be playing in their heads very, very, very actively going into this game, especially if they end up in a 5-1 lead at any point in this match. They'll be thinking, we just need to finish this off. No need to, dilly-dally about. Let's get this done, finish it off, and go home. But, of course, whether or not they're going to be able to, we'll have to wait and see. Another couple of minutes. We'll just have to wait for folks as we get into the match in a jiffy. But again, just a couple of minutes, like we said. Do be patient with us. We know you're excited for these matches, especially fans of KIRA Esports right now. Definitely a little nervous at home, I feel, rooting for their team and hoping that they go to the top 4. Given that they only have 3 points right now, it's not looking the best for them, but it could be better. Again, it all depends on how they play here today.
Yeah, that is true. And speaking of performance as well, I think Kira Esports and all their fans watching, they can take a sigh of relief knowing Villa is off the grid, banned, gone, banished. They'll be like, whew, it's a big relief. But yeah, other than that, moving on over to Chalet, one thing we need to see from both of these rosters is variation in their attack, most importantly in their defense. The one major thing we saw when we were having a look at Won't Stop Peaking up against these guys, Team UWU, was that Team UWU particularly were just going for the same kind of defense, bar and gaming, second floor bedroom, second floor bedroom, and very easily Won't Stop Peaking countered it. They were looking to kill the Oryx who was playing towards bathroom and Solarium. The attackers, they entered from Solarium, got first floor trophy control, and essentially, roam cleared the entire map, then starting off the execution. KIRA Esports up against MRCZ yesterday as well. KIRA Esports on Villa, they tended to do pretty much the same thing. They weren't changing a lot. MRCZ as well were trying out, very similar tactics, and eventually it just led to a MercenarieZ win, even though, like you had mentioned, Jack, that Kira were in that 5-1 lead. So innovation has got to be a priority, even if it means bringing out a strategy or a defensive setup which particularly may not be completely on meta or may not be the most tried and tested. Still, at this stage, I feel like the teams have enough of an authority to go for off the book plays if it means they can close out the rounds, because both of these teams, they are fighting for that 3rd and 4th qualification spot. There is a lot on the line for the nationals. We saw the prize pool, we saw what it means for these guys, and of course, further moving on into the year as well, going into the playoffs, having the 1st and 2nd spot, all of that being said and done, it's also very, very important. So they've got to be extremely careful, but they also have enough I feel like they'll have enough of creativity in them to bring out something new, even if it is risky, and carry it out in such a way where it can work in their favor. That's what these guys have to do. For Won't Stop Peaking, doesn't necessarily have to be just over peaking every single angle, initiating the gunfights head on. They can play passively if they want. They can rely on their utility. After all, this is Rainbow-Six-Siege. Most of the work can be done by your utility if you are smart about it. But then again, that's not the playstyle Won't Stop Peaking go for. They're not those guys who will have an Echo, a Maestro, a Valkyrie, have all those cameras, have those replay C4s. No, they'd much rather prefer, just gunpowder and a bullet and finish things off. That's perfectly fine, but if you can find newer ways to go for those kills, only then can they find an effective way to defeat Kira.
And that's the real issue with Won't Stop Peaking, right? Their variety isn't exactly their strong suit, like you mentioned, of course, right? Their main ideation half the time is just gun go shoot, right?
Yeah.
But of course, as we know, it doesn't work out all the time. Like you said, sometimes finding new ways to get that kill, and especially denying attackers any sort of control, which makes them jumpy, and then in turn makes them make mistakes, and then you can say gun go shoot. But of course, you have to set it up, and Siege in the current era of the meta, of course, is a lot about that, right? Forcing your opponents into a corner where in which they can't really do much, they can't wiggle their way out of it, so they start jumping around, they start making mistakes, and that's when you really pounce. One Star Peaking as a team has shown a couple of instances of being able to do that, but their overall fundamental thought process as a team isn't really in that same vein, right? They, again, like we said, gun go shoot. That's really what's in their heads. There's no thoughts behind the eyes, just shoot. That's really all there is. Kira, of course,
Right.
they try to do that whole utility and denial and all of that stuff, but the thing is, they have this one set plan and one counter plan, like one adaptation plan based on what the opponents are doing, and that's it. Like, it's one or the other, and it gets very repetitive after a while, especially on the attack, right? Kira becomes very predictable on the attack, as we saw on their game against mercenaries. And
Yeah.
once you sort of once you sort of tune into that plan, it's not that difficult, as has been proven before, to just shut them down. And even if you're down 1-5, you can still make a massive comeback. Again, the mercenaries game is our best example here because it happened literally last night, folks. But
Yep.
all of that aside, Kira has to get over these issues. They have to stop being so predictable, and especially against Won't Stop Peaking, right? Because sure, Won't Stop Peaking are a team that don't really do utility the same way the rest of the teams do, but at the same time, they're definitely smart enough to catch on if you're getting repetitive and punish you for it in their own brand of Siege in Year 7 Season 3. So who knows? I guess at the end of the day, this competition is one of those ones that are more like wildcard matches where you don't necessarily know what to expect. You know the two teams, and you know these folks in the teams. You've known them for a while, but when putting them up against each other head to head, everything just sort of goes out the window and you forget what to even expect because it's hard to call between the two, which in a way actually makes this game more exciting now that I think about it. Because, predictability aside, and we all know mine and ZCV's track records at this point, but predictability aside, I would like to see a game where even I don't know what's going on. Or, you know what? Best would be a game where Baba doesn't know what's going on. Okay. Because
Yeah.
Baba gets
No.
predictions right all the time. Someone needs to stop that man.
No, I was going to say, when you said you need to watch a game where you don't know what's going on, it's called it's called the Community Cup matches.
You got me there. You got me there.
But yeah, creativity needs to be brought out. Teams need to do something different, and I think a great example of that can be, the patch notes that have just hit us. Doc and Rook, are they in the meta?
Oh, yeah.
P90. I mean, I saw this. I think one of the teams, I believe it was either an Oceanic League or maybe a European League, I think tier 2, like the Nordic League, or it was something. I saw it on social media. These guys are already bringing Doc, Rook, P90 into the meta. I'm like, oh boy,
boy.
okay. As soon as all South Asian players get to know about that, it's going to be
Uh,
it's going to be something. But something like that can happen. I'd love to see a dog back in. I'd love to see that.
Oh,
But
yes.
more so, I know everyone is going to be loving seeing the match. So without any further ado, we shall indeed be going live. Map number 1, Shaheens Kira up against Won't Stop Peaking, and it is going to be the operator ban phase. Kira starting out on attack. They'll be on attack every single map, so that's one thing that's for certain. Won't Stop Peaking, they're also readying themselves up, and one thing we can see from Won't Stop Peaking and their roster towards the right, that Kuntal isn't playing today. He may be there for the later games, but yeah, it's Violet Versace, their substitute, subbing in right now.
Well, that is certainly interesting, folks, and we'll talk more about that as we go into the game itself. But in the meanwhile, we have the bans coming in as well. Won't Stop Peaking with the first ban and taking out the Flores. I think this is going to catch on, Flores bans in South Asia. I'm not entirely sure about the wider world of Rainbow Six, but definitely in South Asia, Flores has proven to be a massive problem. And, just banning him outright seems to be actually really, really good for defenders. So Won't Stop Peaking have a smart ban there. In the meanwhile, KIRA Esports continuing tradition from yesterday, and I call it tradition now because they're banning the Twitch again. Valkyrie is going to be taken out in the meanwhile. Of course, Valkyrie, we all know why. You know, those Val cameras, insanely powerful at gathering information and stringing kills together. Azami, the final ban of the map here. Again, no real surprises. Azami has shown us that in Chalet, reconstruction is a massive tool for the side of the defenders, and that's why she will be banned here today. Twitch, I mean, we talked about it enough yesterday, right? The drones, they can jump now, and they have got infinite range lasers, so might as well get rid of her, I guess. But Kira, of course, using that to keep other operators alive and active as well, like, say, the Thatcher, who, it's one of those rare matches, folks, where Thatcher is actually going to be allowed in play. Whether or not he gets picked, different issue altogether. So, with all that being said, the bans have been taken care of, and let us have a look at the 10 players, in the 2 rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. From the side of KIRA Esports, we've got Shrisha, Vortex, Deathamer, Copy, and a Thurv. And from the side of Won't Stop Peeking, we've got Violet, Darklord, Desmond, Cobra, and Buckinator. As round 1 is starting up, it is going to be on second floor, bedroom and office. We've got the Frost, we've got the Alibi, the Goyo, the standard Chalet lineup in play. Shrisha switching out of the Dukebi into the Nomad. With that said, round 1 is a go.
Alright, so Won't Stop Peeking, go for second floor directly. Alright, pretty standard stuff. They've got the bulletproof shield, Frost is there, and yeah, nothing out of the ordinary primarily. They're playing for that area denial, you know. They've got the Goyo Vulcans, they've got the mute jammers to prevent the drones from getting a lot of information, C4s, impact nades. There's a lot of damage that Won't Stop Peeking have in their mind when it comes to their lineup, without even mentioning the guns and of course the players. KIRA Esports, on the other hand, they're playing extremely versatile. They've got everything. The only thing is a single hard breacher. That's about it. But on Chalet, you can get away with that. You know, as long as you've got good support, as long as you've got, you know, entry fraggers and support who can work with you, even a single hard breacher, be it the Thermite that some teams like to go for, or Coffee in this instance who wants that ace, it is all good. Mainly, it's about the kills. Athar starts things off. Now, he shut down through the hatch. Desmond takes his position, so Won't Stop Peeking still maintain that first floor control, isolate the gunfight, eliminate the Iana, and make sure Kira have to spend even more resources, even more of their time and manpower to deal with these defenders. But the defenders are on a tear. Desmond finds one, eliminating an attacker. And now it's just down to the support players. Yeah, you know, Vortex, I mean, sure, as the Zofia, he can entry out. But Deathamer and Coffee, these guys will have to support the Zofia.
Not just that, of course, they have to find at least one more kill before we get to the last 30 seconds in order to balance things out and keep Won't Stop Peeking, you know, locked in the site, as it were. If they can get a roamer here, a lurker, anyone, that would be great. Vortex is actually looking at the potential location of one of the roamers, that is. He's got to be careful about where he's going to end up going. There is the Womai Magnet that's going to stop the Zofia projectile from going through. Grenade is used, but Violet is not only alive, but thriving. Wait a minute. There's the Zofia down, and it looks like the peek from the library hallway window did indeed happen. So Vortex has been down, will be picked back up, but it's only 20 HP that Zofia will have now, which of course leaves things a lot worse for wear, as Buckinator will finish off Vortex. Wait a minute, the Frost was actually outside getting that kill. Unfortunately, couldn't get back in time. Deathamer does trade him back, excuse me. But how much can they really do here? Missed shots from Copy as Deathamer goes down to Desmond. Now the double for the Wamai, as it's all up to this ace upside down, repelled on the double window of Solarium, or Sunroom as it were. Really just caught in between a rock and a hard place, because not much you can do here. Repels in, and there we go, Cobra. Lots of shots. Hot minute there where, you know, he was missing quite a bit, but it doesn't really matter, I guess, at the end of the day. Won't Stop Peeking will happily take the first round.
Yeah, they will. And KIRA Esports just didn't have, or just didn't look like any sort of control was gained from their position. Sure, Third got the first kill, but instantly was traded out. Desmond was playing in towards dining, and whenever Kira were looking to peek the angles, won't stop peeking, were ever ready. These guys were present, and the gunfights end up flowing their way. KIRA Esports could never really catch up to where the defenders were. In sense of map control, the attackers were looking all isolated, distance from one another. They couldn't launch, not even an execute, but like a proper pincer together or a roam clear together. They were just looking for these skills time and time again, and won't stop peeking just wouldn't hand that to them. Even with a couple of kills Kira got, it still did not mean much for their side. So that's round number 1. Won't stop peeking. Will be like, okay, that was really good. Let's just continue that. Make sure KIRA Esports are at a disadvantage right from the get-go. Make sure these guys cannot band themselves together, unite themselves, and then try to kill the defenders, because that will be the antidote to the plan WSP are creating. As for Kira, yeah, just make sure they focus on what's at hand, and live droning could perhaps help, having information as to where the defenders are, then looking to attack can be beneficial. But not much different happening in this round. Coffee this time is on the Hibana, not the ace. Shrisha picks up the Thatcher. Quite interesting. But what I really want to know is how KIRA Esports, or how are they looking to gain that map control? Are they looking to attack library directly and then drop down the hatch, prepare and execute like that? Seems like that. So that's quite interesting. They don't want to go for the roam clear. They want to hit the bomb site head first and, just launch that execution. The defenders, they may have some plans to prevent it as well.
As the EMPs go out, Shrisha is going to try and set things up for the clearance on second floor. Desmond has been down. In the meanwhile, that's the Oryx on the floor. Pings are given as to the Oryx's down position. But the Reaver is going to come in as well. Vortex might hear this, sees the tip of the Oryx's head, but can't get that kill. Unfortunate. Desmond will still walk. Never mind. Will not walk away with his life. Deathamer is actually down below on the lobby and gets that kill. Secures the first one. Once again, won't stop peeking, losing the first body. This time, though, there's no immediate trade, at least not yet. Kira are playing on the back foot. They're playing very, very carefully here. They're absolutely unwilling to step foot in any sight-close room if it means that they will lose their lives. As Vortex jumps into Library Hallway, taking care of the utilities as he goes. Bits and pieces are being taken, and it's being done in good time as well for Kira. They're already on the hatch, on main lobby, before the minute mark has even gone. They've got 10 seconds for that matter. As shots are fired, the third finds the first one. That's a big drop as well. Violet going down, but Bakinator fires back immediately. That's a trade, and Dark Lord gets Vortex. Those are two big trades right here. Zofia and Iana gone, but they need a few more here. That player on second floor, that defender, Dark Lord, needs to get a couple more. Cobra finds Deathamer, and it's a bit of a collapse from KIRA Esports. It's all isolated gunfights as well. No one's really backing each other up as the shots are fired. And there you go. Dark Lord will get the down. Copy on the floor, taken out, and it's all up to Shrisha. The Thatcher, the last one standing, gets one. Cobra off the board. But of course, his position is given away thanks to the Alibis Prisma that he had to shoot through to get that kill. Now on the big window. Not really sure where he's going to go from. Disabling the Prisma with the EMP. That way he'll be able to jump in. Shots are fired, so his position in Mudroom should be known now. Dark Lord wants to go and peek this. So does the Frost. Actually, Dark Lord's on the hatch, waiting for the Thatcher to show up at the door. And that's exactly where Shrisha shows up. And she goes away as well. Beautiful stuff, all things considered, from the side of Won't Stop Peeking. Definitely in terms of holding the mid-round, right? They lost two bodies. Yeah. Violet and Desmond went down quickly, and yet they were unfazed. In fact, it was Kira who ended up going on isolated one-on-one gunfights and losing the plot entirely.
Exactly. Won't Stop Peeking, once more, no matter how the early round went, they held their ground. They still had confidence in the way in which they would take the gunfights. These guys are taking gunfights, no matter the overall context of the situation. They still think it's like a 5v5. They're free to do whatever they want. They peak like that. And for KIRA Esports, this time, okay, yeah, KIRA Esports had the better start. They just got unlucky. They just weren't able to convert the round into their win. And Won't Stop Peaking made sure round 2 also goes their way. So for KIRA Esports, thing is, how do you continue? Because it was the best start KIRA could ask for. 5 versus 3, they've got plenty of time. Map control is looking plenty. but still it did not go their way. The way in which Won't Stop Peaking initiated and went for those gunfights completely, confused and bamboozled Kira. They ended up losing most, if not all, of their manpower towards the end. So now, round number 3, yet another bomb site. Interesting, Won't Stop Peaking haven't chosen basement snowmobile garage just yet. Rather, they've gone for first floor kitchen and dining. The one bomb site which has had one of the lesser play rates, but still, yeah, Chalet as a map, you can pick up any bomb site, and as a defender, you still have relatively decent chances of getting the win there. So makes sense why Won't Stop Picking up on here. Kira, on the other hand, Coffee this time on the Thermite, the third different hard breacher we are seeing. Shrisha now away from the Thatcher onto the Lion to help out with the roam clears while still bringing the the MP charge and helping out with the breaches. So the first EE1D scan goes through. Looking to play off of it, but no action taken just yet. The attackers are still waiting on out before entering into the building, and then only shall they proceed to get rid of some of these defenders.
Any and all intel right now, of course, is what I believe Kira is looking for right now. Setup in the site is almost done, as Buckinator just has to make sure that that shield that the Frost brings is placed in the required appropriate position. Desmond, the Doc on the roam, as it were, alongside the Omai. Here's the breach going off in the meanwhile. That, of course, is a Gemini that just went through. Will not be shot, actually. Darklord gets Deathamar in the meanwhile. The Gemini is disabled as positions are given away. Desmond falls back into the bathroom. The sledge is lost. Deathamar gone early, which of course is a bit of a big issue. Your soft breach is hampered severely, and of course you've lost 2 of the 4 grenades that you had initially. There's another one. Oh, what a shot! But Cobra fires one back immediately as Shrisha goes down, but Cobra goes down to Vortex as well. Kills are being taken as the third has taken a bit more damage as well. Desmond on the second floor decides to fall back down the stairs. The Doc, of course, can still do quite a bit. A tanky 3 armor with those stim pistols that have, of course, been buffed to heaven and back at this point, as he can do 200 HP's worth of healing with each stim pistol. He definitely needed this, didn't he? But jokes aside, he's going to be holding Solarium stairs down for now. 30 seconds remain. Buckinator doesn't see the prone peak right there. Violet neither, as they are just saving themselves from these sorts of peaks. But Copy finds Desmond. That's your Doc gone. Oh, that now puts a big downer in things. C4 goes out. That's Vortex gone. The Thermite shoots, and Violet will be taken care of as a 1v2 now. Buckinator all on his lonesome. Knows where the Thermite is, but where is the other player? On West Main, it seems like. Might push in.
Oh, that's the diffuser.
Actually gets one.
Oh!
And sees the Frost. Oh, dear me, a Turvan Copy. I think the idea was a pincer push, but the timing of it wasn't quite there. The Thermite going down, and like you said, it was diffuser drop as well. They could not afford a loss like that, not at that moment. And beautifully played by Buckinator as well. Smartly done, hiding behind the shield and the bomb chassis. Just that tight angle that nobody could really contest him on. Well played indeed.
So,
the 1v2. Yeah, go on. Sorry, I keep cutting you off.
No. No. I would say that right there was a Monk IS moment. Get it? Because Buckinator. And also for KIRA Esports, because that was a disconnected push. They really should have coordinated, but I can understand in the heat of the moment, coordination may not be optimal considering the heavy time pressure on these attackers. But seriously, a 2 versus 1, even if you don't know where the player is, you got to be a lot more careful with how you're considering taking on those angles, especially since both the attackers were face checking them. They didn't have active droning in the bomb side, and of course they couldn't drone themselves since, well, they were relatively less than 10 seconds remaining in the round. So keeping that in mind, for the side of KIRA Esports, they've got to be a lot more careful with this next time. But so far, Won't Stop Peaking. These guys have a 3-0 lead. The thing is, Jack, this very well could have been 2-1 in favor of Kira. If we think about the last 2 rounds, KIRA Esports round number 2, 5 versus 3 eventually turned into a 2 versus 0 in favor of the defenders. Last round, 1 versus 2, Buckinator clutches it out nonetheless as the Frost within the bomb site. So with that being said and done, KIRA Esports definitely haven't had the best of starts, but like you had said, 3-3 is still absolutely salvageable, and that's the thing. These rounds are so close that it's that one split-second decision, or it's that one kill that's ultimately making the difference, or that one play that's, leading the snowball charge. So keeping that in mind, Kira really need to make sure all of their I's are dotted and all of their T's are crossed to enhance their game plan, to make sure the least amount of mistakes are committed.
And that's the thing, right? They are getting tighter and tighter on the coordination as the rounds progress, right? Like you said, each round has been progressively closer and closer, if not for a few split-second decisions that Kira were getting wrong, especially in round number 3, where in that pivotal moment, Copy playing the Thermite with the Diffuser probably should have delayed the push a little bit more, at least until the Iana or Turv could get in position to hold the cross or hold the pincer on Kitchen. At the very least, if and only if they had the idea, right, where Buckinator was. Buckinator was the one playing the Frost in that round, of course. And all things considered, it could very well be, like you said, maybe they just didn't know where the Frost was. But again, the argument still stands. Holding off on that push, especially from the Thermite, for just a second more, probably would have saved them the round, but it simply was not to be. Now we're in round 4, and mind you, won't stop peaking. They're doing actually a really good showing of these first few rounds, and I say that because they're on Chalet defense. Vortex will get the first kill in the meanwhile. There goes the Frost. Okay, not sure exactly where that kill came off from, but it's going to be a very important one, as Darklord is the one to go down. Going 4-3 in the match so far. Definitely influential, as that first kill will ring out. And again, no particular trades back just yet. We saw Vortex nearly get a second as well. But of course, through that soft wall, you can't exactly see the Operator Shadow if you're playing in one or the other squad here. So no kills just yet. Vortex is taking a ton of damage down below. Pistols out as well. You can hear it and you can see it in the Operator Shadow. But the Zofia has to fall back. Desmond, who was down below, is falling back as well after that gunfight. Zofia is very low on HP. Once again, Vortex, same thing happened to him in the round before. That is to say, round number 1, which was also on Bedroom. Vortex did go down at some point in the game and had to be revived, and then the Frost somehow jumped out and actually got the kill. Ooh, Desmond.
Oh no.
Actually, has to go for it. There's no Claymore, but there is a Repeller, and he gets it and falls back in. Oh, dear me, that's a big drop. It's the Sledge again.
Yeah, Deathma not having the best of times, but KIRA Esports still unfazed by what has happened. These guys, they want to execute onto the half wall. They want to plant the diffuser and push it into a post plant. We haven't seen the diffuser be planted at all in this entire matchup so far. Cobra is the first line of defense. Desmond takes down one, but is also put in a down but not out state himself. So Revival's got to go through. Cobra makes a wild and brave move, but it ends up being his true crime, and it ends up being a punishment for him nonetheless. KIRA Esports are relentless. They are still maintaining these angles, holding them. So next up, what is the play? It's pretty much going to be all elimination. Vortex jumps in, swings Desmond while he was down, gets rid of Buckinator as well in the process. That's a 2-for-1 deal, leaving this mute all alone. We've seen plenty of clutches so far. We saw one in the last round, but this seems a little too extraordinary to do, or maybe it doesn't. While it was Versace, 2 versus... Oh, wait, what?
No way! No way! No way! No way he got the lineup like that. You have got to be kidding me. There were 2 players alive on the breach. Did they lined up, didn't they? They had to have.
No, it's an
SMG
SMG-11 across the room. Across the room. And
right. He just sprayed. You're saying SMG lone moment, is it? I feel like that is probably the best explainer we're gonna get. 1v3 for the mute, and can someone oh my goodness. Explanations are beyond me at this moment. There's no way that should have gone off. There were 3 players alive. The Zofia going down is like, fine. 1 kill. In a 3v1, it happens. You lose a body. But I believe it was Violet playing the mute, right? Who got those 3 kills. Just I guess your explanation is probably the best one at this point, CCV. An
Yeah, no, I was
SMG-11 across the room.
mid-sentence and I just gave up.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
gave
like-
up with that play-by-play casting. I was like, nope, I can't be bothered. The words, no, I'm just going to yell. Because that was, how do you mess up the...
Yeah, we've been there.
It's been
We've
4
all
rounds.
been here
It's a
before.
4-0.
It's been-
And it could have been a 3-1 for KIRA Esports. It could have been
By
a
now, it
3-1 for
honestly
KIRA.
should have been, yeah. At the very least, a 2-2, right? Considering how rounds 3 and 4 have gone. But I guess not. I guess Won't Stop Peeking is just going to walk away with 4 rounds on Chalet defense, folks. I cannot stress this enough. Chalet on the attack is supposed to favor the attackers, right? On a normal day, but I guess these 4 rounds have proved we are far and away not in a normal day at this moment, given some of the, shall we say, extraordinary plays we've been seeing so far. Desmond, the smoke taking damage. That's a smoke FMG. Goes down for it. Aturv finds that first kill on top of library stairs. That's a very quick take on second floor. Mezzanine balcony taken off already. You've got the verticality being set up. The defenders are actually playing mostly on the side or halfway below the stairs in case of Cobra. But of course, these positions are rather vulnerable, especially to the long hallways that exist on this part of the map. As Vortex has made his way down, halfway down the stairs already. The hatches are also opened. Plenty of ground being taken by KIRA very quickly. It's very, very good to see them do this. But again, the side execution is what will matter. Buckinator gets away with it. That was a big peek using the vertical angle. As the third takes more damage, players are still peeking the buck, it seems. As for the time being, Vortex could peek the hallway and get one. But no, there's somebody else down there, and it's the fellow Canadian. As the third finds Buckinator, puts it in a 5v3. But again, they've been here before. KIRA has to stabilize the ship until they see that victory screen.
Well, right now, KIRA Esports, much like the previous rounds, they have gotten the initial kill. That's one thing KIRA are really good at. No matter how the rounds are ending, the initial kill always goes their way. This time it's a 5v3, now a 4 versus 2. More and more of the defenders are going down when it comes to their man count. They're being isolated. Dark Lords in Mudroom all by himself. Vortex is present. He goes down, but KIRA Esports still manage to make sure at the end, it's going to be a round win. Atharv gets the final kill. The man who started it all is also the person who ends round number 5. Finally, for KIRA Esports, a round on board. Question is it a little too late? Because considering the fact they win this round, gotta agree with you, Jack. 2 and 4 scoreline going on to your defense against a very aggressive oriented team such as Won't Stop Peeking, who will then be on their attack, poses some major questions as to the final result. But KIRA Esports, that's the situation they're in. They've got to deal with it. And also you have the question, what if KIRA lose this round? Won't Stop Peeking. They won't be going to kitchen and dining. They'll be like, no, we stay on the exact same bomb site. We made a mistake in the previous round. We lost the gunfights. Our smoke was the first person that went down. This time, Violet will be playing the smoke instead of Desmond. We'll switch up the person. And hopefully Violet can, bring some of the same magic he did early on 2 rounds ago with that 1 versus 3 and the SMG-11 that he had.
Well, for the time being, I guess we'll have to see if these decisions pan out for the side of the defense. As Won't Stop Peeking, they still maintain a lot of that momentum, right, going into this round that they've already generated, because one round at the end of the day, sure, later stages in any given map, yes, one round can mean overtime or, a 7-5, but for now, one round stands between a 4-2 or a 5-1, and I'm pretty sure KIRA would like to make sure it doesn't become a 5-1, as going into Chalet defense, like you said, against a aggression-oriented team in the same nature as Won't Stop Peeking is definitely not going to help. But Dark Lord gets the first kill this time, and the opening kill is on Shrisha. The Nomad is gone, so those flanks and those rotates that the defenders want to make will be available. Cobra going down on the other side, as that is going to be the alibi traded out. Atharv has found the positions of 2 defenders right now. One in the connecting room between the stair hallway and library proper, and the other, of course, on mezzanine as is normal. Here we have the Hibana Excalibur pellets being destroyed as well. Desmond has to be careful of his position here. He is, of course, vulnerable to the library hallway window. Shots will be fired. Vortex Gotta be careful of that Melusi. More shots being taken, more shots being fired. And again, it's all down to who gets this first peak here. Both missing, Vortex and the Melusi. Dark Lord taking damage here. Positions are given away. Where's Deathhammer going? Okay, he's actually going down below on the outside of the building. For a quick second there, I thought he was running through inside of the library, but no, Dark Lord goes down. And that's going to be another one of the roamers taken clean off. Violet watching the jump in, but Desmond's position given away as he rotates down below. Shots are fired, and he will go down. That big pre-fire alerting Deathhammer to the fact that the Jaeger was making that move. And that leaves Buccaneer and Violet, the two remaining players for this defensive team right now.
Yeah, if we won't stop peeking, a little too brazen of gunfights they're going for, especially Desmond right there. I mean, all out opening fireplace hall, going for a kill against an enemy you don't know where exactly they are. That's not advisable. So if we won't stop peeking yet again, round is looking ever so dimmer to be a victory of theirs. They can still convert it. I mean, we've just seen a 1 versus 3 or 2v4 is not highly unlikely, but the odds are 100% favoring Kira right now for the most part, and which is where these two surviving defenders, they've got to do a lot of legwork. They have to be sneaky with a couple of their kills. They cannot initiate the same strategy their teammates did when it comes to just openly dry picking the angle and hope it goes your way. You need to introduce some element of mystery to essentially get a couple of the kills. A further push down the man count, but Buckinator is eliminated once more. The vertical angle and a third on the Buck seems to be the change Kira were looking for. He finds another. What a beautiful round from the attackers, and KIRA Esports, they did not even have to step foot into the bomb site to get rid of these defenders. And yeah, Kira, were fidgeting around with their support a lot. We were seeing, Coffee be on the Ace, the Hibana, the Thermite. We even saw Shrisha changing his operators a lot, when really, Atharv on the Buck seemed to do the trick for them in the final 2 rounds. Really good stuff from them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the beauty of a game like Siege, right? Everyone can take on a certain role, and sometimes that role can change depending on what's necessary for the team. Now, KIRA Esports are on the defense, and they've gone to that same side, first floor bar. All right, coincidence as it were, but bar, of course, we've seen it plenty of times already, that it's being brought out again, and won't stop peeking on the attack. We'll have to wait and see what their overall decision making is, as it seems like they're going for a Jackal. Buckinator bringing in that operator. The Hibana will be brought in, of course, when it comes to the push on second floor and the hatches that need to be opened. Overall, you need more line of sight type breaches rather than full vaultable breaches. The Hibana excels at those particular types, so that's going to be taken care of. Of course, the Aruni is going to be a bit of a problem, as that'll be even more utility burn that Won't Stop Peeking have to deal with. But it is very interesting to me that they have decided to bring in the Amaru, the Gara Hook, and the LMG in play with secondary heartbeat charges. All right. Some interesting decision making here. Buckinator coming in, Jackal with Claymores as well rather than smokes. So again, just reinforcing the notion that Won't Stop Peeking are really going to try and get in the face of KIRA Esports to try and deny them any leg room to sort of work with, any room to move or even breathe at times. But again, it all comes down to who gets the initial kill and how the two teams react to it going forward in the round.
See how they're looking forward to go through with this round as well. Plenty of time done and gone by in its action phase. The attackers now, they're done with their initial process of getting the drones on forward and clearing out the some of the, again, vacant rooms primarily. Live droning is also taking place, but now they can start closing in on the defenders. The Jackal is also going to be helping plenty with getting the position of some of these Kira members, so that Won't Stop Peeking can look for more kills while they're at it. And that's exactly the thing about Won't Stop Peeking. These guys will be relentless with their way of execution. They will not stop until all the defenders are down 6 feet under. Kills will be a heavy priority of theirs, and kills also accelerating the process of them winning the round. So as soon as they spot someone, you best believe they'll be going to hunt that prey down. We're seeing Desmond's perspective. There is a defender in library, and also on top of library stairs, and I believe, yep, that is Deathma eliminated. Desmond finds one more. And as I said, within an instant, Won't stop peaking and converted this round into a very huge advantage of theirs. 5 versus 3. The Zofia finds 2. The remaining 3 defenders forced back into or very close to the bomb site. Okay, sure. That's the troublemaker gone, but there are 4 more attackers left for KIRA Esports to deal with, and still 50 seconds on the clock.
And that's the thing, right? It's still a pretty winnable round for Won't Stop Peaking. All they have to do is clear out the site and make sure, especially, the main stairs or front stairs, as it were, that go into garage. Those are the ones that are really held on to no matter what. Athurv sees the Gemini, shoots it down, but of course that gives away the fact that somebody is playing the pantry hallway here, or bar stock hallway, as it were. Grenade comes out into this hallway, but of course it will not find much. But Cobra gets Vortex on West Main as well. That's so far removed from the site. I'm pretty sure Vortex is thinking, like, what is he even doing here? But the drop has to come in. Buckinator has pushed through, but gets downed in the meanwhile. This could be big. Violet's going for the plant. Will it be denied? No, it won't. The Thurv gets Dark Lord, but gets, in the meanwhile, Cobra, has to find this last defender standing. Shrisha trying to find the planter, but it's a bit too late for that.
Oh, it goes down.
In the post plant now. 1v1 effectively. Buckinator can be revived. Cobra, what is the play here? Sitting inside a bar stock. Oh, Shrisha actually on top of the hatch gets the kill before the revive could happen. He's trying to look for some sort of verticality where this last attacker could be, but this is such a powerful position that has been taken up by Cobra. He could stay inside a bar stock hallway forever and not really be challenged all that much. Shrisha going around to the lobby balcony, drops down, and that will be hurt. Shots are fired, but they can't quite get the kill. 3 seconds remain, but no, Cobra shuts him down. Yeah, there were only 3 seconds until the diffuser was past the point of no return. So there's only so much that realistically the Aruni could even do at that point. And of course, Won't Stop Peaking. A bit messy on the execute, I will give them that. But the fact that they got the plant off and held on to it, Cobra playing it very, very smartly. Again, credit where credit is due. Won't Stop Peaking make it 5-2. And again, this lead just massive right about now.
Yeah, it's extending further and further. And KIRA Esports, they've really got to get back into it, I mean, see, that's the thing for KIRA Esports. This is nearing that point of no return. As soon as Won't Stop Peaking gets 6 rounds, it's going to be, overtime secured. So even if KIRA make a comeback, Won't Stop Peaking still won't be thinking about losing the map until a very, very long time. But for KIRA, there is still time before that happens. They've got to act on it right now. They cannot waste any more time. Thing is, for them, these guys are going back to bar and gaming, not opting for second floor bedroom, not opting for basement, not opting for kitchen. Kind of like the exact same thing Team UWU were also doing. We were having this discussion, Jack, again, in the pre-match presentation, where Won't Stop Peaking had dealt with Team UWU also constantly picking the same bomb site that is as well, always, onto bar and gaming, and kind of the same thing. So Won't Stop Peaking have a lot of experience attacking here. KIRA Esports only change they can actually aim for is don't give away the initial gunfight to Desmond, Last time we saw that, he picked up 2 kills very, very quickly, pushed it into a 5v3, and then the attackers looked to close it out. But Shrisha gave up an immense fight, got the 2 kills right there, almost won out that 1v3, but sadly it wasn't to be. This time, can be a lot more different. This time Won't Stop Peaking. Also, they've got to be careful about the end round, not just the start, where they do tend to look strong.
All things considered, it's really just going to come down to how they decide to play it. Copy, I'm not sure what the idea was, peeking the small window in the library like that, but goes down for it. Dark Lord taking that kill happily. So that's the first one down, and again, first blood going to Kira. Deathamer, it's got to be careful on this window. Buckinator goes down. Meanwhile, Vortex hitting that kill. Deathamer's feeling a little brave right now, but as soon as that soft fall on that bedroom, on office, goes wide open, gets blown wide open, I should say, of course, he'll have to be a lot more careful about this. Shrisha as well. That hallway will become very contentious very, very soon. Deathamer has retreated into the connector. Shrisha playing Mezzanine. Got an ADS enemy jammer, I believe, to help out in the cause. 4v4 in the minute 30 mark, of course. KIRA Esports are not even close to feeling comfortable in the map. Grenade is being cooked. No, that's a flashbang from Violet. That's one. ADS will burn that out. There's a couple of magnets as well that are in that vicinity, as you have no peaks from the Moai. Deathamer knows full well he doesn't need to peek this. He still did for a second there. of course, will not be punished for it because nobody was there to do so. Another magnet goes out. He's holding this down, but Shrisha has been taken care of in the meanwhile as Cobra goes down. Deathmer taking that kill, but Dark Lord comes around from inside the library, cleans him up. Immediate trades, and this is what I like about Won't Stop Peeking this round. They're staying on top of the man count regardless of who goes down. They're trading it back, and they were the ones to lose first blood, if I'm not wrong. No, actually, Kira were the ones to lose first blood. Forgive me for that. But Won't Stop Peeking have kept that one-man advantage constantly. Question is, how far can they really keep it up for? Because they need to get these last two players, or at the very least, clear out one of these players, get inside, get the plan going to put more pressure on.
The time is really their biggest enemy right now, not the two defenders. 15 seconds, once more left on the clock. These guys have got to get a move on. Violet has got the diffuser. Last time we saw the diffuser going down, Shrisha almost killed the person planting it. This time it's a third from within the bomb side. What a double headshot. SMG 11 swings. Desmond also falls, and not a 1v3, but a triple kill. For a third means that KIRA Esports shall be winning this round, and once more it's the ultimate SMG 11 that does the job. 14 kills for a third in this match already. He is having an absolute blast of a time in the server. Won't stop peaking. Yeah, they've really got to get a move on with how rapid they are with these executes. That was not quick enough, and under time pressure, sadly, much like KIRA Esports in a couple of their attacking rounds, these guys just crumbled.
And that's the thing, right? Thurf played, positioned himself perfectly inside of the pantry hallway there, right? Staying right at the door that goes into bar instead of behind the reinforcement where, of course, he was vulnerable for so long. Nobody had cleared inside of bar for whatever reason have you. They were more focused on dropping the hatch, going for the plant. And, of course, with 15 seconds and less remaining, you kind of have to go for the plant, right? But somebody should have cleared out pantry or droned it out or something, right? Sent something or someone towards that area because they kind of had an idea where the Jaeger was, which was off towards kitchen. Jaeger was playing outside in the hallway, right? So if given everything, they should have probably been able to get that round. But again, just the fact that they took so long to initiate their execute in the first place, really allowing for KIRA Esports, or at least the two remaining members of KIRA in that round, to get comfortable in the site, which then resulted in the round win. Of course, Athurv really nailing it home that you've got to clear him out. You've got to make sure that he's not sitting comfortably in any part of the map if you want to have some level of control when you go for an execute like that. But for now, we'll just have to move into round 9. 5-3. KIRA are 2 rounds away from equalizing as Shrisha went for the roaming dog play, but Copy will be the first one to get a kill. This time it's Buckinator, the sledge, gone.
All right, and this time, yeah, indeed, it's going to be KIRA Esports who get the initial kill in their favor. That is really nice because it puts KIRA Esports at that early advantage. For the past 2 rounds, exactly what we saw was Won't Stop Peaking having that, set advantage right from the get-go. Even you mentioned it, Jack, that no matter where the kills were going, Won't Stop Peaking were always in the control. Even after the trades, 4 versus 3, 3 versus 2, it always was in their favor. But now they're the ones put under some pressure, and they're the ones who need to make even more of a rapid move when it comes to dwindling down these defender numbers, and they look to do just that. Athurv gets lit up significantly, but not to worry. Yeah, Shrisha's there. And that's the Simra, and gone. Yeah, Athar back up 100 and even further. No worries for him. Attackers are going to be having a very difficult time dealing with these overhealing defenders. But Won't Stop Peaking still, they have many other factors to rely on if they want to launch a good execution. The biggest being that map control. They have cleared out most of these rooms. They are pretty adjacent to the bomb site. They can even destroy the Electroclaw. As a matter of fact, they are looking to do just that. They will be successful. The hard breach can go through, but Vortex! Peaks from Fireplace Stairs, and just when Desmond wasn't looking, gets that kill.
That was just a case of siege timing right there. Copy will be taken down, and that kill does go off. You still have another alleyway of entry into the site, and Dark Lord, beautiful kill once again, this time onto Shrisha. The dock is gone. Jumps into bathroom as well. This could be a big play right about now. Doesn't see the kite, still gets him regardless. Deathhammer getting Desmond in the meanwhile, and there goes Deathhammer Cobra from down the hallway. Gets, that alibi taken care of. Now, in the 1v2. Vortex has to find these two attackers, knows what the plan is happening, but it's behind the half wall, so there's no stopping the plan now. It's been done. How does he want to approach this? Do they know where his position is? Flashbang is out, and Vortex has the cover of the wall here, but can only do so much, and the attackers are just more than happy to sit back and wait for this Jaeger. Oh, beautiful shot, gets one. He could walk away with two here if he peeks this or plays this correctly. Dark Lord has the shield that he's really sticking behind, but no, Vortex with the spray through the other side, gets the head of the Iana. Dark Lord not quite able to play it to perfection, of course, and that allows Kira another round. This time, the tables are turned, and this really, all things considered, should have been Won't Stop Peeking's round, but they falter right at the final stages, couldn't take the last step, and KIRA Esports are now 4-5, 1 round away from equalizing.
Yeah, yet again, isolated gunfights right there towards the very end. Even though it wasn't the best of starts, we won't stop peaking. Very good team synergy between them, you know, those little kills that took place, those 1-2s where one of the persons, they went in from bathroom, the other two, they were there on library hallway, they closed down towards piano, they got a kill onto the bomb side and on bedroom, and then they were looking to move even further, got the diffuser down, went to the post con. Everything was looking so good. Coordination and communication in the team was indeed on point, but towards the very end, yeah, you can't blame them. They just lost the gunfights, plain and simple. They just, you know, went for those solo peaks, usually, as is the case with Won't Stop Peaking, because these guys, yeah, again, as the name says, we made this joke plenty of times, but we'll still make it. They won't stop peaking. They went for the kills, and yeah, Vortex punished them as he should have. Really good. And that's the thing. In KIRA Esports, one thing I just noticed is some of their players are having an exceptional day, while some are still struggling. I mean, look at Vortex, 11 kills, 6 deaths. A third, 14 kills and 6 deaths as well. But then you've got Shrisha, who, I mean, Shrisha is not the kind of guy I'd usually associate, you know, having a below average or like having a performance like this, which is a 2 and 8. Shrisha is usually like the top fragger or the second top fragger. Coffee, Deathhammer as well. I mean, it's all, yeah, it's not very, it's not consistent for Kira. Still, 4-5, they're not far behind. One more round, they can equalize the score. So it's not complete doom for them. But yeah, they can definitely have a little bit of consistency in the way they're playing. Won't Stop Peaking as well. The only difference is Buckinator, who has gone over to that support role. Otherwise, everyone's relatively doing decent when it comes to, you know, the fragging department.
That's the thing about, you know, when teams are having these sorts of days, right? As we have a very quick take, looks like on the front side of things, on the upper area, Shield will be taking care of Desmond, already cleaning out utility left and right. Gotta be careful of these peaks, as you have the Kaid and the Jaeger peeking you. But that's the thing about when teams have such a front-loaded fragging potential for a map, right? Should these two players go down, say a Turf and, you know, Vortex go down here, then who can really turn things around? The Turf actually does go down. Oh, dear me. Desmond in the middle, crossing over into the bathroom, sees the Jaeger. Guess that Vortex is gone. Oh, no. Those are, like we said, the two front-loaded damage dealers who are currently off the board. Copy and Deathhammer can certainly stabilize the ship for a while, but of course, given how the rest of the team has been today, it might not look all that good. Desmond, oh dear me, the alibi escapes, and that's not going to be too good. Desmond's not going to be too happy with that particular result, because that means Deathhammer stays alive for the rest of the round and could potentially become a big problem, especially with Kira and how they love to use the bottom floor to rotate as and when required. 50 seconds on the clock, roughly, and Kira still have their positions. They still have their players alive. Plenty of them, in fact. The breach on Kitchen has not happened yet. Copy opening up a new rotate, going into Trophy on first floor. Drones, of course, will give away his position, forcing him to fall back. Grenade is out. Another grenade is coming as well. Doesn't really find too much other than some more explosive utility, I guess. Copy. Looking at that vertical line of sight there, 20 seconds. This is where Won't Stop Peaking has done so much wrong before. They faltered at this point before as Violet's taking damage here, but Dark Lord will get Deathhammer nonetheless. Violet has been down. That's Diffuser. Pistols out. Diana's really approaching the side right about now. Ashrisha was on the duck Diffuser, but no. Cobra and Desmond stabilize and get the round regardless. That got way too close for comfort for Won't Stop Peaking. They managed to squeeze out the round, but again, it went down to those last 20 seconds, and it was because of a couple of missed opportunities that it did. They very nearly lost the round, but they are now on map point. 6-4. 1 round to go for Won't Stop Peaking to close the deal here and move into map 2 with an advantage. But like we said before, it ain't over yet, folks.
Oh, it's not. Definitely isn't. There can be a comeback for KIRA Esports, and the thing is, they only need 2 rounds on board, which is possible. Only thing is the way in which these rounds are going, it is highly unpredictable. In this matchup, we have seen 1v2, we have seen a 1v3 clutch, SMG 11. We have also seen, a team having a 5 versus 3 scenario twice and then losing it out. And we have also seen plain and simple rounds where, kind of like the previous one, where Won't Stop Peaking had the advantage since the start. Even though they were definitely bothered by that time pressure, they still relented nonetheless and completed the round with a victory of theirs. Anything can happen. Only thing for Kira is, by now I'm sure they've realized the one weakness Won't Stop Peaking have is really the time in this map. That's the one true enemy for these attackers. Kira need to do everything in their power to, further slow down this push of Won't Stop Peaking. Now, they could bring out, already, the Aruni is there. That's good. Further slow down the attackers. I would highly say that any other operators that can even help that further would be really helpful. In a way, you can swap out the Cade for a mute, but the Cade is better at, of course, sticking to the breaches and protecting the breaches even further. Although the mute protects your drones as well. Right now, however, it's a lot more about the gunfights, and plenty have already taken place. Each of the team losing a member of theirs, and Kira, more so Deathmer specifically, eliminating Desmond further. So Zofia off the board, Sledge off the board, a lot on the shoulders of Dark Lord. He has been having a really, really good day. 13 kills for him, but more and more responsibility falls onto his shoulders since Deathmer is just having an excellent time in this round. The roaming alibi, given complete freedom, essentially allows for, complete it's a very creative play what Deathmer is going for. He can do whatever he wants. He is all over the map, and it's working. It's really going his way right now. And for KIRA Esports, they'll definitely be extremely happy with how this round is going.
For now, we'll just have to see how these 2 remaining players, Violet and Dark Lord, bring this round. Violet, of course, that clutch from a few rounds ago with the SMG 11 on the mute, still fresh in our heads, folks. And Dark Lord, like he said, currently 13 and 8. Has to be careful where he steps, though. He's half HP and could get blown to Kingdom Come any second. Now, there's no C4, mind you, so maybe not exploded, but could still get shot. He's going to send a grenade down the sunroom stairs here. Get rid of any utility and potentially scare off any defenders in that position. But again, given that it's a 2v3, it is still possible. It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility that Won't Stop Peaking somehow end up winning this round. Dark Lord is really going for a clear on second floor. Violet's getting the hatch breached as well. It seems like they're going to try to go down the hatch for the time being. As for how smart of a decision that is, we'll just have to wait and see. Defenders have cleared out that particular area of the map. They've taken long lines of sights. They're not going to let anyone drop down that comfortably. That much is for certain. As we have the flashbangs coming in, 1 and 2. Violet's dropped in, but Dark Lord goes down. Quad kill to Deathhammer, but Shrisha will deny him the ace as Violet goes down to the P10 Roni of the Aruni. And with that, well, we're in round 12, folks. Last round of regulation. And I gotta say, Deathhammer with the quad kill, pulling a lot of weight right now, as we seem to be having a bit of a pause request. All right, interesting time to take a pause for Won't Stop Peaking. I won't deny that much. It's 6-5. Round 12, the last round of regulation, is now going to be in play in a short moment here. And Won't Stop Peaking, well, I guess if there were ever a time to discuss why things have been going so badly for the last few rounds, it's now.
Yep. Won't Stop Peaking and KIRA Esports as well. Both these teams and all 10 of these players can discuss amongst themselves what has been going wrong for the past couple of rounds. Again, KIRA just having a win, Won't Stop Peaking winning the round prior to that. So things have been good, but they just got to have to make sure that for the final round of regulation, they are flawless in their method of execution, be it Kira on defense or be it Won't Stop Peaking on the attacking side of things. They've got to make sure they make the fewest amount of mistakes as possible. They've got to make sure the way in which they're progressing with their plan has little to no flaws initially, and then of course the execution has got to be really good. But all of that is a lot more easier said than done. I believe the pause is just taken as a tactical timeout by Won't Stop Peaking, and then we can resume once their scheduled time is over. We have been having some bugs with the tactical timeout feature. Hopefully, in the previous patch that was solved. I'm not sure if it was mentioned or not, but it can be just a fix nonetheless. But regardless of that, as soon as the pause is over, we shall be resuming. And yeah, a lot of pressure on these teams because for Won't Stop Peaking, it is their map choice. They would like to end 7-5 here and just, forget about the possibility of that overtime, since then we'll just directly be going into the map of Clubhouse. And as for KIRA Esports, I mean, they want to push it to overtime. They still have a relatively solid chance of closing out the map in their favor. That entire initial the 4 rounds that Won't Stop Peaking had won have all been eliminated by KIRA, and it's a very, very close game now.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, right? We'll just have to see how Won't Stop Peaking responds to the fact that KIRA has pushed them this far. Like you said, a 7-5 win would be absolutely fantastic for them, but for KIRA, of course, that doesn't quite stand the same way, as they would like to push it to overtime and finish things off here and, get the win, as it were.
Yep.
And Won't Stop Peaking, like we said before, they're a team that loves aggression. They're a team that loves to take a mile off an inch, but they have to play their cards correctly if they want to do something along those lines here. As we all know, in Siege, nothing is ever really concretely set in stone until you see that victory screen of X team wins the round. We're still waiting on the ready confirmation, of course, from the side of of KIRA Esports folks this time. As all things considered, it was a timeout taken from Won't Stop Peaking, as it were. And since it is technically a tactical timeout, we've got to get the ready confirmation going in, and we will be going live in just a moment here, seems like. And KIRA, they've got to brace themselves, like you said. This aggression that will be coming in from Won't Stop Peaking, it's just going to get, more aggressive as the round progresses. And in this moment, Won't Stop Peaking, normally how they really think, right, given how we've seen them play, is it comes down to they see that they're pretty much backed in a corner here. They have no choice but to win this round if they don't want overtime to be forced. So they'll get even more aggressive, potentially make even more mistakes. KIRA Esports will simply have to watch for those, but they themselves will also be feeling the pressure. It's Nationals, halfway through the groups, and you've yet to put yourself in the top 4 of the standings so far. For them, KIRA, that is already a lot of pressure. Add that to the fact that they could go 0-1 down should they lose this round, and they'll be feeling it too.
100%. KIRA Esports right now, pressure is on their shoulders. They've got to make sure they're not, distracted by it, and only then can they focus on actually playing the round and essentially converting this round into a win of theirs, eliminating the players of Won't Stop Peaking or disabling the diffuser if it may be planted. But that's the thing, we haven't seen a lot of diffuser plants so far, only like 2-3 rounds out of the 11. It's all been a game of eliminations for these 10 players in the lobby, and once more I think priority will be given by Won't Stop Peaking for that. And well, speaking of eliminations, Won't Stop Peaking are the ones starting things off on a brighter note for their team. Deathhammer, the roaming alibi, the person who got the quad kill in the last round, is the first person to be a casualty in this one. Alibi is now gone. One of the top fraggers for KIRA Esports is off the charts. So even more pressure now on these defenders, fewer manpower remaining on the board. The drones are rampant in the way they're gaining the information. Oh my god, they've got like 3 drones on the second floor already, finding out where any of the defenders are, seeking the utility. Electroclaw will be destroyed, I believe, by Cobra, who has already moved into library hallway and all. This is very, very rapid from Won't Stop Peaking, a major improvement to how they were going for their executes in the past couple of rounds.
Absolutely massive improvement right there. As Desmond is still looking for the electrical, I believe. Should be able to take it out as we have, grenades being thrown in as well. That's the breach being taken care of. And of course, no one's really stepping foot on the balcony, just in case one of the defenders gets the bright idea to rotate from below and come up the back stairs, but doesn't seem like that'll be the case. The defenders have pretty much lined themselves up to overwatch on the breach, and that, of course, makes things all the more difficult. Shield will be torn open by the Zofia. Another shield is taken care of as well, but Shrisha gets Dark Lord. That's a massive drop right there. Dark Lord has, of course, been the kill leader for Won't Stop Peaking for these last few rounds, but Desmond walks in, gets one. That's a big one as well. Shrisha off the board. He's walked in looking for more. Copy taking damage in the meanwhile. Violet's going for the plant. Is there a C4 in play? There is no longer. The Kaid goes down. It's a 2v4. Vortex and Copy have to do something here. The plant is now on the ground. 40 seconds, and they have to do something, but Cobra finds Vortex. It's all up to the Frost, who goes down as Buckinator from the balcony door will seal the deal. Won't Stop Peaking clearly figured something out in that pause that they took. Of course, as the pause was fantastic, it went their way, right? The pause pretty much forcing the round to go their way. They got the plant off. They were very, very quick, expediting the process of getting into the site, getting the diffuser on the floor, and putting even more pressure on the defenders. It was basically relentless, almost infinite pressure at that point, and there was really not much that Kira could realistically do. Even looking at it now, right? In hindsight, they do say hindsight is 50-50, but all things considered, Kira played it the best they could. They simply got outplayed.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the last round was near perfect from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. Very, very soon we'll be having a look at the highlights as well and seeing overall how this entire matchup went. But the last round was the best Won't Stop Peaking had these entire 12 rounds, because they were on point. They got the opening kill. The way in which they moved forward as well, they knew exactly what they were doing, and there weren't many mistakes they were committing. They weren't completely prioritizing kills, neither were they completely prioritizing map control. It was a good balance. The speed at which they were moving forward was the major reason. We saw prior, at the start of the second half, Won't Stop Peaking. I said this 2 or 3 times. Their true enemy was time itself, because of how they slow, their attacks tended to be a lot more slower than usual. They had to speed it up. They absolutely did. They sped it up. They provided, twice the firepower, and of course, it led to that 7th round. So, yeah, very entertaining matchup already. Jack, what you had anticipated and expected, that we'll be seeing a 7-5 or overtime, is true. As of map 1, we saw that 7-5 KIRA Esports, unfortunately, being very close to push it into overtime. Sadly, just couldn't. But still, now we shall be going to their own map choice, which will be Clubhouse.
And Clubhouse is going to prove to be a very decisive battleground as well. I think we can all feel it in the air at the minute, because Won't Stop Peaking, I mean, they love Clubhouse as well, right? They don't pick it as often as, say, like Oregon or Chalet even these days, but they love Clubhouse as much as any other team in Siege. And that, of course, means that they have quite the map to go to. A very familiar map, right? A pretty much home turf for everyone in South Asian Siege, which is in and of itself a different conversation we've had time and time again, basically. So for now, we'll just have to wait and see how Clubhouse goes through. But folks, let's have a look at the match summary, the statistics of the game as it were. And there you have it. Going up to everything considered, Dark Lord 13 and 10, 92% KOST, far and ahead, the most effective in terms of cost percentages in the entire lobby. 4 and 2 on entry and a 1.23 survival rating. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Dark Lord is clearly MVP of this first map already.
Yep.
Which is a strong start for for him. And of course, Cobra going 10A, 67% as well, pulling in for the support. Desmond coming in with a lot of frags of his own, 50% on cause, doing only a lot of fragging, all things considered. Desmond, he wasn't entry the same way Dark Lord was, but he was pretty much second entry, and sometimes would go down pretty early as well. Violet and Buckinator bringing in the support, 58% of cost to each. I mean, when you've got Dark Lord filling every single possible role and then some, there's only so much that he can do even as a support player, right? And on the other side, KIRA Esports Vortex and a Turf, 12 kills to each, 75% and 67%, excuse me, cost for both. 2 entry, 2 kills on entry for a Turf and Death Armor. Of course, Copy having the quietest round overall at 5-9 and 58%. Shrisha actually perked up a little bit right towards the end there, going up to 6 and 10 and 75% cost. You know, I think Shrisha might have, I don't know, telepathically heard you that, hey, wait a minute, I'm having a quiet map, am I? At least he's not all the way down at the bottom. But jokes aside, you know, great performance from both teams. I think we can all agree on that. And of course, there is still map number 2, Clubhouse, to be considered for both teams. Kira have picked this map,
Right.
but now the pressure is mounting on them to be able to win on it. Because if they're not able to, won't stop peaking, walk away with the win here, well, KIRA Esports' chances of getting into top 4 just got that much slimmer.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, KIRA Esports, that'll be the problem for them. They gave it their all on this map, 5-7. They were so close. Ultimately, no matter how good of a performance they have, no matter how applaudable their entire map was, regardless of the result, it still means 0 points for them. Exactly what you said. And moving on forward, they need that extra point. They need something out of this best of 3 because time is running out. We are already at 50% of the matches completed in the group stages of these nationals. Very soon, the teams, you know, they will be completing their journeys. They'll be finalizing all the best of 3s they've been a part of, and the enemies they'll be facing off, their opponents that they shall be competing against. So keeping that in mind, Kira needs something out of this. Won't stop peaking. They already have a point secured. Even if, you know, Clubhouse and Theme Park don't go their way, they'll still be not happy, but like to a certain extent satisfied. But they'll definitely be looking for more. They want that 2-0. Kira want to equalize and push it into the decider map. Who shall get their way done? Who shall get the second map? We'll only find out once we're back from the break. So stay tuned, keep watching, and we'll be right back.
Okay. 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 Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene. Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. myself into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. I wanna tell me something new. I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drive my stuff and leave sooner than this. I drive my stuff and leave sooner than this. And I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by powered by Zotae Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host, the real CCV, as we are back, this time back for the game between KIRA Esports and Won't Stop Peaking. We're going to be going into map number 2 in just a short moment, folks. Map 2, of course, being Clubhouse, as we will go and see the results of map 1. Map 1, of course, we all saw what happened. A 7-5 to Won't Stop Peaking as they managed to just about win out that map of Chalet. Now going to Clubhouse, they've got the upper hand here, and at the very least, even if they do end up getting reverse swept, they've got one more point under their belt. Kira, the pressure is really on for them at this moment.
Absolutely, it is. And for KIRA Esports, they know they can defeat Won't Stop Peaking. There were times on Chalet as well where KIRA really could have had multiple rounds in their favor, which ultimately, sadly, just did not go their way. It absolutely could have been a map for the team that eventually ended up losing. It very well could have been an opposite result. The 7-5 could have been favoring KIRA, but all that has happened has happened. It's in the past, it's done, sealed, logged. What KIRA can hope for is a better future. What KIRA can hope for is a better result on Clubhouse. Yesterday, they won the map of Clubhouse against MercenarieZ, albeit it came with its own fair share of ups and downs for these guys. It was the same scoreline as was the map of Chalet right now. 7-5, KIRA ended up taking the win. But we have also seen Won't Stop Peaking close out the map of Clubhouse 7-1 against Team UWU. That was when Won't Stop Peaking were just looking absolutely merciless with how they were going through the map. And they had no regards whatsoever for their opposition. They did not care in the world for the movement. They pushed in, they got the kills, they secured the rounds time and time again, and the individual performances shined the brightest. Against KIRA, is that going to happen again? I'm going to have a look at the map of Chalet and say no. The only thing was on the map of Chalet, Won't Stop Peaking were just a lot more better in their mid to late rounds. The one major thing we saw from the end statistics was that both of the teams had equal amount of opening kills. KIRA and all of their players combined had 6 opening kills. Won't Stop Peaking and all of their players combined had 6 opening kills as well. So at the start, it's very, very equal. It's just Won't Stop Peaking on Chalet, at the very least, converted more of those mid to late rounds in their favor.
And of course, that's something that Kira will have to watch out for, right? Going into this next round, Kira needs to avoid getting repetitive because, again, one of the main reasons they lost on Chalet is, we talked about it before Chalet started up as well, they need to avoid being repetitive. Clubhouse, of course, is a map where, a lot of the same strats just kind of work, right, constantly. The Azami hold on basement, or, the Aruni-based, Wamai-based hold with a bandit trick going in on CCTV, or something along those lines. Of course, Castle, for instance, is a mainstay for second floor gym bedroom as well. At the same time, At the same time, there are other strategies and other overall ideas that I would love to see come out from the side of KIRA Esports, because Won't Stop Peaking as a team, like we said before, they have largely just the one idea. We get in, we clear them out, we shoot, and it's done. Round's done, right? There are rounds where they prioritize the plant, where they do play differently, but it's either that or a majority of the rounds where it's like gun, go, shoot. I said the same thing in the first map as well, right before the first map started.
Yeah.
And really, it stayed the same between map 1, between the rounds of map 1 as well. So KIRA has this pattern that they can latch onto, but the problem is they have their own pattern that I don't even know if they know that they're doing it, if they know that they're getting repetitive, because the way they seem to almost commit in this impressively stubborn way to those same holds and defense ideas constantly leaves me with that, with no other choice but to come to that conclusion that they know what they're doing. They just, they don't know that they're getting repetitive. They just know that the strat works and they need to do it. I feel like that's the case going on with KIRA, and Clubhouse is one of the maps where getting repetitive is, of course, a death sentence, basically, because of the number of times that these teams have played this map before and the number of times after this that they will play this map again. Let's be real here. Clubhouse is going to get played over and over and over again. That much is a given.
I mean, we can already say in the grand finals of the nationals, no matter who's playing, Clubhouse will be seen. I'm saying this right
Yep.
now. We will see it. Not even that decider, like it'll be in the veto. We will see it. It's guaranteed. Like, take my word for it. But yeah, I see that's the thing about Clubhouse, is that it's just one of those maps that has been played since the start of Siege, went through the rework as well very early. I believe Clubhouse had received that rework, like prior to me
I think it was
even
the
knowing about the
first
game and
map to
all.
have a buff. Yeah. It was the first map I think that got
Yeah,
a
it's
buff.
very
Yeah.
early, very early. But yeah, ever since then, it's practically stayed the same, and everyone loves it, hates it. There's a lot going on with Clubhouse, but point being, everyone has played it to such an extent that the major theories and ways of approaching the map are just given, found out, and can be applicable by any team regardless of the experience they have. There are still up and coming amateur teams to this day who may look to incorporate the infamous SSG setup in their own guidebook, in their own strat
Yes.
book, and they can execute it. I mean, still in South Asia, we used to have the SSG hold for plenty of time, especially with those up and coming teams, because they saw the creativity in it and they were like, whoa, that's quite interesting. But nowadays, Clubhouse is more of a very anchor heavy, turtle like defense, where, especially on, not second floor, basement church in Arsenal, you have your roamer, you can even have multiple roamers, but their priority is not getting kills, unlike some other maps like Border, where the roamers, they want to go for kills. Here, the priority of roamers is waste time and delay map control as much as possible, then use the multiple hatches present all throughout the map, in construction, in bar, in moto, anywhere, to fall back into the bomb site relatively safely. But that's also a very difficult strategy to execute, especially here in South Asia. Players here, these guys like to go for kills. I mean, you've already said it, Jack, multiple times. Gun, go, shoot, won't stop peeking, want that. But as roamers, you've got to prioritize, having your own safety, and then you go for kills. If you really know you will get it, don't engage in straight firefights.
Yeah, I mean, against Monster Peaking, straight firefights is just not the way to go, right? Given the confidence with which they peak, regardless of the situation, right? They could be 1-5 down and they'd be peaking with the same level of confidence as if they were
Yep.
5-1 up. Or similarly, they could be in a 2v5 and the remaining players would still peak with that same level of confidence as if it were a 5v1. It's always the same with them because they know that at the end of the day in Siege, if you want to win a head-on gunfight, you need to commit and you need to in some ways outmaneuver the opponent. Of course, crouching and jiggle peeking and all that stuff, these are things that Won't Stop Peeking are I won't say absolute masters over, but they are very strong at and very effective with as well. These are tools in their arsenal that are, of course, not to be trifled with. Won't Stop Peaking, we see them, usually at, especially for the Pro Series, right? We saw them at the lower ends of the table getting eliminated in like 7th or 8th spot. But something has to be said about their overall playstyle and their overall strength, because here at the Nationals, they clearly are having a much better time as compared to in, say, Pro Series Fall Edition, where they ended up in, I believe, 5th or 6th position. I might be wrong about that, but
Yeah.
yeah, so they got the points and they got the chops for it, and they've improved clearly in the months since Pro Series Fall. So again, it really comes down to KIRA Esports, how they want to approach this, and their approach needs to be better than what we saw on Chalet. Like, don't get me wrong, their approach on Chalet wasn't all that bad, but where Won't Stop
Right.
Peaking was struggling towards the end of any given round where they would lose bodies, KIRA Esports were faltering in the mid-round, especially holding on to body count advantages. It seemed like, no matter what the round ended up being, Won't Stop Peaking were just able to get ahead in some way, shape, or form, either with one kill here or a trade there, something or the other, or even through utility sometimes, which is unusual for Won't Stop Peaking, but a welcome addition to their, overall toolkit nonetheless, because it's just those little things that Kira kept falling prey to over and over and over again, and they kept adding up. And now on Clubhouse, of course, a map where the little things add up very quickly, because those little things come from the fundamentals of Siege, Clubhouse being steeped in Siege's fundamentals even after its buff. We'll have to see if KIRA Esports get lost in the number of strats they may or may not want to bring out, as Won't Stop
Right.
Peaking, at the end of the day, they're just a very simple team, right? They play by the
Yep.
fundamentals of Siege's gun mechanics, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Their own priority is if we see an opponent, we shoot them. We want to shoot opponents. We want to hunt them down. That's pretty much it. In the process of doing so, if we get bomb site control, well and good. If we get control of any surrounding territory to the bomb site, all well and good. But yeah, we will be looking for that map control. But primarily, we want to hunt these guys down. Now, thing is that going to be successful against KIRA Esports like it was against Team UWU early on? Only one way to find out very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. We shall be moving on forward into the map of Clubhouse, and we shall be seeing, exactly the operator bans as well, because that's also very, very important. So, once more, having a look at the rosters, not much has changed. Yeah, still Violet Versace playing for the side of Won't Stop Peaking, no Kuntal for them, but didn't seem to have a major effect early on. It's still going to be I mean, yeah, in the previous map it was a win for Won't Stop Peaking. One change for Kira, however, a Vidby she'll be substituting Coffee.
All right, so Copy gone and Avidvi in. Avidvi, of course, is pretty much the mainstay, like standard player for the playing roster, right? For KIRA Esports. So makes sense. As soon as they're available, they'll be brought back in. And with that, let's have a look at the bans for the map. Dekebi from Won't Stop Peaking. Now that's a very interesting one. Dekebi was a bit of a nuisance in the last map, right? We could hear calls going off in many, many rounds on KIRA Esports attack and on their defense. And in the meanwhile, of course, we've got Maverick and Valkyrie that are going to be banned from the side of Kira. Finally, excuse me there. Finally, a KIRA Esports game where Twitch is not banned, folks. I never thought I'd see the day, especially after yesterday. But Maverick, of course, makes sense. When Thatcher is available and it's a choice between him and Maverick, you might as well keep the devil you know rather than the devil you don't. And Maverick, of course, is, quite the breaching devil. He can do things that Thatcher can't, aka get walls breached, even if you've got Bandit, Mute, or Kaid. He does not care. And of course, that means that without the Maverick, it'll be a bit more predictable from the attackers. Bandit tricking and Kaid tricking will be a bit more feasible, I should say. And we'll just have to see about what the rest of the rounds will, turn out of as a result. Of course, we saw the Valkyrie ban coming out as well. The Valk ban, no real surprises there. We've talked about it time and time and time again. And yeah, we, of course, if you're wondering why we're back with us at the caster's desk here, we've got a bit of a pause coming in from Won't Stop Peaking. Dark Lord did disconnect in the middle of the ban phase. Hopefully he can come back very, very shortly and we can get with the game. But of course, folks, the bans, like we said, some pretty interesting ones, some a bit more standard. But yeah, we'll be going to round one very shortly indeed.
Not about the operator bans. I really want to see the operator picks as well now on Clubhouse. Doc and Rook. Come on. Doc and Rook. We need to see them.
We did see
because
Doc a couple times.
Yeah, we did see on Chile, but the thing is on Clubhouse, it can be like the way in which they are played can be amplified even further, especially when you think of, okay, let me use the best bomb site as an example, right? CCTV and Cash Room, the Clubhouse bomb site. You can have a Rook, you can have a Dog, situate them on rafters, and they can spend an eternity there, especially if you hand them the P90, because of course, the P90 good scopes on it, and the extended magazine means they will be keeping the attackers at bay time and time again. And of course, both Doc and Rook, beefy guys, they can take a couple of hits because of their extended armor, because of the extra health that they are bringing. And of course, they can heal their teammates as well in the form of Doc, giving the stim pistols, and in the form of Rook, handing out the armor. But yeah, that's the thing, they can hold out a particular area, a strength point, for a very long time, as long as they have supportive utility, which is one of the mainstays of Clubhouse, right? Vamai and Jaeger, like these guys, they are brought out every single time. There's a reason why you have why you have the Vamai Jaeger combo with the magnets and the ADSs, so that all the attacker utility that is thrown at you towards rafters can be destroyed. The flashbangs, the frag grenades, anything along those lines can be destroyed immediately. So if you are a Dog with a P90 on rafters and you've got some ADSs, you've got, maybe a Melusi Banshee towards the stairs to prevent the attackers from pushing even further, it can be very difficult to dislodge that Dog from there, which is why I really want to see the Doc and Rook, combo be used even further. This can actually, I mean, again, as much as I am intrigued by it, it can be a part of the meta if and now more than ever, especially in South Asia, it can become a micro trend because of the fact that these guys, everyone in this region, we all love to go for gunfights. It's a big thing of ours that we go for gunfights, plain and simple. But no, jokes aside, it can actually very well become a thing of its own, and we may make it our own. I mean, again, I am speculating here. I am in no way a professional or any amateur siege player as well. My experience is all in quick matches. But these players, they can look to include Doc and Rook like very seriously into their defensive comps.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you though. Doc and Rook and Thunderbird as well. I think one that we should be looking
Mhm.
at, right? Especially given the fact that Rook can now offer withstand with his
Yep,
armor plates, which of course makes
exactly.
Thunderbird's job a lot easier as well. Anyone gets down close to the site or close to a Kona station, withstand, healed up immediately. Something that Doc can't actually do because he's just one operator and has to actively, choose to heal his teammates, which, let's be real here, Doc mains don't even know the concept of teammates, especially in ranked. But yeah, but jokes aside, of course, uh, Thunderbird, I feel like if the Doc Rook meta or micro meta, as you called it, takes off, then Thunderbird will become a bit more important as well. As for any remaining slots, will probably be filled by utility deniers, like say Wamai Jaeger. We might see Jaeger Azami, Aruni Jaeger, stuff like that, right? Um,
Mhm.
maybe if the three are picked, then absolutely. Of course,
Oh,
you still have that
it's
one
oof.
slot for the off pick as well. Yeah, you still have the slot for the off pick as well, just in case, like say Azami or Rooney or Castle or Pulse, whatever have you. It can be molded, right? Like Doc, Rook, and Thunderbird, depending on which site you're going to and what you need. Rook becomes your main anchor of this micro meta, like you just mentioned, and you pick Doc or Thunderbird depending on what the team is comfortable with, and then everyone else kind of picks around it. You can still get your Capcan, you can still get your denials, you can still get your traps. All of that is still available, but of course, it's just all theoretical, right? The viability of a micro meta like this has to be tested on stages like this. So again, very excited to see whether or not that does end up happening. But for now, we'll simply be waiting for Dark Lord to reconnect into the match. And as soon as he does, we'll go into map number 2, folks. It's been a hot minute. I know everyone's probably already tired of me and CCV going rambling off about theoreticals about whether or not the two beefy defenders are going to be joining Rainbow Six's active player base. But there's really not much to say, right? The map hasn't even begun yet, and all the speculation is already taken care of. But looks like we are going to be going into the game here, folks, as the pause has been taken care of. There we go. Round number 1 is now ongoing. It has begun, and the site is Basement Church and Arsenal Room, picked up by Won't Stop Peaking, who are of course on the defense, bringing out this site. We've got an interesting set of operators here. Actually, we've got the Thunderbird, of course. We've got the Aruni and a Melusi and a Mute and a Legion. So very heavy on information denial and a little bit of area denial with the Melusi and the Legion, I guess. But overall, it's more along the lines of if you get hit, you can get healed up and you can immediately go back out there and peek, which of course supports the idea of gun go shoot for One Stop Peeking. As far as KIRA Esports go, pretty standard pick when it comes to clubhouse attack. Actually, very much like year 2 season 1, like almost Velvet Shell esque, the kind of operator lineup they've got going. I should say Red Crow esque actually, because of course if it were Velvet Shell, Jackal would be a mainstay. But yeah, going back to the basics, looks like KIRA Esports on the attack. Let's see whether or not it works out for them.
All right, so yeah, Kira Esports on the attack. They're looking for it, and they're looking, like you said, for the kills. Just getting that map control done and dusted. So early on, still very slow with how they're proceeding forward. Won't Stop Peaking, on the other hand, yeah, these guys they've brought the Thunderbird, so a bit of what we were talking about makes sense. But yeah, no, our priority was given to Doc and Rook. We haven't seen those guys just yet. Maybe later. Oh my god, wait, also Rook has the impact nades. He can also bring those for impact
He
tricking.
does,
Oh,
yeah. Hmm.
ah, interesting. That makes it even better. Maybe on Theme Park, if we go to Theme Park, we can see that. But right now, what we'll be seeing is the death of Amar. So that's the first casualty, and yet again, Death Hammer hasn't had the best of times, time and time again in some of these rounds. He's been the casualty. But KIRA Esports, they make sure that if they lose one, their opposition as well has to face the same defeat. Their opposition also has to face the same preposition of losing one of their members as well. The man count is overall kept equal. The only thing for attackers is, what is their eventual plan? These guys, they've gotten map control pretty rapidly. A minute and 30 seconds in the action phase, and they're already on first floor. Hatches are getting opened. They're looking to get through moto as well. No presence being shown from the side of the attack on dirt, so they definitely want to enter from blue or moto or kitchen hatch. But yeah, exactly what is KIRA Esports' plan? Open the hatches and then enter from where? That right there is the big question.
You've got the MPs being used, of course, to take care of the utilities around the site. There's a big pig right here, and I wasn't too sure about that one from Dark Lord. Thurv takes that kill, happily so, and the hatch drop has happened. Flashbangs are out as well, as the attackers are taking a little bit of damage, but not a whole lot. C4 toss could be there, and it is, and that finds the planter. That's a big one, actually. Thurv going down, but more importantly, diffuser in the site. That leaves things very, very muddy for KIRA Esports. 30 seconds remain as Vidvi finds one. Violet goes down. Here's the other one. Gets Buckinator. Double kill for a Vidvi. And now it's all up to Cobra. Last one standing. Plant is going up. There's somebody watching from top of the hatch as well. Vortex has to watch the rotate. Does so, but Vidvi on main stairs, holding the cross down, will shut Cobra down as well. Basement Church goes to the side of KIRA Esports, who hold down the ship even after a couple of missteps, as it were, in the early round, losing the sledge and then, of course, losing the diffuser inside the site like that. But they still take it. Won't stop peeking. A little bit shaky, unfortunately for them, as they seemingly are going to go back to Basement Church once again.
Yeah, this time won't stop peeking. I think they'll be looking to, make sure they don't commit the same mistakes as they did previously. They had a good start. Initial kill was good. But then, again, ran into the same problem that usually happens. They started peeking those angles like anything. KIRA Esports, they punished them for it. And overall, a very clean round from KIRA Esports. Not much, These guys, they entered the map quite efficiently, got a really good map control, opened the hatches, and whenever they look to take the gunfights, more or less, they end up winning them a Vidvi as well. Already, he subbed out Coffee, and right from the get-go, he's having, so far, no, don't want to jinx it, definitely don't want that for him. But yeah, a very explosive start for him. That's good to know that KIRA Esports, building a lot more confidence even for their roster, having such a good round. But yeah, KIRA, really good stuff. Keep this up and Clubhouse shall be theirs. As for Won't Stop Peeking, be a little more careful with what they're looking for and their overall plan with this defense.
For now, let's just see what Won't Stop Peeking's defense has as an answer to the events that transpired in the first round. Dark Lord, the wall is broken up and right behind him, but the sledge misses, and Deathammer once again goes down first. There's got to be something about Deathammer going down first constantly, as Dark Lord will get traded. That's the Ash of Vidvi coming in to take that kill. Another player on blue stairs was just spotted by the E1D scan, but has fallen all the way back to the site since. But that's the thing, right? KIRA this time looking a little bit more sharp around the edges, as they have gotten that trade immediately, as soon as, well, not as soon as, but in the same instance that we saw Deathmer go down, Dark Lord went down within the next few seconds, as if nothing had really happened to either side. We did see a defender trying to come up the main stairs, but there was a drone that jumped up onto the main stairs railing, which of course would stop that push that was being attempted. Which of course leaves things still in that 4v4. The hatch on kitchen has been broken open, and some verticality has been taken control of. Plenty of time for KIRA to make this play should they choose to. But Desmond's got a nice place here on the table. This has to drop down from it. Takes care of the drones as well. That's why position was given away. He's going to go for the peak, the crouch peek instead on the hatch drop. Smart decision, as there's only 70 seconds remaining roughly on the clock.
Yeah. Alright, so with this much time there, KIRA Esports still they can figure out what to do next and then execute it. It's not completely like pressures on them, but it's slowly building even further. And the thing is, unlike the previous round, for Won't Stop Peaking, their man count isn't dwindling anytime soon. It's still a 4 versus 4. Won't Stop Peaking a lot more conservative with the kind of kills and with the kind of angles they're holding. We can see Cobra completely give up the blue room, fall back even further because he knows it's the smarter move. Won't Stop Peaking alluring the attackers into the bomb site and then looking to eliminate them. However, things are not going completely according to plan. The LMG takes down one. Flashbangs go out once again. Vortex calmly entering blue. Thunderbird spots him, and while Versace eliminates a third, but that's going to be Cobra going down. Kira want the diffuser to go off, and very soon it could have, but Desmond eliminates one. Desmond gets another. Vortex is the final one surviving. 9 seconds on the clock. Desmond, all he has to do is stay alive. He's got the support of Violet Versace as well. There's not much this lion can do, and this time the lion shall become the prey. Won't Stop Peaking. They win the second round, and they equalize at 1-1.
And once again, good stuff on denying the plant. Avidvi was going for it initially, but got denied because Desmond pushed in from dirt. Nobody really cleared dirt or the workshop area, the shelf area of of Arsenal, excuse me, right there. And that, of course, was the big deciding factor, along with the shots being fired from inside of Church. But those defenders really were just doing what they could to keep the attackers out of Church for as long as possible. Had the attackers taken control of Church right there, I do believe that the round would have been lost, even if Desmond got the first, plant denial kill on the Ash of Vidwi. Regardless, as that round has been won by Won't Stop Peaking, they will have to change up the site that they are going to be going to, and that is now second floor CCTV and a cash room. Just like CCV said, the best site in the map. Debatable, but hey, everybody has their own opinions on things. As looking at the overall defender lineup, okay, very denial heavy actually. Mute, Bandit, and Kaid all have been brought into the play. I want to see if Cobra is going to go for a Bandit trick. He's got all of his batteries.
There's the Kira counter. We are seeing the Kira counter.
Oh, it
right
is
here.
right. After last night's match, how could I forget?
Yeah, oh no. Oh no.
Oh, Kira, you better watch your shins. You better watch your shins, KIRA Esports.
Ooh. I won't stop peeking. the forbidden operator is brought out. This is the tactical nuke, as it is called in other games. Won't stop peeking and going directly for the kill right here. But this time, Kira yet again just have the situational awareness. Drones have already spotted the Copcon traps. Good. Spot them, destroy them, and then move forward. Now, Blackjack, since the drones have spotted the traps, it would be a shame if someone dies to them, wouldn't it? It would be a shame.
A mighty shame. Indeed, I have to agree with you there. I mean, yeah, just like yesterday, right? They saw the Capcom traps, but that clearly didn't stop them from going head first, or I should say leg first into them. Oh, they find the Capcom though. Darklord goes down a bit with a very aggressive peek on the construction door. Guess that first kill. Meanwhile, CCTV's wall is blown wide open. Good timing on KIRA Esports once again. They've been quick with these attack executes on the setup. Well, pre-setup executes, I should say. Even then, how far can they really go from there? Ooh, ill-advised peek from Deathamer. As once again, Kira losing the first body. Is Deathamer going down? Oh, Cobra actually is going to be trying to do a bit of tricking here. He gets that. Wants to keep construction closed for as long as possible. You can bet that there's going to be a grenade or two coming his way, so Cobra will fall back. Buckinator finds the Therv in the meanwhile. That's another huge drop. That is your Thermite gone. Potential C4 being tossed. No, Buckinator wants to go for a peek. No one's on the breach as well, so he's feeling pretty brave about this. 60 seconds remain. KIRA Esports right now on the back foot.
Yes, they are. And that's the thing for Kira yet again, just like the previous round, Won't Stop Peaking are all huddled within the bomb site next to each other. It's Kira who have got to make the move. Now, in the previous round, Vortex found an exceptional kill as the Lion. He took away one of the defenders, which allowed Kira to move into the bomb site. But eventually, those guys were denied thanks to the angle Desmond was holding. This time, again, it's already a lot more difficult, but the nade from below. Excellent placement, excellent throw. means that Cobra is gone. The breach can happen. Bandit is away. Time is still of the essence. 20-second left. CCTV is done. Construction breach open. Shrisha finds a kill. Buckinator, all he has to do is eliminate this one attacker, and then everyone can focus on Cash. And that's what they're already doing. Crossfires there. Buckinator, Desmond, headshots galore. And won't stop peeking once more with their defense. Stand mighty tall.
Ooh, I'm pretty sure that Avidvi had the right idea going up to the CCTV balcony, right? But unfortunately, the timing of that push, like we saw in a very similar situation in the last map, the timing of the push just wasn't correct. And that is probably why they ended up losing the round, right? As had the Iana gotten to balcony much quicker, I do feel like, even with the Kaid holding the cross, had Avidvi managed to clear out Buckinator, the round should have been won. And KIRA Esports probably would have been 2-1 up. Again, a very similar argument to how we started off Chalet, where by the third round, we were saying KIRA should be the ones 2-1 up, but not to be in this situation yet again. Won't stop peaking, this time on the defense of Chalet, getting a couple rounds ahead over their, excuse me, they're over their rivals, I guess, at this point you could call it. As we've gone to second floor gym and bedroom, the site of choice for Won't Stop Peaking. They'll be the ones to bring the site out. You've got the Mira, you've got the Frost, and the Castle, of course. Not much in terms of wall breach denial, only really the mute, but that is, of course, information denial as well. No Kaid as well, interestingly enough. Instead, they've gone for the Frost, of course, as we saw, and the lone utility denier, the Wamai. So lots of things are going to be landing. Lots of throwables are going to be landing where they need to. The question is, how much will that, carry for in this round for KIRA Esports?
Right now for Kira again, get it once more, just won the opening kill, and then to move on forward even further and essentially just have that snowball effect of everything going their way. Be the first kill, then map control, and the final execution. So far the final execution is the biggest hurdle for Kira. Time pressure gets to them, and the way in which even the surviving defenders of Won't Stop Peaking, even if they're in a man disadvantage, they coordinate amongst themselves and they position themselves, helps them a lot more. Once more, great start. Deathmer finds a double, as a matter of fact, eliminating Dark Lord and Violet. So Won't Stop Peaking are under immense pressure. Now Kira have to use this momentum even further. Get construction control, already start pressurizing the bomb side. The Mira Black Mirror prevents that from happening. Okay, fair. The defenders are holding their ground. But once more, Kira can prevent that if they want. Construction breach is happening very, very soon. These attackers, they're looking to get the control. They're forcing the defenders back even further. This is good. This is what Won't Stop Peaking afraid of. And at this point, okay, Deathma is just on a killing spree right now. Third for him. Cobra as well within closet. His position is known. How many angles can he really peek? Attackers are looking to get rid of him from every single angle out there. Buckinator also has been spotted. There's not much these defenders can do. They can try their best. Buckinator within from Jim is also eliminated through the window. And KIRA Esports, really solid round for them. Mainly prioritized kills, but again, nothing else was necessary the way in which they were playing.
Absolutely, and the way they positioned themselves on the map as well, it was like shooting fish in a barrel almost, as they simply applied more and more and more pressure. Won't Stop Peaking continuing to lose more and more and more ground, and after a point, there was really nowhere left for them to go, as they had backed themselves into a corner, and KIRA Esports taking all the advantage in the world that they needed to take that round as well. We've gone back to Basement Church, of course, the side that, started things off for both teams. In fact, Kira did win round 1 here, and then Won't Stop Peaking won round 2 here. So all things considered, the site that, in round 5 is once again a pretty decisive site, I should say, because the team that wins this round will make it impossible for the other team to get a lead if they don't win in the second half. Even if it's a 3-3, right, you have to win in the second half, and that is when things get more difficult. Won't Stop Peeking want to take full advantage of the defensive half of Clubhouse, which means for them, going 3-3 is, it's an alright outcome, but going up to, say, 4-2, now that would be ideal indeed. Desmond feeling a little adventurous, hunting down that drone, gets it outside of the building, was detected probably, all things considered, so he's just, just happy to be alive at the moment. Legion throwing down those goo mines all over the place as we, of course, head properly into the action phase now.
Right, so action phase already here. And KIRA Esports said again, they like the same thing. Question is, Won't Stop Peeking, what are they looking to change? Are they still initiating the gunfights early on? Considering they Won't Stop Peeking, most likely yes, but also you have to factor in the the situation that it's Basement Church and Arsenal as the bomb side. You cannot completely be prioritizing kills right here. This time you have to be a lot more dynamic with the way in which you're attacking. You have to be the way in which you are defending. And you've got to be thinking about your safety and of course the angles you are holding. There have been times where KIRA Esports and Won't Stop Peeking have had tons of fights on this map, but for KIRA, okay, a lot of early map control. Won't Stop Peeking are playing completely anchor heavy. It's all about the final execute for them if they can hold off that final wave of attackers. But so far, things are not off to the best of starts. Dark Lord down but not out state for him. Can he be revived is the main question. We'll have a look at that shortly, but Desmond is the first one to be executed. The attackers are looking very strong. A Thurv on the Thermite right now. On Chalet, we saw him as the Buck get those vertical kills. This time it's the Thermite, but no matter the operator, it's always a Thurv with the vertical angles.
A very, very strong opponent. Deathmer getting another one in the meanwhile. That is Buckinator gone. It's all down to Violet and Cobra. These two were, making waves in the last map. As C4 goes out, but it will not connect. Cobra was all the way above this entire time. Gets one kill. Pistols out. Nearly getting the second, but not quite. Violet finds Deathmer. In the meanwhile, the plant is off. Violet's in a 1v3 now in the post-plant situation. Has to get himself a couple of kills, but can. These vertical angles are just too much. A Thurv holding it down. In the meanwhile, gets the kill in the hallway on the mute, of course, as Won't Stop Peeking. They are being, taken to the cleaners, it seems. Well, not to the cleaners. These rounds are still a little messy from KIRA, but the thing is, Won't Stop Peeking's confidence seems to have been shot, right? Because they're playing so anchor heavy. They're not really going out hunting for kills in the way that they normally do. It's a little uncharacteristic to see them, retreat into their shell this much. And that, of course, could spell doom for them here on Clubhouse if they don't pick themselves back up.
Yep. Absolutely. Won't Stop Peeking. They've got to make sure that this is pretty much the end. They cannot fall down even further. They cannot give more rounds to KIRA Esports. But KIRA are looking very, very strong on Clubhouse right now. Seems like yesterday, after the game, once they were done with the MRCZ, yes, of course, they had won that matchup as well. But any and all rounds that did not go in their favor, KIRA were like, okay, how can we improve on this? And they seem to be doing just that. Won't Stop Peeking are having a lot more of a difficult time in the server right now for the past couple of rounds. KIRA are looking better and better, and they are getting better and better as each round progresses. So for Won't Stop Peeking, thing is, how do they prevent the momentum from rolling even further into KIRA's hands, and how do they prevent KIRA from winning even more rounds? Because the way with which it's going, KIRA can easily get 5 or perhaps even 6 rounds and then some if they'd like. So yeah, Won't Stop Peeking. It would be best to end it right here. It would be best for, again, as we said previously, the 3-3. They can move on forward from it, and this certainly will put a smile on their face. A Thurv is the first one to go. The Thermite, one of the hard breachers, departs, leaving Shrisha all by himself. So yeah, Won't Stop Peeking will be extremely happy with how this round has gone so far, and the advantage they have is immense.
Yeah, that is true. This advantage right now is going to be something that they'll be very, very happy for, as the Hibana is the only one remaining who can go for any sort of breaching. Shrisha has to use those Exkyros pellets very, very wisely. 18 of them in the Hibana's pocket, as is, of course, normal. The Thatcher will be helping with said breach as well. The Oryx down below, watching over the garage door for the time being. Of course, seems like Kira, after getting their hard breacher taken away, have slowed down quite a bit. They've gone towards construction already. Of course, that is normal at this point of the round for them to be in construction for a CCTV push. But the question is, where else are they going to be going? They've not really done much overall in terms of breaching or denying utility. They still seem to be, hell bent on getting this construction side taken care of. Of course, we can expect grenades from below from someone like a Vidwi or Deathhammer to take care of the bandit should they determine that, yes, the bandit is in fact tricking. But of course, I don't think Cobra wants to deal with that. Yeah, Deathhammer is actually below. And the request will be that, hey, can you guys take care of these things that are here? I don't really want to have to deal with them. Grenade was being cooked by a Vidwi. But there you have it. We've got the grenade coming out as well. Will not find anyone. But the breach should be taken care of. Yes, it has been. At least a minor breach has happened. That's entryway into the site for KIRA Esports. And a good one at that too, as they can use it to just sort of stay safe from the garage peak. As Desmond finds a big kill in the meanwhile, Buckinator is gone. That's your Frost off the board. Desmond's down below. This could be a big couple of kills here if he manages to time it perfectly. Shisha finding Dark Lord. That's another one huge kill. The diffuser is still on the floor for whatever reason. Desmond goes down as well. Violet's now in the last player standing. Gets the diffuser. 5 seconds remaining. Just has to stay alive, but no. Couldn't hold on. Had to retreat to some part of the map. Unfortunately, it was not to be. It will be a 4-2 for KIRA Esports instead. Folks, they have taken a big lead here, and they are going to the defense of Clubhouse as well. Won't stop peeking. Well, the tables have been flipped. The pressure's on them now.
It is, and unfortunately, Cobra has disconnected, so hopefully comes back as soon as possible. As for KIRA Esports right now, things looking very, very good. I mean, if they want to end this, entire map 7-2, but I don't think that'll be happening. There is still chance of Won't Stop Peaking to, equalize it and push it to 4-4. Considering, that these guys are very attack oriented and yeah, Won't Stop Peaking are extremely attack oriented, and the way in which they play is they have this mentality of going for kills regardless of what is happening. So that is possible that Kira just got off guard by it. But Clubhouse also has this tendency of, being extremely anchor heavy. And you don't have too many defenders. It really depends on the team. But what we saw from Won't Stop Peaking right now was these guys like to play within the bomb site. So this anchor heavy, this aggressive mentality that Won't Stop Peaking have on the attack that we saw on Chile may not 100% be applicable on Clubhouse. So they may have to tweak it slightly in order to, make it work on this map especially. But still, there is that likelihood. KIRA Esports, on the other hand, the reason why I say they're in an advantageous spot is because, yeah, Jack, like both of us talked about, it's going to be their defense now. They already have a 2-round lead, and momentum seems to be favoring them. No matter what Won't Stop Peaking have been doing for the past couple of rounds, it has been countered and countered and countered by KIRA Esports. This is looking like their map, and they are looking like they will win it.
I mean, I have to agree with you there, right? Given everything we've seen from Kira, yeah, they just keep countering everything that Won't Stop Peaking are bringing out. And overall, Won't Stop Peaking don't really seem to have much of anything going for them, as they can simply do very little to try and deny KIRA Esports' aggressiveness and their push for the time being. But we'll just have to wait and see, folks. Again, it's really about how these teams decide to play their matches, play their rounds particularly, as Won't Stop Peaking could mount a comeback. You never know. We have had days before where Clubhouse has been surprisingly attacker-sided as well. So, while I do say a lot that Clubhouse is a defender-sided map, it's not necessarily entirely true. It's actually more balanced than its counterpart, say, Oregon. Definitely far more balanced than something like Villa or Theme Park, which are defender-sided maps in the truest sense of the term. And even those maps have attackers at a day sometimes. So all things
Yep.
considered, Clubhouse is probably the closest to a 50-50 map alongside, say, Cafe and maybe Border. Border, I'm still on the fence of whether or not it's one side or the other. So I'll just call it balance for now. But, rambling about the maps aside, what can really Won't Stop Peaking do here? Well, they can try to do something similar to how Kira did and take ground very quickly, right? Not just take ground quickly, so quickly that it puts Kira on the defensive absolutely at the beginning of any sort of execute and keeps them on the back foot then and there. That's kind of what we saw from KIRA Esports, right? They took the map control so very quickly that they almost had
Yeah.
a chokehold on Won't Stop Peaking. They refused to let them move and rotate, which is something that Won't Stop Peaking were using so well on Chalet, where KIRA Esports had a harder time taking map control. And the rounds that Kira won on their attack was when they took map control quickly. And they had to do it here as well. They've recognized that fact. And of course, because they are now getting more and more rounds as a result. Now, the question is, can they keep it up? Or will Won't Stop Peaking turn things around? Will they identify the fact that they could do something similar and probably get away with it should they play their cards right? Or will it be a 7-3, 7-4? Again, I hesitate to say 7-2 because it's Won't Stop Peaking playing
Yeah,
probably at their
true.
best at the minute or close to their best, right? So it'll be harder to finish it off at a 7-2. But if Kira keep it up, 7-3 or a 7-4 is very possible here.
That is also true. Yeah, there are arguments to both of the sides of both of these rosters. On one hand, you've got KIRA Esports, who are looking very strong. Momentum favors them, although with this disconnection, hopefully both of these teams, they're not jittered by it a lot. And of course, then on the other hand, you've got the side of Won't Stop Peaking, who can overturn things. And like you said, they can still execute their style. On one hand, if Kira are incorporating a lot of roam in their defense, Won't Stop Peaking, as always, these guys, they like to go for the roam clear. They like to go for, we send so many of our players through the entire map, we clear out the building, then we execute. So if roamers are there, they will be eliminated. The man count will be favoring the attackers. And if Kira are playing quite anchor heavy, Won't Stop Peaking can of course be like, okay, well, these guys are just in the bomb side. We've already cleared, half of the building within 30-45 seconds. It's just time to execute. But yeah, that is one of the things for Won't Stop Peaking. As good as their defense is in the late rounds, their attack can seem to fumble at times. They've got to make sure this doesn't happen. On Clubhouse, the executes need to be very, very methodical and flawless, particularly than on other maps. Like on Chalet, you've got the support of the half wall. You can wing it, kind of. Just go behind the half wall, plant the diffuser, and then you can see whatever happens. Either you escape from it, you can play behind the wall itself, or you can play from piano, multiple things. But on Clubhouse, there are just so many factors, no matter the bomb side you think of, like Basement Church and Arsenal, gym, or even CCTV and cash. Wherever you are planting the diffuser, you need to be careful. C4s can be tossed from below, and the angles the defenders hold alongside the utility can be a major deterrent to most of these attackers, which is why you need to make sure the checklist is completely filled and you are on your path to, having a good execution once you're planning for that execute. But otherwise, both of these teams are still solid advantage. I think the only thing is, once we jump into the server and we actually see the first round, now the side swap has happened, then we can essentially have an estimate as to which team will be in the advantage or how the map will be progressing. Because kind of like what happened on Chalet, right, where you had KIRA Esports, who didn't have the best of starts. Won't Stop Peaking 4-0, very, very strong. But then by the end, KIRA Esports, they got that 5-6. They almost pushed it into overtime, only a 5-7. Similarly, here as well, 2-round deficit for Won't Stop Peaking, but you still never know how it's going to end.
And that's the big thing, right? It's really hard to say
Yeah.
how it will end because it's in a similar but a mirrored position, right? As compared to Chalet, as at the end of the first half, like you said, KIRA Esports were 2-4 down. This time it's Won't Stop Peaking, who are 2-4 down. And similarly to Kira, at least one of those two rounds that Won't Stop Peaking have taken here have been in the early first three rounds. KIRA Esports took round number
Right.
one, and in no, actually, Kira didn't actually win in the first three rounds. My bad. They won rounds 5 and 6, whereas Won't Stop Peaking won rounds 2 and 3. So there are minor differences, all things considered. But overall, situationally, it is still a mirror of the first game. It's still a 4-2 for one team, where the other now has to try and equalize it. They need to win 2 rounds here, which isn't too big. But if they are unable to win 2 rounds, then of course, it gets tougher. It becomes 3, then 4, and then pretty much impossible to go on from there. As for Kira, only 3 runs are required to finish off this game, and they will be looking to get those 3 as soon as possible. Now, of course, if you're wondering where the match went, don't worry, folks. We're waiting on some sort of news as well from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. As soon as the player is coming back in, we will, of course, get back into the game as well. Apparently, there's been a disconnection from KIRA Esports' end as well now. So, yeah, some big technical difficulties happening here, folks. Really unfortunate, but
Yeah.
don't worry. The game is going to be going... the game is going to be going on as soon as we get the players back in. Again,
Right.
it's going to take a hot second, but yeah, overall, we'll simply have to see how these players perform here, how these teams really react to the situation at hand. So we said largely similar things for the second half as well in map number 1, but that's primarily because it bears repeating, right? The reactions are important.
Yeah.
Because if you want to counter strike, you need a reaction first. And for KIRA Esports, they still have that issue of getting repetitive, right? Something that they have had before, something that they desperately want to avoid. And same for Won't Stop Peaking. While they love going gun go shoot, they need to make sure that they don't become the repetitive type of gun go shoot. They need to do things to constantly keep things up in the air as to how they'll approach and how they will take down the defenders now, because of course Won't Stop Peaking will be the ones attacking from here on out, folks. So lots of things to look forward to. And of course, the map 3 potential has just grown that much larger because of the fact that we are 4-2 up now for KIRA Esports. If they do win this, map 3 theme park is going to be in play, and defenders are going to have a field day on that map. That much is for certain. As for the other side of things, oh, well, looks like the lobby is being rehosted as well. We just heard the news from our producer as well. So, yeah, the South Asia shenanigans are in full swing here, folks, as they are to be expected. For now, it's a rehost from KIRA Esports' end. We have, of course, confirmed as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit longer before we are able to bring the game to our viewers again. We do apologize for the delays, folks. It's South Asia Siege, of course. We hope you understand. These technical difficulties kind of just tend to happen, and they kind of spring up on us without no real indication or rhyme or reason. I mean, this is the region where a truck pulled out an electric pole by
Oh
ramming
my
into
God,
it, and
yes.
then
Oh,
caused what was like an
who
hour-long
was it?
rehost nearly.
Was it Hunters?
It was during
that
the majors. It was during the majors. I remember. I forget
Yeah,
exactly
yeah, I think
who,
it
but it
was
happened first time
Hunters.
in the majors.
I think it was the Hunters. I remember seeing a tweet from Hap. No. It was Doctor, who's now in Shaheens. I
Oh
think it
right,
was
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah,
Doctor
yeah.
who used to be in MRCZ back then. But
Yes.
that's a throwback right there. Yeah, I remember. Ever since that, I think Hap was the most like predictive. I still remember his bit about searching up the rainfall patterns in Pakistan to see if there's going to be rain or not. And I was like, I wish I did that. But yeah, it's the wild west here. But other than that, yeah, of course, tech issues always have bothered the players, the viewers, everyone. It's not good. But most importantly, on the topic of the players as well, this makes you think that best of three at such a critical point, how exactly is it going to be affecting the players? And many a times, once like tech issues happen, the players, not only are they demotivated because the game has stopped, but the communication also seems to break down. Now again, I personally, CCV, don't have too much experience being in a professional team or being in like a core 5 during, when a match is going on. So I can't 100% say on it. Definitely, if there are more experienced people in the chat, which I assume there must be, it's the nationals going on. We've got plenty of experienced people here watching this. They can say more on it, but the communication usually, dies down and gets a lot into that. Like quietude between a roster, or it can be very useful for these teams as well to discuss amongst themselves. But yeah, it's really the dynamic between the players, how they communicate with each other in these off times during a match is going on, that are also very, very important, because the comms during a round are hectic, chaotic, and getting through them is again, is finding a way through a corn maze. You really need a lot of focus to get the best accurate call out, someone behind you, they're like four other people yelling at the same time. You need to make sense of it. I'm sure everyone has had that experience. Even if you haven't been in a competitive team, playing those ranked matches or playing with your friends, when everyone is yelling, everyone is giving some or the other call out, it can get very hectic to navigate through it. And it's amplified even further in a competitive environment such as the nationals, when you think about the fact that for all of these teams, there are so many more things to say and give call outs. If we take the example of an IGL, the IGL has to say a lot of things. There are IGL who manage their team overall, who guide their players what to do, when to do it, give those overall instructions. They're the players themselves who are giving the call outs, where the enemies are, if there is a surprise attack happening. And considering this is South Asian Rainbow Six, where there can be people anywhere in the entire map, they can swing from anywhere, you've got to be on your toes. But all of that being aside, yeah, it's the communication within the roster right now that's also, very, very important. What are the teams discussing? Are they going over the mistakes that have happened? Are they looking to change anything? And because it's one thing to analyze a match after it's done and WOD review something once it's over, right? Every team does that, and I assume every team should do that. But it's absolutely something different to do it whilst the game is going on. But these players, yeah, a lot will be going on. They'll have a lot of talking to do. As for myself, CCV, and Jack alongside me, we have been talking for a while as well. But seems like the players, yeah, they're just taking a little extra time, and some other issues indulging them as well. But we'll be taking a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back as soon as all the issues are ironed out, to make sure you don't miss out on map number 2.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why? was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome back everyone to the South Asian Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, presented by the Esports Club, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac, and of course we've got our broadcast partner Loco. I am CCV, joined alongside Blackjack, and we are bringing to you the group stage matches. We have the 8 best teams in the region fighting against each other every single day of the week. Every single team shall be fighting against one another in best of 3 sets of best of 3s, and at the end we shall be seeing who will be moving on forward into the playoffs. Right now we have got KIRA Esports up against Won't Stop Peaking in its BO3. If you are just tuning in, I gotta say, it's been a pretty lengthy BO3 already, and we may have even more to go. We saw map number 1. We saw, Won't Stop Peaking on Chalet barely clutch out a win. 75 was the final score. Kira could have easily pushed it into overtime, but it wasn't to be. Right now, Kira on Clubhouse look a lot more stronger. 4-2 is the current score, but now that, we are past all the delays in the rehost, unfortunately, due to player disconnections, not quite sure where exactly both of these teams stand.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree with you there. Because of such a massive pause that we have had so
Yep.
far, the players are gonna definitely be affected, right? There's gonna be a little bit of a shift in morale as well, like you said before the break, because they, wouldn't exactly like this kind of a pause. It's not really their fault either. It's no one's fault really at the end of the day, as it's just down to some infrastructure issues in the different parts of the region that we live in, which is unfortunately out of everyone's control. And in some ways, I know we could control the circumstances a bit better, but they simply aren't, folks, in our control. So we'll just have to deal with it as they continue on. As we were saying, though, the players will be a little demotivated. They'll be, they'll have to de-rust for a round or two as well, because they've been sitting
Yep.
still this entire time, right? Only clicking a couple of buttons here or there, maybe a T-Hunt or two while they awaited the rehost. All that stuff is, yeah, it's going to add to them getting a little bit locked up, a little stiff once again. So that means they'll have to start playing a round or two before they can really get back into shape. Of course, all things considered, those couple of rounds could go Kira's way and we would end up in map 3 anyway. We'll just have to wait for that possibility. It's not really an eventuality, not just yet, not until it's a 4-2 and not a 7, 3-4. Like I said, I'm not really counting on a 7-2 happening just yet. A 7-3-4 sounds more likely overall in this map. But other than some minor things here and there, it's hard to call. At the end of the day, it could also be a 7-5 or 8-7 overtime for one of these teams. It really depends on how they decide to play this second half. And won't stop peaking, of course. They've had a long time to talk about what's went wrong, what hasn't, what they can do better, and we'll see how they apply those whatever they may have, whatever conclusions they may have come to in the break, folks, as we go into the match itself. In just a short second here, that is correct. The lobby is ready. It's been a hot minute, we know, but the lobby is ready. We're just waiting for one extra minute, final bits and pieces being put in place. Players, of course, being made sure they are ready. And once they give us the ready confirmation, we'll go straight into the match, the map. To
Yep.
be specific, 4-2 it is to KIRA Esports. They stand in the lead. It is the second half, and they are going to be on the defense, which of course means that this second half is extremely important for both teams. Of course, if Won't Stop Peaking walk away with a win somehow here, then that's it. The game is set and match. But if KIRA Esports end up with a win on a clubhouse here, then of course we'll end up in map number 3, Theme Park. And of course, that will mean make for an extra long game. And Won't Stop Peaking's endurance will be truly tested if it does come to pass.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday as well, Kira have already played an extra lengthy game, against MRCZ as well. That was quite long. Right now, Clubhouse is a go. I believe it's going to be, the same. Yeah, it's going to be the same rosters from these guys. So no major changes when it comes to any substitutions. But with all of that being out of the way, Won't Stop Picking on attack. What is their strategy? It's just going to be, move on forward and essentially start things off. For Kira Esports, I'd like to see, the Doc in Rook be utilized even more. And, considering the attackers really like to go for kills, I think that extra boost of health could help these guys. I know, Jack, we had a major discussion during the pre-match presentation about Doc and Rook and how they seriously can become their own thing, kind of like Mamai and Jaeger in the meta, especially for South Asia. But yeah, Kira Esports not using that right now. Rather, they're going very, very standard when it comes to Basement Church and Arsenal. You've got a Jaeger, you've got Melusi, Cade, and the 2 SAS operators. All standard, nothing out of the ordinary. It's really the play style that we're looking for Kira. Are they going to be huddled up inside of the bomb site, inside of the objective, like what Won't Stop Peaking were doing, and just falling back immediately? Or are Kira looking to extend even further, gain some of that map control and then look to initiate some of those kills? Questions to be asked time and time again. For right now, Kira Esports, they ready themselves, Won't Stop Peaking. These guys, I mean, yeah, yet again, Won't Stop Peaking are really the ones who will be the driving force of these particular rounds. They, as usual, shall be starting things off very, very early. Cobra is on the buff. That's quite interesting. A priority given to vertical angles, or they just want to make sure they can open up the kitchen hatch as soon as possible and have, the extra breaches brought on that Buck has as well. But still, I'm always going to be a big voice for the frag grenades that Buck had once lost, and just bring those back, man. As a Buck main, it pains me every single day.
At least it's a more reasonable request than the people who still latch on to Jaeger Bandit ACOGs. Let's be real here.
Oof.
Those things were,
Yeah.
no, that's just too far. All right, Jaeger Bandit ACOGs are too far. I mean, Buck Grenade, some might still argue that given how much he can do now with the Gun 6 as well that he has, sure, you could have that argument, but I'm not going to be much of a, I'm not gonna have much of a say in it because I don't really play Buck too much, and anytime I do, I die. So I don't really actually do the things Buck is meant to do. So I don't think I have quite the say in that conversation. In the meanwhile, Violet getting the main breach taken care of, but is it going to be tricked out? It might just be the Kaid is spotted, and Desmond takes that kill. Shisha going down, and Shisha, of course, retracted the Kaid Electroclaw as well. While he was doing so, Dark Lord using that vertical, vertical line of sight, or trying to at the very least. Deathmark came in and shut him down as quickly as possible. Shots fired. Desmond saw the feet of the Jaeger, couldn't quite emphasize on it though, as it's still a 4v4 going into the final minute 5 of the of the round.
Yep, won't stop picking. Essentially, want to speed up the process. They've gotten some kills. They're looking for that dirt control, but what a C4 toss from Vortex, and it lands as well. Desmond is the next person to depart. So Floor is gone, Sledge gone. You still have Cobra, of course, to help out with the verticality. Violet Versace can do a lot of the hard breaching, but this really is now the time for Won't Stop Peaking to think about execution, not necessarily think about, breaches and all that. That should be done plenty. Violet is going to drop down, looking for the diffuser plant, but denied. Down but not outstate to the Hibana, isolated, all alone, no way of retrieval. Hibana goes down. Cobra cannot find the kill onto Avidbi, who was crossing, the hallway. Cobra as well, the Melusi Banshee and the bullets from the MP5 kill him. Won't stop peaking one by one. They're sadly gone. KIRA Esports extend their lead even further. It's all down to Buckinator, and I don't believe much will be able to much will happen. No, just Avidbi runs around. Ferrari peaks with the SMG-11, gets the final kill. KIRA Esports now with 5 rounds, really good and really solid defense of theirs, even though the first casualty yet again went to Won't Stop Peaking. Still doesn't mean the fact that KIRA Esports, they're relentless with their defense.
Looks like Kira, despite the long pause, it has not paused for their own momentum. That seems to be for certain. 5-2 in their favor, and now they are just a few rounds away, 2 to be specific, from taking us to Theme Park map number 3. And of course, we'll just have to wait and see how they play things out from here. Again, for them, it's really smooth sailing, right? All they gotta do is defend, do the standard stuff on the defense of this map, aka Clubhouse, and they're just about good to go. But Won't Stop Peaking in the meanwhile, of course, for them, things aren't looking all too great. 2 and 5 down. They've brought the fuse out this time. Desmond coming in with that operator, of course, who can do so much utility clearance if used properly, of course. And with the bandit in play, that's going to be a lot more difficult than it looks. But for now, as we go into round number 8, let's see what Won't Stop Peaking have in store.
Alright, so this time for Won't Stop Peaking, yeah, they've got some differences, something else that they're preparing. KIRA, pretty much the same thing. KIRA realized last round worked really well for them, and same thing as Chalet, the time pressure is what's getting to these attackers, so they are going to rely on that. And that's the thing about Clubhouse, you can really prioritize the time pressure even more if you seriously want it, and as long as you are smart with the playstyle. So we are seeing the bandit tricking take place. Vortex seems to be really good at it. One of the EMP nades gone. Yet again, the attackers want to breach into CCTV. Hasn't happened. Maybe they need to try and send someone down on first floor, help it out. But no, it's going to be... Oh, it's a successful bandit trick. Even with a Twitch nade. Ooh. Yes, Vortex is in a down but not out state. But he can be revived. That's one exothermic gone. Now, KIRA Esports will be completing the... now Won't Stop Peaking will be completing the breach. But yeah, KIRA did a lot to prevent that. And again, it was a nice try from the defense. They exhausted a lot of utility from the attackers. But in doing so, Vortex as well, very low on HP. Still wants a kill with that MP7 and is still looking for a frag. But next in question for line in attackers is... what do they do now? Now that they've gotten CCTV open, did they go to garage, construction? Many questions to be asked.
That is the case, isn't it? how do they approach the rest of this round? They've got 70 seconds to figure it out, which is a good amount of time, but not a lot, mind you, as, they've got to get the, whatever idea they have in their head as an execute used and taken care of as soon as possible. There's still a Malusi down below, I believe. And of course, that could be a place to start. Shrisha could be taken out here now. They haven't done anything towards construction either. I'm not sure what they're thinking. Deathmar has also come around to the stock stairs here, top of stock stairs, that is. Could go for a jump out if he so chooses. Excuse me right there. Desmond's drone, in the meanwhile, will get a little bit more intel on the player on top of garage. Shots are being fired all over the place as Desmond's crossed into lounge. Desmond gets one, Buccaneer getting the other. Shots are fired. Deathhammer is low on HP. Vortex goes down as well. Massive collapse from the defenders, but they're still alive. There's still potential for them to win this out, but no, Buccaneer and Dark Lord get 2 kills very quickly and won't stop peeking with a flawless round. All right. What a way to send a message, as KIRA Esports, definitely that coordination that we saw from them earlier was not really much in play here because, of course, as we know, things didn't quite pan out the way they would have liked to in this map, in this round, I should say.
Yeah, no, in this round, KIRA Esports just completely fell through and went under. There's nothing they could have done. Every single kill went to the attackers, and no matter what KIRA were trying strategically, the player positioning, the crosshair placement, that was just the sad thing. Yeah, after all, at the end of the day, Rainbow-Six-Siege is a 5v5 tactical shooter. And in this instance, Won't Stop Picking was just far, far better with the kills. Not much to be said about that previous round. It was just KIRA looking really, really solid. Oh, sorry, it was just Won't Stop Picking looking really, really solid. And KIRA Esports, yeah, they kind of lost the ground under them to a certain extent. But now, going back to CCTV and Cash, they'll be looking to rectify all of those mistakes. They'll be looking to make sure they don't give away those freebies that casually. And, whenever they're looking to initiate the gunfights, they're a lot more careful and maybe to a certain extent a lot more reserved than usual as well. And again, for KIRA Esports, they want this map as soon as possible. They wouldn't like to, keep on giving rounds to Won't Stop Peaking, or wouldn't like what happened yesterday when they were up against MRCZ on Villa, where they had that 5-1 lead. And I mean, yeah, MRCZ then eventually end up winning it in overtime.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Right now, again, Won't Stop Peaking just has to focus on the round. They've got about, 1 round's worth of leeway here, where they could potentially turn things around, as the twist round will come in. Is the banditry going to be successful? Yes, it is. Again, just somebody, I've seen this so many times on Clubhouse recently that it honestly is starting to get to me a little bit. Somebody go downstairs and clear out lounge and just grenade the wall, or Zofia go down there. Somebody, this insistence on just Thatcher's available, we'll be able to do this, it's honestly getting to me at this point. Desmond is here with the fuse, of course. They're going to do a double placement on the wall, but the timing was off. Not quite. As there will be a kill taken, and a kill taken back in return. If Whitby gets Dark Lord, Cobra finding Vortex, the bandit getting down on the breach because he was there for so long, of course, making it a 4v4 at the minute 20 mark. Getting a couple of these kills. They know where another one is. Desmond has to be careful, though. The player in garage window definitely peeked for just a moment. Had he peeked earlier, might have actually gotten the fuse as well. As now the drones are going to find out where the remaining defenders are positioned and how best to approach them.
Right, so wait and see. There has already been plenty of progress from Won't Stop Peaking. Breach is done. They're looking to clear out the defenders, but this is their main problem. Athar swings and gets a double with the SMG-11, just completely nullifying all the progress Won't Stop Peaking had made early on. They're still in the bomb site. They're still looking for the kills. It's all down to Buckinator. 35 seconds on the clock. He has no choice but to rush forward, and it's the other person with the SMG-11 to shut him down, a Vidvi, on fire. KIRA Esports, they get match point. Very, very strong defense from theirs. They hold their ground. And this is the KIRA Esports you'd anticipate on defense on Clubhouse. This is the KIRA Esports that won yesterday against MRCZ. Won't stop peaking now are the ones who have that pressure built upon them and now need to win 3 rounds consecutively in order to push it into overtime, where still it's not certain if they shall win or not. Most likely, Team PAK it shall be.
And defuse bombs.
Yeah, like with each round that KIRA Esports wins, right, it gets almost more and more certain that Team Park will become an eventuality rather than a possibility. As Won't Stop Peaking, unfortunately, just a few too many mistakes there. Like I said, right, if there's a bandit tricking, and you know there's a bandit tricking because he did it literally in the last round, guys, Zofia, Ash, you know, they can clear from below if you don't want to spend your grenades. I don't particularly think Twitch was the right decision to be picked there. You have a Thatcher, you have a fuse, just clear out the wall and you're done. It doesn't take that much, and definitely not as much of a, you know, massive usage of time and utility as just trying to brute force the breach. And mind you, that bandit very nearly had it. Very nearly had both the cluster charge and the exothermic charge. The timing was just a little bit off. Not enough for the bandit trick to happen, but almost enough for them to lose out that interaction. So again, just sloppy work from Won't Stop Peaking. Like, there's no two ways about it. And now going into what is now round number 10, KIRA Esports will simply have to do whatever they can, right? Or not KIRA Esports, excuse me. Won't Stop Peaking have to do just whatever they can to try and take 3 rounds here against a KIRA that looks as confident as they are right now. Well, that's going to be a tricky proposition to say the least. You've got the Sledge this time. You've got the Flores from Desmond as well, so plenty of verticality to be used. That will be used, of course, as Shrisha's taking a ton of damage. Desmond gets that Kaid out of the way immediately. Big first kill, and a much needed one at that, as that will make sure the hatches can be opened up without any interruptions from the electrical artillers of the Kaid.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Okay, so yeah, Kate is gone. Easy breaches for the attackers, but the attackers still, they'll have a difficult time entering into bomb site with the kind of angles KIRA Esports are holding. Deathhammer, oh, he could have won that gunfight, but Desmond shuts him down, puts him 6 feet under. That is really good. More and more progress can be taking place from the side of Won't Stop Peaking. KIRA Esports under, I mean, again, not under pressure just yet, but considering at what point Won't Stop Peaking have already reached into their attack is problematic for the defenders. I mean, these guys are done with the breaches. They've pushed into dirt. They've killed 2 defenders. It's a 3 versus 5 now. KIRA Esports definitely need to make sure the final defenders have a lot better, have a lot better performance when it comes to getting those kills. So final execute for Won't Stop Peaking. Plenty of time. They can easily do whatever they want, hold whichever angle they'd like and is of their preference. Of course, they want to drop down from kitchen hatch. Violet Versace goes for that and lands a headshot onto Vortex. So it gets awfully a lot more difficult for Kira to move on forward. Avidvi, what?
Okay.
Yeah, not sure what happened to Avidvi right there. That could have been a kill, but no, it's going to be a round win for Won't Stop Peaking.
A round win for Won't Stop Peaking, and I do believe that was the first plant of the entire map as well, as Violet, I believe Violet managed to get it off right at the end, right? I do hope so anyway. There hasn't been a single plant this entire map of Clubhouse, if you can believe that. As right now, we're going to be going back to Basement Church and Arsenal Room. And similarly to how, you know, round 8 was CCTV taken by Won't Stop Peaking, round 9, KIRA Esports went back there and took it back. Won't Stop Peaking, the pressure's on them here, right? Because round 9,
right,
Won't Stop Peaking was just, you know, like floundering about, right? The way they played that round. I really have no ways to sugarcoat it properly. It was just a complete disorganization of their overall plan and entry. Whatever they wanted to do, it just wasn't there. So this round, they are now under pressure to not do that, because guess what? They lose this round. Sure, you could say, oh yeah, a bit of a back and forth in the final few rounds. Well, not really, because they lose this round, they're done here. Clubhouse will be over. We'll be going into theme park. They need to win 11 and 12
Attackers are moving
without
to locate a bomb and
too
defuse
many
it.
errors, because perfect Rainbow Six rounds don't really exist unless you get flawless rounds, and those are hard to do anyway. But they need to make sure to make
Exactly.
minimal mistakes. They need to get the first kill. They need to keep the body count advantage, amongst so many other things. We'll have to see whether or not they do so. Vortex has gone all the way to the top floor this time, of course, in a bid for a roam play from the Kira side. There should be another player joining him anytime soon, and that might be Deathomer. Of course, if the roam play does get brought in, again, won't stop peeking. What will be their response?
Oh, won't stop peeking. This time, again, they just want to drive home the fact that these guys will not be stopping anytime soon. Kira have this room established, and yeah, dealing with that, like you said, for won't stop peeking. Interesting what their plan is. Maybe these guys just still, look to push into the bomb site directly. It's going to be a lot more difficult getting kitchen control, knowing Deathmer is on the floor above and he can shoot you anytime. So that's the problem. But won't stop peeking can try something different. Maybe breach into the bar hatch, go in from dirt, and then execute. There are multiple factors that can be included, but
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
yeah, kitchen hatch now open. Vortex still gets the first kill. That's really nice. Cobra is out of the mix, and yeah, yet again it's the sledge gone. Who should be providing the vertical angles? There are multiple. I mean, there are overall 9 breaching angles. That's nice, but it's the vertical angles established by the defenders that are really making life a lot more difficult for Won't Stop Peeking. They chose not to counter these roamers. They chose not to clear them out, and it's exactly what's come to bite them in the back. Cobra gone, Desmond eliminated. Won't Stop Peeking 3 versus 5. They've got no choice but now to go for the bomb side. Roamers are already back. KIRA Esports are really playing it tactically. They're playing it very, very smart. And ultimately, this may just be the final round of Clubhouse.
It's looking very likely that it is. I mean, at what point does, what is normal for Clubhouse not become normal? I'm not entirely sure, because a roam hole like that on second floor, Clubhouse, is very, very normal. And yet there was no attempt made to try and counter it. Buckinator will cross over, is going to be seen. There's the Echo on the breach. A third gets the other one. It's all down to Violet in a 1v5. Last one remaining. There's the Jaeger approaching in the hallway. Okay, we'll get taken down, of course, unaware of Violet's actual position. Shots are fired, and there you go. Vortex gets the kill. KIRA Esports get the map. And folks, we are indeed going to be going to map number 3, aka Theme Park, is going to be in play. As the third map, of course, means that this game is far from over.
Yep, really, really good. And yeah, overall, I gotta say, Kira, exceptional with their performance, looking a lot better on Clubhouse than they were on Chalet. So yeah, both of these teams, now that we have a look at the map veto, makes a lot of sense why they chose the particular maps they wanted. Won't Stop Peeking went for Chalet, ended up winning there, very close call. KIRA Esports chose Clubhouse, and yeah, very well. They took a victory of theirs, got a point. So both of these teams, at the very least, no matter who wins the best of 3, they shall be going home not empty-handed. That's all well and good. But now they're playing for that extra prize. Won't Stop Peeking are a single point behind Kira in the overall group standings of the national. So they'd like to mitigate that and win on Theme Park. KIRA Esports want to extend that advantage even further, and of course secure their position in 3rd or 4th. So keeping that in mind, Theme Park is of course very, very important. But right now we're having a look at the map of Clubhouse yet again, starting off with the highlights, seeing the performances of these teams. And yeah, this was Kira, like I said, a lot more confident. They knew what they were doing, and even after the initial setback, the 2 rounds that Won't Stop Peeking won on their defense, Kira got back into their groove, and it just was a lot more harmonized the way in which they were playing.
Fully agreed with you there. Fully harmonized play from KIRA Esports, especially in the second half. Something that some would say they needed to do on Chalet. And while they tried it, it simply wasn't early enough for them to try and make that sort of a play. And all things considered, KIRA definitely walking out in a much better shape than they were found on this map. Of course, that being not the best shape, all things considered. For now, of course, we will simply, continue on with the highlights. We'll look at the match statistics in a short moment as well. And with after all of that, we will be going into map number 3. Theme Park is going to be interesting because Won't Stop Peaking going all the way to map 3 isn't new for them. They've done it before, but the question is, how long can they hold out when it comes down to their stamina? Because that's the real question here, right? And whenever a game goes as long as this, with as many pauses and rehosts as we have had so far, how long can the teams really hold down the fort for, hold their stamina for? Because of course, map number 3, it's going to be a messy fight on Theme Park. It's such a defender-centered map that even when you're 5-1 up, there's no guarantee of winning, because the second half of your opponent's defense could just be another 5-1, and then you'd end up in overtime. Let's go into the match summary, folks, to talk about what the statistics of the game that we just witnessed, of course. And for Kira, Avidwi this time leading the charge, 12 and 6, 73%, came in this map. Avidwi wasn't actually there for Chalet, but clearly Avidwi coming in made a whole world of difference for KIRA Esports.
Yeah.
Deathmer 9 and 6, 73% as well, 64% for Vortex Atharv and Shrisha, which of course puts them at a very, very good position. Cobra having a very quiet map in the meanwhile, 310, 36, Dark Lord as well, 4-9, 36%. Desmond doing so much work on his lonesome, 9-7, 64% cost, 4-1 on entry, but unfortunately, it simply was not enough. Buckinator not doing a whole lot in terms of the support, even though we saw Buckinator play a few support ops from time to time. Dark Lord and Cobra, like we said, very quiet maps as well. Violet and Desmond were the ones really doing the most work. But again, when you're how should I put this? When your team has, like we said this for Kira, right? When your team has a very front-loaded damage dealing situation, like in this case with Desmond and Violet, Buckinator was getting frags in the first half, sure. Second half, not so much. Desmond and Violet were the ones really playing across the rounds. When that's the case, when it's only 2 or 3 players doing most of the work, then your team, isn't exactly in the best position to win. Won't Stop Peaking, learning that the hard way. But yeah, folks, 7-4 for map 2, and we will indeed be going to map number 3. Theme Park will be in play. And this game, like we said, isn't over yet. In fact, if anything, it's become one of CCV's favorites. As he likes to say, the glorified best of one is now in effect.
Indeed, it is, and this best of one carries a ton of weight to it, like we just discussed. That extra point in the overall standings is up for grabs. And the reason we are highlighting this is because, of course, the next matchup we have in store today, Shaheens up against Team UWU. Those two teams, they're playing for 2 very different objectives. Shaheens, they just want to make sure they have the second position or try and overtake Hunters LFO for the first spot as well in the standings. Team UWU, they just want to get started and still want to have a shot at qualifying for the playoffs. 2 very, very different scenarios for those guys. These two teams in front of us, KIRA Esports up against Won't Stop Peaking, they're playing for pretty much the same thing. Of course, you've got KIRA Esports and Won't Stop Peaking, the players as well, right? KIRA Esports, team full sleeves, and Won't Stop Peaking, team t-shirts. These guys, they just want to make sure they get a spot in like the 3rd or 4th of that qualification spot, and that 1 point of Theme Park is going to be quite important, considering they are both facing off against each other for the final time, at least with the group stages, right? They may face off against each other in the playoffs if both of these qualify, perhaps, but but for right now, I gotta say that considering Theme Park is going to be played, it's most important that victory is of their own team.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? For Kira and Won't Stop Peaking in, it's down to the points, and they need points. Both of these teams do.
Yep.
And the more points they get, of course, the better for them in the long run. 1 point has been secured by each team. But now the question is, who will get the second point? Who will make it the 2-1 in their favor, get 2 points, put themselves up to that 3rd or 4th position, depending on how many they win and how many rounds they've won as well. Of course, round differential, when there's a clear difference in points, doesn't really matter. But when you've equalized with another team, of course, that's when the round differential comes into play. Of course, how many matches you won and lost as well, all of that becomes important. But of course, folks, if you're wondering if you're going to be taking a break, no, we are not. We did receive the news just now. There is no break. We're going into map number 3 in just a short while. The players are raring, I should say, and so are we for this game on Theme Park. By no means do I think that this is going to be a quick game. Oh no, we're gonna be here for a hot moment, folks. And that, of course, means that you should be too. Strap in with your popcorn and your drinks and all of that, as we will be going into the game in just a short moment. As soon as we have the lobby and all the players set back up once again. And now then, Theme Park will be in play. And all things considered, if nothing else, I do feel like Kira might actually walk away with the win here. Now, I know that's not what I said when we began the pre-match presentation all the way back before Chalet, which feels like an eternity ago now. But I gotta say, the way they played KIRA Esports, I don't see Won't Stop Peaking taking Theme Park. Just something about Won't Stop Peaking in a defender-sided map like Clubhouse didn't really, sell me on them on Theme Park. Whereas Kira, their defense was actually quite good overall. And their attack, of course, was also quite nice as well. So they might actually be able to take a couple runs on the attack. And if they do, then Won't Stop Peaking are going to be in a heaping helping of trouble.
I mean, that is true. Won't stop peaking. They've got to make sure the defense holds the test of time. Theme Park does run into the fact that you can go for a lot of kills over there. You can outright go for gunfights if you want, or you can play very, very slow. And especially as defenders, right, that choice is given to you for almost every single bomb site. You talk about first floor armory and throne, you've got second floor office, second floor bunk and daycare. That choice is there, whether you want to start going for kills or you want the attackers to get into the map and then try and eliminate them. Maybe you play within the bomb side, but the major thing for the side of Theme Park is going to be it's opposite to Clubhouse in such a way that right now you cannot just play very anchor heavy, unlike Basement Church and Arsenal on Clubhouse, where you can have 4 people within the bomb site and that's perfectly fine. On Theme Park, you need to extend. No matter the bomb site, no matter what kind of operator composition you have, you need to move on forward and extend it in have those roamers present all over the map, and then look to slow down the attackers. You can still not take gunfights, but you need the roamers all over the map. Otherwise, the attackers are just going to get into the bomb site very, very quickly and start the breaches and whatnot.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see how the roam game for Won't Stop Peaking's defense is going to be. Like you said, a very, very important thing, roaming on Theme Park, of course, as you want to stop the attackers from going for the breach. You want to stop attackers from going for the denials. And of course, as roamers, your job is to stay alive and waste as much time as possible. But on a map like Theme Park, getting a couple of kills actually becomes also just as important, because the more ground attackers take, the same hiding spots that the defenders could use before to keep themselves safe from the attackers now become the attackers' hiding spots, right? So it gets harder to root them out of those rooms. So keeping the attackers out in the first place is going to be very important. Think back to, say, Hunters LFO on a map like Theme Park, right? How Sandy goes for spawn peaks all the time on this map on the defense. We meme it a lot, right? But at the end of the day, the thinking here is the attackers shouldn't be allowed to get close to the site or even enter the building in some cases.
Yeah.
The more of that you can achieve, the harder it is for attackers, the more the pressure of Theme Park is applied onto your enemy team, and the more likely chances that you will win the round. Of course, all of that is just hypotheticals, right? Sure, I'm not saying that we're going to have Sandy level spawn peaks every single round for both teams, but it's a possibility in a few of these rounds at the very least, right? So it could happen, it couldn't. We'll simply have to wait to find out. As far as KIRA Esports go on the attack, well, there's not much to really say about attackers on this map, folks. It's always down to your fundamentals in theme park. Like attacking fundamentals are extremely important on theme park. You have to be aware of your surroundings. You've got to drone yourself and your teammates in. And if you're playing support, stay on the back end, let the entry fraggers do their work, clear out the roam, clear out any lurkers, and then you go in. Because if you lose your supports early on theme park, let's just say God be with you.
Oh yeah. Lose the supports, it's going to be a rough day in office for you. But right now, once more, we start off with the operator ban phase. Already in game, won't stop peeking. They go for the Dokkaebi man, and yet again, makes a lot of sense, especially now more than ever, considering the buff Dokkaebi received yesterday, with her cause now affecting dead teammates as well, who are dead defenders, shall I say, who are watching the cameras. Now, Osa goes off the board, Valkyrie soon follows, and yeah, yet again, all of these bans individually, they make a lot of sense. No adamants shown to hard breachers or anti-hard breachers. That is quite interesting. We haven't seen that a lot. Usually we do see that one sort of anti-breacher is usually banned on theme park because there is a heavy prevalence. But no, it's going to be Azami to be the final operator taken off the board. Quite interesting. But yeah, now that the operator ban phase is done, the players know which operators are off the limits. It's a matter of who will be picked by these players, and where exactly they should be going. So won't stop peaking. Yet again, on defense, every single map we have seen so far, it has been KIRA Esports on attack, and that theme shall continue. Bunkin Daycare is the bomb site.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Here
bombs
we
as they
go.
can.
The first site of choice from Won't Stop Peaking is second floor bunk and daycare, coming in from, of course, their side. KIRA Esports in the meanwhile, they'll have to try and just fare well in this first half. Like get a good thing going in the attack. A couple of rounds, even if it's 2-4 down, that's still a pretty good outcome, because Won't Stop Peaking on the attack will be struggling as well initially, right, as they come to grips with this with the attack on theme park. It's just something that takes a hot minute to get used to, because it's so different from defending and so much more difficult. Like attack on theme park is basically like the Dark Souls of Rainbow Six at this point, I guess you could call it, as there's so much to do, so much to clear, so much to drone, so much intel to get as well. Dark Lord, all right, so we do have spawn peaks going, but Dark Lord, unfortunately, not able to catch anyone off early, which of course is, unfortunate, but it's not something to be too sad about, because at the end of the day, spawn peaks can only net you so much. Even someone like Sandy doesn't get them every single time. You've got the Mira in play, mind you, and for attackers, Thatcher is also available. Vortex has brought out that operator, as the bans have been, of course, Osa and Dokkaebi for the attack, Valkyrie and Azami for the defense. And it is interesting to see Dokkaebi get banned from Won't Stop Peaking side. I get it, pretty annoying operator, but at the same time on theme park, Dokkaebi's overall influence wouldn't really be as strong as someone like Thatcher, because the rooms are much smaller than the actual size of the map. Thatcher's EMPs can affect a lot more things than even on Clubhouse. So that's something to watch for as you continue into the round. Of course, minute 50 on the clock, not much has happened, as the attackers simply try to get, map control.
The attackers are indeed looking to get that map control, but won't stop peeking. They're holding their ground, maintaining, all the angles. And finally, a bit of extra utility used by KIRA Esports allows them to breach forward, gain CCTV control, and then, push into initiation as well when they see fit. But Avidby takes the gunfight, takes down Cobra, and once more it's going to be Avidby, the top fragger of the previous matchup, to have that initial kill for himself, and KIRA Esports to be on the front foot forward with how they are approaching this entire matchup. So yeah, good progress from these attackers. I gotta say, slowly but surely they're getting the map control, pushing the defenders even further. They've just got to be careful with what their next step is and with how they proceed. They have people on the first floor. They've got people on the second floor as well. The thing is, Where did they get the next skill? And then how do they move on? But Atharv does the job for them. Won't stop peeking. Now down to 2 members who are also initiating the gunfights while Versace goes down. And it's all down to this lonesome Melusi now.
However, of course, it could still be possible. Okay, Buckinator, he had found a Vidwi, but Deathamer on the yellow stairs got the call out that, the Melusi is inside of office room. I want to clean her up, and of course, that is exactly what happened right there. Buckinator, of course, like we said, nearly finishing off this entire round with a clutch, but KIRA Esports denying that. And of course, again, for Kira, this is important, right? As for them, they don't want any sort of momentum interruptions. Now that they have won a map, they're coming in with their spirits held high and their, their aim on point, basically. The more they take rounds on the attack here, the harder it is for Won't Stop Peeking to reply in kind. And the harder it is for Won't Stop Peeking to reply in kind, well, the better it is for KIRA Esports, as they could make this a short and quick game. But of course, we know for a fact, this isn't going to be a short and quick game, folks. Let's not delude ourselves. This is going to be a long one, so yeah, strap yourselves in.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to, take its time. Hopefully, it's just lengthy because of the rounds and the way in which teams are playing, and hopefully none of the players encounter any tech issues to further lengthen the match, because that's just going to be that's going to be unfavorable for the players, the viewers, everyone. But regardless of that, KIRA Esports off to a good start. Won't Stop Peeking now know exactly what they're up against and potentially how to deal with this kind of attack from KIRA. The last round was extremely close. It was a 1v1 towards the very end. Buckinator could have won that duel, but sadly it just wasn't meant to be. Perhaps this round can be better for the defenders. They have gone to Armory and Throne. They have opted for, one of the more favorable bomb sets for the defenders. They can make their way, and they absolutely can take the win there. The only thing is, what is Won't Stop Peeking's approach right here? KIRA Esports, same thing from them. Clear out roamers, have that active zoning. If you see someone, shoot them. If you don't see someone, start the execute. Have the vertical lines of sight established. Atharv has been doing an excellent job. We saw him on Chalet and on Clubhouse with the vertical angles. This time, Deathamer is the sledge as well. So he's got, the breaching hammer to instigate and initiate a lot more lines of sight. But it's Desmond who gets the opening kill, and Shrisha has been put 6 feet under, which also means no nomad air jabs for these attackers. So these defenders, they can launch any kind of late round flanks if they want on second floor.
That, of course, is a big thing to stay open in the remainder of the round, as Vidwi takes a ton of damage as well. Not exactly sure from where. The side being first floor thrown, it could very well have been a C4 from down below. We'll have to wait and see. Deathamer walking into initiation now, going up to try and catch a roamer or two, maybe. Catch somebody else off guard. There is a player there. Deathamer just has to be a little bit careful about this. Buckinator finds Vortex. And did that drone... Oh, wait a minute. Buckinator gets another one. Okay, this Melusi is not happy about the state of things. Does get taken down, but Vidwi is mighty low on HP. Almost on that magic pixel of 1 health remaining. As meanwhile, Deathamer has taken a bit of a gunfight up here as well. Spots the Oryx, takes him down. Desmond off the board. 2v3, which is still a possible, possible man count to deal with. As Vidwi takes Cobra down as well. Okay, this is now turning more and more possible with each kill, but 35 seconds and the entry could be on Split or Dragon Door, both of which are very dangerous. They need to try and get the diffuser. They need to go from one part of the map only. Both players are watching Dragon Door. It feels like the last 2 defenders. There's the grenade, and there's the kill. Violet goes down. Deathamer, all he has to do is know where Dark Lord is, but of course the Gemini Replicator being shot gives away the position. Deathamer has to peek this any minute now. Where is that final defender? In Split. Oh no! That's the gas grenade! Deathamer has to get this kill. He sees the smoke, but Dark Lord gets the other kill as well. Oh dear me. Looks like we've had a bit of a miscommunication from the KIRA Esports side of things. They could have actually done it. It was a potential 2v4 clutch that they nearly had, but the smoke ends up winning the round ultimately. And that, of course, means that the scoreline is going to be 1-1 equalized in the first two rounds
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, for the side of Won't Stop Peaking right there. Again, really good start, and towards the very end got dicey, but they managed to close it out regardless. It's the round end that matters, kind of like the theme it has been for the first two maps as well, in a certain way, that no matter how the teams have been playing, is the final result that counts. For Won't Stop Peaking winning out map number 1, Kira winning out map number 2, no matter the individual performances, no matter if you look into the game overall for the standings, it's all about the teams getting the points. But now, yeah, starting off round number 3, we can see that this time Won't Stop Peaking, they just want to continue the momentum. They'll be going to bunk in daycare, so not opting for office and initiation just yet. Okay, all right, interesting. As for Kira Esports, last time we saw these guys on second floor, they were quite confident. It was really armory and throne, where, I mean, to be fair to Kira, they should have been able to win out that final round had it not been for that extended time pressure that got to them, alongside the smoke canisters that eventually allowed Won't Stop Peaking to, secure that round in a 1v2 to go in their favor. But regardless of that, Kira Esports, a similar tactic can be employed. They can enter from Dragon Stairs, they can get security room control, CCTV control, breach in towards initiation, get the reinforcements open, and then move on forward. I don't think they'll be trying something extraordinarily different.
Yeah, not for the time being. I don't think so. Kira's overall attack strategy isn't really going to change. The site, of course, back on second floor. But given that it's already worked once, I don't see why KIRA Esports wouldn't go for a largely similar strategy this time. Again, as Trisha this time again on the Nomad, clearing out and making sure that those runouts, aren't going to be a bit of a problem going forward from this part of the round. Those runouts have been a problem before for multiple teams, and even in ranked, those runouts from the first floor are a bit of a nuisance. But good time on Kira's hands right now, as they have cleared out a large part of the Dragon Hallway. Oh, Desmond! I'm not sure what the Miro is thinking right there, going that far ahead into the bathroom as well. Everybody gets that kill. The Twitch just in there, second floor bathroom that is, getting that kill as well. That's going to set things back for Won't Stop Peaking quite a bit. They tried, to reinitiate their aggressive playstyle, but of course, unfortunately, in this case for Desmond, it didn't really pay any dividends, as the first kill has gone off. A third could get a second one, but no, he's going to focus on the breach. No mute jammer detected, so it looks like he's going to get that done, which of course means that bunk itself is going to be so much harder to defend from daycare and the hallways, as if KIRA Esports gets control on bunk, then Won't Stop Peaking will have a tough time. But the mute jammers there are doing their work. Thatcher's coming in to get that taken care of. And there you go. The breach is going to come off now. Buccaneer sees this. The call out is given. One impact is sent. The second one as well. Wait, did that deny both Selmas? I think it did. Oh, that's big. And Violet finds Deathamer as well. Violet with two. Coming around from out of nowhere. Buccaneer gets Shrisha. And it's now a 4v2. Won't Stop Peaking. Have just suddenly turned this around. What a way to win the round as well. Well played indeed.
About a domino effect right there. Wild as well. Triple kill towards the end. And for Won't Stop Peaking, yeah, held their ground time after time after time after time. KIRA Esports just fell through. That was it. Plain and simple. KIRA Esports just, ending up in the crosshairs of these defenders and couldn't manage their way out of it. That was pretty much it. Quite interesting what happened right there. But yeah, another round goes the way of Won't Stop Peaking. It's good to see. But yeah, so far this has been quite favoring the defenders. The only question is office and initiation. Is this bomb side going to go the way of Won't Stop Peaking as well? Because KIRA Esports, they can be a lot more direct with how they want to attack. Yet again, I think they'll be doing the same thing. Enter from cash, get security control, have one person watch the arcade hatch as well, just so if they can find out any of the defenders. But yeah, interesting considering Won't Stop Peeking haven't gone for drug lab and storage. It is a difficult bomb site to hold, but I think the change in pace, if executed correctly, can really favor the defenders. But it's also quite certain why these guys, they would not like to go for that, wouldn't like to go for the extra headache of just essentially going through that entire new bomb site, have a new plan. If they don't already have it, make something up and all that. So office and initiation also makes sense. But yeah, this map as well, right? Theme park, it is another one of those maps where you really can go for any of the bomb sites. It's not that bad of a situation. Like on Clubhouse, you really mainly never go for bar and stock unless you're one of the one of the 5-6 teams internationally who have like picked it once or twice. Here, drug lab and storage still preferable if needed.
It all comes down to, the preference at the end of the day, right? For the teams, what side they actually like to go to, and what their overall playstyle is. Lab and storage is not really a site that any team goes for unless you're Hunters LFO, of course, because they love that site. They've played it multiple times before to great success. Also, part of that success has to be attributed to the fact that nobody plays lab and storage. That's kind of a given, I guess. So there are a few things at play with the decision making for it. As for the time being, we have the breaches being taken care of. We do hear Salma's being deployed and destroyed as well, or blown up, I should say. That is towards the security side of things. You have the alibi Prisma giving away the location of one player. Grenade is out. Ooh, Violet only barely surviving that one. But of course, could get a kill if that Sledge decides to stand up. Any second now, Dark Lord gets one. In the meanwhile, Avidwi going down. That's a big kill. Goyo taking one. Could take another couple. Violet being low on HP doesn't really mean much if that mute still stays alive, as Violet has been pretty, pretty consistent on this map as well. 4 rounds, 4 kills so far. Buckinator as well as, no, that's not gonna help a turf. That's probably the worst thing to do as he and Shrisha go down. Vortex, now the last one standing, gets one, but Violet trades it back immediately. Oh dear. Oh dear.
I'd like for someone to I don't know if anyone has made this statistic, but like I love everyone in KIRA Esports. I know these are some of the people personally as well. How many team kills have they had over this competitive year? Like how many has it been? Surely it's double digits, right? Surely it's double digits. It's not even a meme at this point. It's like, how do you know what? Okay, next time you see it. Next time you see it. It's. I mean, I know for a fact there is going to be a next time because of course, I mean, but all right, enough of that. Won't Stop Peeking, regardless team kill or not, Won't Stop Peeking are looking very, very solid on their defense, and they need to capitalize on this to the maximum of the potential. What I mean by that is very obvious: 5 and 1. They need that 5 to 1.5 in order to make sure they. In order to make sure that it's going to be a good map for them, or in order to maximize the chances of them winning out the map overall, because that's the main thing. Like KIRA Esports on defense, you never know how strong they can be. So keeping that in mind, for the side of Won't Stop Peeking, the 5-1 can really initiate and expedite the process of them winning this entire matchup. And it'll just be 2 more rounds that they'll have to achieve on their own attack once the side swap happens in order to secure the match win for them.
For now, we'll just have these pre-placed utilities and C4s waiting for whenever an operator says push out. Dark Lord, okay. The smoke on top of Dragon Stairs, peeking the window like that, that's an interesting decision, of course, by the smoke. I don't think we normally see smoke players, take that long, that early of a gunfight, or at least try to. I think the idea was to surprise the attackers, kind of. But to no avail. Deathmare in the meanwhile going for the verticality on a security room right next to initiation. Of course, as soon as the top of the wall in the maintenance corridor is taken care of, that means grenades can be tossed in. There's going to be an ADS or two to deny said grenade, but of course, a little bit of utility burning can take care of it nice and quickly. Desmond using the Oryx's advanced mobility to take, action, or I should say inaction, aka get away from the potentially getting taken out by the roam clear, of course. Oryx is great for a lot of things, and mobility being the best part of that operator. Regardless, Vortex finds Cobra. That's a big drop right there. The Jaeger is off the board. Of course, Jaeger's ADSs will still be passively helping out the team. But as the EMPs go out and as the timer ticks down, KIRA Esports, they need to get another kill here, or another two even, given how many members of the Won't Stop Peeking defense are inside of the site. Here comes one gas grenade of Vidri. The grenade is going to toss it in. That's the shield gone. 55 seconds. KIRA Esports are looking poised for a play here, but that Kaid flank could be huge.
Can be, we will keep our eyes out on Buccaneer to see what it eventually leads up to. But as for KIRA Esports right now, looking for that executing the bomb site, one of the members has already made their way through, but as quickly as they do, they eliminated the SMG-11s in full force. Here is the counter retaliation from Kira, Avidbi, and Vortex, firing off on all cylinders, but it's all down to the Iana right now, helping her teammate, reviving, just making sure he's not in a down but not out state anymore. Vortex is back into the game. KIRA Esports back into this round looks highly unlikely, and it's Wild Versace yet again. The SMG-11s seem to be just the MVP or the MVG of this entire best of three. Just, time and time again, the headshots, the amount of SMG-11 plays we've seen so far. My God.
I mean, it's a fantastic and super fun game to super fun gun to play around with, right? So I can understand why there's such a lot of love for it. And of course, when it's netting you headshot after headshot like that, I mean, there's no two ways about it, folks. SMG-11 is pretty much one of the best guns in the game. Even if the statistics and all of that mumbo jumbo numbers might not support it, the gun just feels great. It just feels great to fire as well, which is, of course, one of the biggest plus points. There's a lot of guns in Siege. Some of them don't necessarily feel all that great, even when you're getting kills with them. Take, for instance, Sense's gun. I forgot the name of that gun as well, but it doesn't feel great, right? It feels strong for an attacker rifle, but that's about it. To fire it, to get kills with it, it's not particularly great. It doesn't also help that Sense's gadget is the way it is as well, given that the RAU projectors are not exactly all that strong now, are they? So yeah, but that's a discussion for a different day. I don't really think we're going to be seeing Sense from Kira or Won't Stop Peeking. So that's, again, a whole
Have we seen
different
Sense
argument.
at all in the Nationals?
I think
don't think we have.
did. No. I think we
When?
have in a Hunters game from the first 4 days,
Oh.
maybe. Not in the last couple of
Okay.
days, like not last night, not tonight either, so far.
Yeah.
But in a Hunters game, I
tonight
do
we
remember
haven't.
Sense being in play.
Huh.
Yeah, tonight, obviously not, right? We're literally here casting the game.
Yeah. But it has been a pretty long night already. And of course, we've got another best of three lined up as well. Entertainment doesn't stop here at the esports club, but for Won't Stop Peeking, these guys, they are definitely enjoying the matchup, be it entertainment or just be it victories and kills. Dark Lord starts things off, and yet again, KIRA Esports on the back foot. That's the entry fragger and top fragger now off the board. Vidby departs. Question is for KIRA, once more, how do they proceed forward? Won't Stop Peeking are looking mighty confident on this entire map so far, I gotta say that things are just looking really solid for them. For KIRA Esports, how do you tackle this? Because, Jack, you could tell me, and I'm not pretty sure on this as well, but I haven't seen KIRA play too much of Theme Park. That's what the decider maps usually are. Maps which teams haven't played a lot but aren't outright like bans of theirs. But KIRA Esports on Theme Park, it's a new site, and it's a site where they aren't the strongest. I mean, we saw Kira on Clubhouse. That's where they were confident. This time, Kira are looking a little shaky. I don't know if that's their attack or some other reason.
I think, yeah, no, now that I think about it, I gotta agree with you. Kira, like Theme Park, isn't their first option. Sometimes it's not even their last option, right? Like maps like Theme Park, maps like Skyscraper, they don't go for, right? But
Yeah,
ironically
but
enough,
they're
they go
not
for
bans
Border,
of this.
which, yeah, but at
Exactly,
the same time,
exactly.
Border, which they pick, and yet Border has not been the best map for them now, has it? At the same time, I think we can also agree on that. So, some odd decisions by the Kira camp, as Cobra in the meanwhile will find a Turv. Big drops happening. Violet goes down. That's a huge kill right there. That mute has been a pain in the Kira backside. But of course, Dark Lord is still here. Shrisha goes down. 2v4 now. Deathamer and Vortex, the last two standing. And they've got to make something of this, but in 20 seconds and at a 2v4, there's really not much to do. EMPs can only give you so much clearance on the map. We'll find one. Dark Lord goes down. Deathmark gets another. Wait a minute. This could be possible. A trade. It's a 1v1 now. Buckinator, all he has to do is stay alive in this corner. And where is Vortex going to go? He goes into the site. You might want to try for the plant. Maybe? No, he can't. He just doesn't know where the Melusi is. Doesn't want to take the risk at the same time. So, of course, the round ends up lost, as Won't Stop Peaking will win another. And that's actually a 5-1 first half, folks, which is obviously massive, right? But here's the kicker. Here's the catch. It's the second half. And Kira are now on defense. Confident or not, you can't deny this much, at least, CCV, that any team going on defense on Theme Park has that inherently almost overwhelming advantage.
Bombs from being defused by attackers.
Ooh, well, yeah, right now for KIRA Esports, they can absolutely overturn it. They can get back into it. And like you said, you know, they can have the same kind of defensive half that Won't Stop Peaking did. Thing is, do Won't Stop Peaking allow that, or are they going to be firing off on all cylinders as soon as they, I mean, as soon as, you know, the action phase starts? KIRA different strategy, Mozzie and Mute brought out from them, and it's going to be Vortex as well to further enhance the anti breach. And then you've got a bit beyond the Frost to, you know, get the Frost mats, of course, because very necessary, and the bulletproof shield. So yeah, overall, all set in standard from both of the teams, from all 10 of the players. It's pretty much the same thing. For Won't Stop Peaking, the only thing is that, you know, their method of attacking or their direction of attacking needs to be a bit different than what KIRA were doing. KIRA enter from cache, enter from Dragon Stairs, get security control. That was it. For what Won't Stop Peaking, they can attack from anywhere. And where did this skill just what? Was Vortex like spawn peeking or something? Did he get punished for that? No matter where the kill happened, that's a C4 gone. That's the MP7 off the board, and it's not even been 30 seconds.
Yeah, and interesting decision making from Kira's end to let Vortex go for a spawn peek of all things at this point in this map. Because at the end of the day, sure, if a spawn peek is successful, it's very, 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 very powerful, right? But the thing is, if the spawn peek fails and the player dies, then things get so much more difficult. The Nook missing the shot of Vidvi, fires back immediately, gets Desmond, makes it a 4v4. That's, of course, all good. That's something that they definitely needed, because if they didn't get that one, then, well, let's just say Won't Stop Peaking with the body count advantage would have been nearly, well, not nearly, but very hard to stop. Not impossible, but very difficult to stop. Dark Lord taking a bit of damage, approaching into security for the time being. Of course, security itself is being watched over as Deathmark jumps down, potentially for a C4 play. Grenades are coming in as well. Dark Lord has used up both of his own. Deathmark gets Buckinator. That's the Twitch gone. 3v4 now, as things are looking more and more dicey with each passing second here. Shisha finding Dark Lord, all down to Cobra and Violet in the meanwhile, as they have to figure something out. As Kira, well, their defense has actually found these operators of Won't Stop Peaking in these isolated gunfights, and Avidvi gets one more. The Hibana not in a position to do much, as Violet Now the last one standing. Position will be given away now that the shots have been fired. There's a Mozzie coming in. Gets taken down. 1v3. Still pretty possible given that there's 40 seconds on the clock. More shots fired, but the Melusi walks away somehow. Violet doesn't know where the Frost is. Almost gets taken down by him too. Needs to be careful about any position he takes from here on out. Going in towards the side, but a third with a shotgun shuts him down as Kira, after 5 straight rounds won by Won't Stop Peeking, Kira will put their second on board.
Yes, they will. Really, really solid stuff from their side. And yeah, yet again, held their ground, made sure that Won't Stop Peeking whatever angles they were challenging, wherever they were challenging those angles from, it wouldn't be successful for their side. And ultimately, that is indeed what ended up happening. So a very strong defensive start for these guys. Won't Stop Peeking right now. They just need to make sure tactically everything is sound, Kills, they're going to go one way or not. Kills is something Won't Stop Peeking don't need any securance or any kind of security in, or any extra confidence, because they are already extremely confident in the way they go. I mean, we still remember, I'm not completely sure if the Won't Stop Peeking interviews are out. I don't believe they have, but I just gotta say to everyone, make sure you are following the esports club on all our socials, and you're following R6 Esports SA on the Twitter account as well, to not miss out on the interviews that have been happening. But yeah, Won't Stop Peeking and their interview that had been conducted, these guys were really, really confident in their play style and of course in their kills. So coming back to the point I was saying, they don't need extra confidence in that. What they do need confidence is making sure whatever they're doing and however they're approaching this map, be it early round map control or late round execution, they're just very well aware and they don't have much flaws in it. Let's see exactly what their plan is right now. They've got they've got members on the roof and they want to execute from cafe. Makes sense. It's not the exact same Kira we're going for. Kira usually look for dragon stairs control and then move on forward. But yeah, it's still manageable. Both of these approaches are perfectly fine, perfectly logical. It's now just down to what is Kira's reply and how do Won't Stop Peeking anticipate it.
That is the thing, isn't it? As in the meanwhile, Buckinator with the Twitch, doing a bit of work there, gets rid of the mirror window. Twitch, of course, a nuisance for all of this that she can get up to and make things just so much difficult for these defenders here. As more and more utility will slip away from them with the Thatcher and the Twitch both in play. For now, we'll just have to wait and see. Desmond gets the first kill of Vidwi going down. Desmond has been downed as well. Deathhammer getting the trade immediately. That's a good thing about Won't Stop Peeking. As Buckinator goes down, Vortex comes around the back, gets that kill. And that, of course, denies any more damage being dealt by Buckinator himself. Cobra pushing into Cafe right about now. Violet has been downed. Another massive drop. Oh, dear me, that's a Twitch. Excuse me, that's a Frostmat. Dark Lord finding one in the meanwhile as Violet goes down. Deathmark confirms that kill. Dark Lord needs to be careful of the stairs, and he is being so, as the Wamai is just running around down below. The site's above, mind you. And I think there's only one defender remaining. Yes, the Wamai has gone to Dragon Stairs, coming around from that part of the map, as the default cams need to be taken care of, and they will be so. Where is the Mira? Inside a vault. Where is the Wamai? Actually, there's 3 defenders remaining. My bad. I was working under the assumption there were 2. But there was actually 3. A third is also still around, which makes things a bit more difficult. Dark Lord and Cobra need to get at least one. Need an entry some way, somehow. Sending a grenade down through the drone hole. Not going to do much off that. 35 remains now. Another grenade by Dark Lord. Doesn't get the mute, of course, because it wasn't really cooked all that much now, was it? Cobra wants to go through this rotation that they've got here. Dark Lord getting a Turvo. That's huge right there. Do they know where the Wamai is in security? I don't think they do. This could be huge. If the Wamai pushes here, he's not gonna. Not just yet. Shots are fired. He actually gets him. Never mind. Diffuser's dropped. It's a 1v2. And it's all down to Dark Lord, the last one standing. He's got to do something about this. He's still weary about anybody on the other side of the map. Pushing up. Gets seen by the Wamai, and Deathhammer shuts him down. KIRA Esports taking another round.
Yet again, KIRA Esports, they play the time game. They go completely off the grid. They desert the bomb site. and then won't stop peeking when they're looking for that plant of the diffuser. That's when Kira strike and they get another round, only 2 off before they can equalize the score and potentially push it in towards match point as well. Armory and Throne is going to the bomb side, looking mighty strong for Kira right now. They are looking extremely confident with how they'd like to approach this bomb site right here and push towards that win, just looking for that flawless defender win rate, defender win half. Now the question is it going to be successful? Won't stop peaking. What is their plan? They've got Desmond as the buck, so they already know that these guys, they're looking for that vertical control, and that is really nice. They already know that the bomb set is going to be Armory and Throne. You prepare for it. You ready up your counter attack resources. You ready up your operate composition in such a way. But while I'm mentioning that, the gridlock will be chosen. So there's a lot going on. It's the Thatcher, Cobra on the Amaru. But yeah, as for Won't Stop Peaking, still, plan is send Cobra up, one of the like top floors, get control of second floor, and then push forward. And as we see that, okay, Atharv unfortunately has disconnected, which means that I believe, KIRA Esports right now, they shall be in a problematic spot because they've lost one of the defenders and it's essentially a 5 versus 4 now.
That's, not exactly great for KIRA Esports now, is it? Because the Turf has been doing a good ton of work, especially in the first half, but in the second half, he switched more to a support role. But even then, supports are always important. Right now, we'll just have to wait and see what the reaction is from KIRA. How do they rally around themselves going into the rest of this round? There's one player above towards the Dragon Stairs landing, and it seems like that's the alibi. Dathomir up here will be pinged, and of course, position is given away. Cobra's going to drop down the hatch in a vending machine corridor. Looks like it will be the case. Dathomir gets Desmond in the meanwhile. That's your Thatcher gone. Oh no, retreating through Dragon Stairs, finds the Thatcher, cleans up on that kill, makes it a 4v4, but more importantly, that breach is now going to be so much more harder because, of course, you've got the Kaid and Mute. The Mute Jammers are in play already, and Kaid's Electric Claws as well, and denying them just got that much more difficult because there's only 2 grenades as well, and not much else to burn utility in terms of throwables. The only throwables, in fact, that any denial will be burned through are those, grenades from Dark Lord. So that's a massive kill. That's going to have massive implications for this round.
Yep. Oh, indeed, it will. And right now, I gotta say that for the side of Won't Stop Peaking, they've lost one of their... Oh, I was going to say one of the important operators. They need to focus on kills. But as soon as I say that, Buckinator also falls. So, KIRA Esports, now these guys, they're looking good. They can hold their ground, and once more, just wait for the attackers to eventually end up in their crosshairs. Their defense doesn't need to do a lot. It just needs to wait and watch exactly what happens and exactly how Won't Stop Peaking will be looking to execute, because time will be getting to these attackers plain and simple. As for utility, no flashes present. 2 frag grenades that Dark Lord can throw into the bomb side, alongside all the hard breaches that have happened. These defenders and their angles. Oh! Well, now it's a lot more difficult for the defenders to maintain their angles, but they're still holding them regardless. 10 seconds now on the clock. Cobra, Dark Lord still there. Vortex, the only one to oppose them. Diffusers going down. Cobra present. Vortex escapes the bomb site, but only temporarily. Diffuser is planted. Both of the attackers are ready to take the gunfights if they want. Well, now it's all down to this lonesome Amaru. SMG-11, but now it's in hand of one of the attackers, and Cobra needs to make some exceptional use with it, kind of like what has been happening with this weapon. Vortex has got an impact nade. If he throws it in the right spot, looking to stick the diffuser. No, he's not. He goes for it yet again. Time pressure certainly getting to him. Cobra goes, and the SMG-11 yet again works wonders. SMG-11 stands for Sigma Machine Gun, the way it is killing everyone right now.
You actually went there. I was not expecting that one, I'll give you that. But, That is now match point for Won't Stop Peaking. They just need one more round, folks. One more round to finish things off here. A pause has been taken by KIRA Esports as Atharv did disconnect, has not reconnected since. So we're waiting on Atharv's reconnection. Until then, we'll have to take this pause. We do apologize for it. We've had a lot of these today, but this one, hopefully it's the last one of the night, and hopefully it's not too long either. And hopefully I just haven't jinxed us, with my hopes and dreams for the rest of this game. But for the time being, let's just wait and see. Now, mind you, CCV, this
Yeah,
round that Won't Stop Peaking won, it got so excruciatingly close, right? So for Won't Stop
exactly.
Peaking to win one more round, it's still gonna be pretty difficult, right? Kira is gonna be pretty mad about the fact that they lost that round despite making it a 4v3 early on. It was just Won't Stop Peaking, flooding into the side the way they did and clearing out the way they did that allowed them to, you know, run it over, get the plant down, and get the round win. So, what do you think? How long is it going to be before Won't Stop Peaking gets the round, or are they going to be able to at all?
Oof, won't stopping. They may be able to. All they need is that one essential kill or that, one essential moment to top it all off. It is certainly possible. Maybe they get an exceptionally good start, like a double kill to start things off. If anything along the lines of that happens, it's going to be a lot more easier and they can absolutely get that final round. But if rounds previous to this keep taking place where KIRA Esports, they maintain that stronghold through and through and it's constant trades, 5v5s, 4v4s, 3v3s, then it's going to be a lot more difficult for Won't Stop Peaking to essentially close out the map. And they can be the KIRA Esports as well, where closing out the map can be a particular difficulty of theirs.
Well, that obviously puts things into a bit of a conundrum, isn't it? Even at 6-3,
Yeah.
Theme Park is just that kind of a map where you can't tell if it's one way or the other. And of course, we'll just wait for Atharv to reconnect as soon as possible, hopefully, before we get the round back up and running. Again, we know that the pause is not great for our viewers at home. Trust me, it's not great for us either here at the caster's desk. But we'll have to wait and see. As in the meanwhile, of course, I do believe a pause was taken earlier, but it was from Won't Stop Peaking's end, right? So yeah, unfortunately, the pause timer that is allotted for each team has been used up, which means, well, the only other thing that they can do now is request
Defenders,
a
protect your bombs
rehost.
from being defused by
And it seems
attackers.
like we will be going into a rehost here, folks. Again, mighty apologies for all of this, but it is what it is. There's no real control that we can have over, situations like this. Atharv's disconnection here. But hopefully it gets resolved quickly. That's really all I can say, and that's
Yeah.
really all I want to say about it because we had this discussion already in map number 2 with the deja vu, right? Almost deja vu. As Won't Stop Peaking, of course, they're going to take this time to figure out what they want to do on the attack. They kind of know the site. Well, not really, I guess. The drones didn't really get anywhere before the rehost, but they'll have an idea of where the site could be. They could, realistically speaking, they could go back to Bunk Daycare, which is now going to be unlocked, or they could go back to Throne, KIRA Esports, that is. I don't think they want to go back to Throne, given that it was a 4v5. They couldn't really assess what they were able to do and not do on Throne Room, right? So best
Right.
case scenario, second floor bunk and daycare is going to be probably the site of choice. If once they're peaking are able to narrow that down, they can hone in on a plan of action and play accordingly based on what they've seen so far from KIRA Esports. This rehost actually gives them that time. So in a way, momentum, while it might be lost, if they're able to plan this properly, which I know Won't Stop Peaking are not known for, but if they are able to plan this properly, then they should be able to win it out pretty quickly here. Again, should being the operative word here.
Yeah, they should be able to close it out, but then again, there's so many factors to be considered right here, and especially I think now is the time where it's very rare I talk about this, or like it's very rare people in general talk about this in best of threes, but like fatigue must surely be getting to the players to a certain extent, and it's more about the mental fatigue as well rather than physical. When you talk about best of fives, then you have to consider both physical and mental fatigue, because you're in there for 4 to 5 maps constantly yelling and giving 100% of your focus into the match itself. Everyone has been there. Even in your ranked matches, people feel tired after 2, 3, 4, 5 maps. And again, ranked matches are wildly different and incomparable to professional competitive games, because there's just so much more going on, and of course there's so much more on the line. These players know that there are multiple, so many people watching them. There's so much on the line. You're playing for the South Asian National like playoff spots. There are $11,000 overall in the prize pool up for grabs. So yeah, it can be really, really fatiguing and can be very tiring for the players, and I think that can be one of the factors for these teams. One good thing that we've been seeing is the substitutions. I believe we are almost every single team that we've had here in the Nationals is quite regular with their substitutions. I mean, some of them aren't. Hunters LFO, they haven't really gone for, I mean, the matches that we have seen, they haven't included, Venpai really primarily, unless one of their players is having like tech issues like power, internet, or anything along the lines of that. But yeah, most of the teams, they go for a lot of substitutes. We've already seen today, Violet Versace has been playing instead of Kuntal. Vidvi swapped out Coffee in Kira Esports. So yeah, that definitely, helps out the players a lot more, so that if anyone is really fatigued, they can be swapped out, and more of that responsibility can be evenly divided amongst the entire 6 or like 7 people roster teams can have. But overall, I gotta say, things are still looking very, very spicy. There is that opportunity for Kira Esports to jump back into it. And I gotta agree with you, Jack, that for the side of Won't Stop Peaking, these guys, it's not done just yet. All they need is one round, but getting it is more like, is more difficult than ever.
Yeah, no, that much is for certain, right? It's going to be so difficult for Won't Stop Peaking to get this round, especially with KIRA Esports now backed into a corner, right? So, it's a dangerous situation to be in, that is for sure, for Won't Stop Peaking, because if they end up losing the next 3 rounds, well, we'll end up in overtime. And of course, this game pretty much will take on the moniker of the game that refused to end that one time in the South Asian Nationals. But jokes aside, there's definitely that possibility of overtime. There's that possibility. There has been that possibility of overtime for a long while now. And Won't Stop Peaking definitely don't want it to go OT, because if it does, then the chances of them winning go down drastically. And of course, by then you could say that KIRA Esports might have momentum as well, because they'd have to win 3 rounds to get there. And 3 rounds taken against Won't Stop Peaking when it's already been a back and forth for the last couple means that Won't Stop Peaking are in a bit of an awkward situation, and they need to improve their overall standings if they want the round to go their way. And again, all of that is all under question because, well, let's be real here. It's going to be one hell of a few rounds. Last few rounds here, regardless of overtime or not, we have what, like 3 and then possibly 3 more. So like 6 rounds at most to be potentially played. At any point, it could be just 1 round that ends it off. But again, we'll have to wait for the lobby to be rehosted and for the players to join back in before we can make that sort of call.
Absolutely. And yeah, with the players as well, hopefully for Atharv, he does join back indeed. And it's not going to be any major problems. Otherwise, yeah, if Kira have to play, with that constant 4 versus 5, then it's going to be, very, very, I wouldn't say disastrous, but like disadvantageous for their side. And Won't Stop Peaking most likely will be able to close out the map and push it, with that 7-4 win or anything, or like even 7-3 for that matter. But for Kira Esports right now, I got to say that just have your defense ready. They already know how to proceed with their defense. The only reason they lost the last round we saw with, was because of the fact that Athar sadly disconnected as soon as the action phase began, and it was a 4 versus 5 right from the get go. Despite that, they pushed it into a 1 versus 1, which was almost taken by Kira. So keeping that in mind, if they have a 5v5, their defense can hold the ground. And this time on Theme Park, this entire matchup has been extremely defender-sided. The only thing is for for Kira Esports is that they don't lose that ground. They don't lose sight of what has happened so far and what shall be taking place later.
Yeah, I mean, for Kira, it's just going to be round by round, right? Like you said, eyes on the
Yeah.
present, and what comes next can come next, but you need to win this round, and then the next, and then the next, so on and so forth. Because if they lose focus of what's in front of them, well, they'll have lost the forest for the trees, and things will get a little bit too difficult, as it were, which of course they don't want. And a team like Kira, of course, it's kind of hard to think of them making that sort of a mistake, but at the same time, they have done so before. Again, their match against MercenarieZ yesterday, that was something else, wasn't it? On especially on Villa, all things
Oof.
considered, they did in fact
Oh,
lose the forest for the trees after going 5-1 up and then ending up at 6-8 of a map loss. They only barely won as well, denying overtime on map 3, which was Clubhouse, if I recall correctly. So, yeah,
yeah,
it
7-5.
was tough going for KIRA Esports. Yeah, 7-5 at the end. It was tough going for them. And at the same time, Won't Stop Peaking, they too were taken to map number 3 and they had to fight for their lives as well. So we'll have to see how they respond to the current situation at hand. Again, folks, once we get any updates at all about the lobby, we will let you know. As okay, looks like we are going into the game right off the bat. The players are already in, and we're going right back into the match. So we're not going to be keeping you waiting for too long, folks. Here we go. Round number 10 is going to be in play. Won't Stop Peaking are going to be on match and series point here. One round separates us from this game continuing and this game ending. Won't Stop Peaking. One round separates them from 2 points or just the one. Can they get it? Will it be a KIRA Esports comeback? Let's find out right now, as second floor bunk and daycare is the side of choice.
All right, so
Attackers need to locate and
second floor
defuse
bunk and
bombs.
daycare it is, and yeah, like you said, only a single round for the side of Won't Stop Peaking. They can very well close it out as soon as they want. Question is, will Kira let them? Atharv is back. Everything is ready. No changes right now. All well and good. Definitely. Very nice to see. As to the side of Won't Stop Peaking right now, they don't want to change anything too much as well. I was just going to briefly touch upon Desmond on the Jackal, but he seems to change it over for the Iana. There's no point mentioning that. But yeah, Desmond is still looking for that initial frag, or that entry kill. But Cobra on the gridlock, that is pretty interesting. No nomad right here on the gridlock. Any major reason? I guess just for, of course, the EMP like charge as well, and of course for the Trax grenade that's obviously a lot more loud. And yeah, that's the thing. Even if you spot an air jab, yes, you can destroy it, but it only takes one bullet as a defender. So if you have a suppressed weapon, no one will really hear a single bullet being fired off in that overall map. But if you have a lot of gridlock tracks deployed, even if you have a suppressed weapon and you're shooting it, the attackers will still manage to hear something and maybe get an indication. But of course, the tracks are a lot more easier to be dealt with than the air jabs. And yeah, overall, still, regardless of that, Cobra on the gridlock, quite interesting. We'll be seeing that. As for KIRA Esports in their defense, yeah, it's all pretty much the same thing. Bunk and Deke Shrisha on the Mira. Not out of the ordinary. Just just would like to see how that works out overall for their side. As for the attackers, all attention on them. Won't stop peeking. They'd like to close out this map before KIRA Esports get any extra rounds.
Of course, that much is a given, right? That they would like to close this one out before Kira end up getting any more rounds under their belt, but can they? Is the real question, of course. We've asked this question like so many times at this point, but the answer is approaching very, very soon, or at least soon, shall we say, because at the end of the day, in a BO3, the final 6 rounds aren't exactly a whole lot of time, all things considered. Dark Lord now entering into cash, goes through to the bathroom, pushing up further and further, trying to get one. There's a grenade. Desmond starts things off by getting Vortex. There's still a mirror window in play. The Dark Lord will be requesting assistance on. That Frost could get him if he's not careful. Shots are being fired left and right. Buckinator wants to go for the drop down, but there's a player behind him and a player in front of him, all on vending machine corridor. As, oh dear me, a Thurv, not sure what the movement was there, but he goes down. That's a big drop as well. 3v5, grenade goes out, but Desmond tossed that entirely too far. Not aware of where Shrisha is, it seems. It's another kill should go off. No, that's Desmond going down. Deathamer, beautiful angle right there, and a good shot to boot. Gets one in return. The Iana is gone. Violet trying to get that mirror window taken care of so that entry is at least a little bit more possible. Another grenade, but it's not going to go through because of the Wamai magnet. Dark Lord has one more grenade remaining. They just need to know where one of these defenders are, but Shrisha gets one, and Deathamer gets another. And meanwhile, Violet's down as well. It's all down to Dark Lord, but gets taken down. KIRA Esports hunkering down in the site, regardless of what comes to bear from Won't Stop Peaking. They did not give up their crossfires, they did not give up their angles, and they managed to hold the round. They managed to hold the fort. Match point is still active, but KIRA Esports have just taken that first round of the now 2 that they require.
Again, look at the manner in which they took it as well. Won't Stop Peaking. They were looking good. They got a couple of kills, but towards the very end, KIRA Esports still made sure whoever was alive did their job. Whoever was alive got rid of the attackers. They knew where the attackers would approach them from. They waited for the angles. They got the kills, and that was pretty much it. You know, Won't Stop Peaking just couldn't progress forward. All of their members just end up dwindling down further and further and further. And eventually, before you know it, the round was over. So, for the side of KIRA Esports now, yet again, apply the same strategy. It's not necessarily about the bomb side. It's neither too much got to do with the operator composition. It's just the methodology and the mentality that KIRA have to apply. Hold your ground time and time again. You know for a fact that it's going to be a complete, defender-sided map so far. So for the side of Won't Stop Peaking, that, yeah, right now they need to overturn. They've got to do something to overturn it. And KIRA Esports, what exactly can they do to change what has been happening for Won't Stop Peaking, yeah, what exactly can they do to change what has been happening so far? That is the main question. Do they completely, rush down KIRA Esports, like with 5 of their members, give them no time to think, give them no opportunity to move, or do they take it very, very slow and try to pick off the defenders one by one? No matter what Won't Stop Peaking have been trying so far, with the exception of that one round, nothing seems to be working. They just need to make sure it works as soon as possible.
For now, again, Won't Stop Peaking's next actions are gonna be very, very, very important here. As the Tushan, did that actually take out the mirror window? I'm not entirely sure if it did. Might have missed by a hair. Oh, Deathamer taking a couple, bullets of damage there. Cobra, but no, a Vidwi actually finds Desmond. All right then. That's not great. That's your Iana gone. Not sure where that kill happened from, but of course, that's another massive issue for Won't Stop Peaking. They seem to have just sent Desmond off on his own to some extent. And now, with the Iana gone and with the 4v5 established, KIRA Esports can just stay in the site. They don't have to worry about much. Shots are fired, but it's Buckinator taking the damage from below the split hatch. That's where the frost is right now. Cobra missing the Wamai crossing over. And again, it's these little moments that are being missed by Won't Stop Peaking that ends up taking the momentum away from them. They are less than a minute remaining, and KIRA, they can just afford to stay in the site all day.
Yeah, absolutely. KIRA can just stay in the bomb site, hold their ground, but Won't Stop Peaking. They're peeking those angles. Things seem to be going their way.
Okay.
Violet, Buckinator get 2 kills. Buckinator downs another, and before you know it, it's all down to Shrisha. Lone Samira, 1 kill, downs another. There is that chance. There is the hope. Something goes the way of KIRA Esports, but won't stop peaking, have most of the advantage in the world. They can close out the best of three right here, right now, unless Shrisha overturns it. So we wait and we see. Does next move a season attacker? Oh my god! What an isolated gunfight. It's all down to Violet Versace. It's there. AK-12 in hand. Also, a Selma breach, but I don't think that's of the most necessity. The Mira is pushing through, and Shrisha does it! He isolates every single gunfight and gets a 1v4. That right there is KIRA Esports.
Full credit to the Mira, full credit to Shrisha for that 1v4. Like, that was absolutely amazing. But I have to say, Won't Stop Peaking, these guys fall asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that is
Like,
also true.
what is
Like,
what
I
is
mean,
that?
look,
What is that? That's an open angle. Anyone can peek. The player inside of the player inside of security is just sitting, crouched. There's no cross being held. The rotate's not being watched. And the other two that went into office just ran in helter skelter. Did they not drone vault at all? Because the Mira has been sitting there for the last a minute and 10 seconds. There's no way they can't have known. An absolute collapse of the most, cataclysmic proportions. As in the meanwhile, Desmond has disconnected from the Won't Stop Peaking side of things, which of course doesn't bode well for them either. It's 6-5, folks. There's a very real chance now that this overtime might end up being a thing, all because Won't Stop Peaking didn't hold their crosses and were busy running about all over the map. Again, full credit to Shrisha for isolating those gunfights and picking them off one by one, recognizing the opportunity and pouncing on it. That is the mark of a player who knows exactly what they're doing in a do or die situation. Full credit to Shrisha for that. But it also has to be stated, Won't Stop Peaking, guys. Seriously? That's how that round ends?
Yeah, it's man. Won't Stop Peaking could have very well closed out the entire best of three right there, but now they face, the possibility of overtime and potentially Kira, going into OT, closing out the map in their favor. There's a lot that can happen. So keeping that in mind, oof, man, makes you wonder. But yeah, Desmond still hasn't returned. So is it going to be a pause from the side of Won't Stop Peaking? I believe it may be. When we saw Desmond, he is back. All right. So Desmond has indeed returned. We shall be resuming. That's good to know. And yeah, Kira going back to Armory and Throne of all places as well, further destabilizing Won't Stop Peaking's attempt of trying to get that final round, further strengthening Kira's chances of pushing it into overtime. Puts it in perspective, man, that Kira right now, they're not messing around, Won't Stop Peaking, no momentum with them, no advantage with these guys. For KIRA Esports, that's it. All they have to do is just finish that one more round. But for all of us, saying that KIRA Esports have the momentum and all that, very well, Won't Stop Peaking can just get 3 kills early on, and that can be that. So yeah, you've got to be careful as defenders with how you approach this. KIRA are very close to going overtime, getting what they want, but at the same time, it can also be very disastrous if they are not careful with their methodology.
That much is for certain, right? KIRA has to be careful with their methodology here if they want to win this round. Again, it's not that, they've been dominating the game, right? That they can take things a little bit more relaxed. Because if they were dominating the game, we'd be already done by now. We'd be halfway through match number 2. But, of course, that's not exactly the case, right? We're still here. It's map 3 all the way at 6-5, and Won't Stop Peaking still hold the lead. They've still got at least one hand on the wheel, even if, the other hand has long since flown off, as KIRA Esports continue strengthening their own grip on this match. Won't Stop Peaking on the attack. Again, they just have to be more careful. They have to be more aware of these things that they keep falling prey to time and time again. I feel like a broken record, right, saying that. But,
Yeah.
just have to continue on, see what happens from these teams playing this game the way they are. And again, we've already been past a minute. Where is Won't Stop Peaking? They haven't done a whole lot, have they, so far? They're going on the roam clear, excuse me, on the cash room, droning out the droning out bunk and daycare, of course, waiting room, which is the most important part of the map, and of course, office next to initiation, where the verticality can be played from. But they're taking their sweet time doing it. As you have the electric claw being sent out by a video, of course, that'll keep the walls shut for as long as is necessary. No Thatcher once again. You've got Cobra with the secondary EMP. Of course, that is one thing to be wary of, as the breach could be taken care of. But again, the longer this takes for Won't Stop Peaking, the more KIRA Esports just has ground to work with. Trisha will start things off, finds Buckinator, and Won't Stop Peaking, just no response from them. Nothing, utility or anything from them. Just nothing's come out so far.
Yeah, they are taking their sweet time, but the thing is, yet again, their true enemy will haunt them if they're not careful. Already in a man disadvantage, 4 versus 5, 40 seconds on the clock. The execute as well. If we could have a look at the attackers as well, see their perspective. Where exactly are they? Shrisha finds another kill. And yeah, this round is very quiet for all the wrong reasons. Because from Won't Stop Peaking, it's just a slow death of theirs. Seems like overtime is for certain right now. Seems like KIRA Esports have indeed well and truly made a complete comeback. 10 seconds remaining. Let's see what the final push is looking like. Violet goes down, Cobra eliminated, and it is a complete flawless round. Utter disbelief for Won't Stop Peaking and all their fans watching, as this was just this was easy pickings for KIRA Esports. They didn't even have to do much. It's they just held the angles. They just held right click, they aimed, they ADS'd, they got kills. I don't know where Won't Stop Peaking were. Yeah, it's a big point of confusion.
Well then, folks, it is round 13, so you know what time it is. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves and say it with me now. It is round 13. Are you ready for overtime? I couldn't put that much oomph into this one because I'm getting a little hungry around here, so my voice is also starting to give out. Do apologize for that one, but round 13 is in play. It is 6-6. And of course, Won't Stop Peaking, utter disbelief. I gotta agree with you, CCV. It's just not been their night in this, in this map. Again, they were 5-1 up. It's the same conversation that I was having with Baba yesterday about MercenarieZ game, right? Where Mercenaries were 5-1 up on Villa. And yet, here we are. Overtime is confirmed. They had match point for so long. And same for Won't Stop Peaking. They had match point for so long, and yet they couldn't close it out. They had a round. They had round 11, and yet they completely blew it. So now we find ourselves in round 13. Overtime is in play, and we'll just have to wait and see how both teams now react to this round situation. Won't Stop Peaking are still on the attack, mind you. And of course, since Won't Stop Peaking are on the attack, things can be quite difficult for them, as it already has been. KIRA, they don't have much to do here in order to deny Won't Stop Peaking their entry. They've done it so many rounds in a row now, and the site, of course, Bunk, which is their most successful site so far. We'll just have to see how Won't Stop Peaking plays this.
Yeah. Again, let's wait and watch Won't Stop Peaking exactly what they do. Once again, this time they seem to be a little quicker in the way they're approaching things, but as we know, that's not necessarily a predicament to having a good round, or that's not necessarily enough of a reason to have the best of rounds. It can still go against you if you're not careful. So Won't Stop Peaking, what they really need are some good opening kills. Pretty much it, plain and simple. They need a way to breach into this defense. They need a way to break through. Sadly for them, Kira aren't giving it, so they'll have to snatch it. They'll have to fight their way. Question is, where do they aim for this? Because wherever they are looking, defenders are there. Yes, passively waiting, but waiting nonetheless with their guns and their crosshairs pointed directly at the attackers. KIRA Esports are just maintaining that ground. KIRA Esports are not doing anything. Look at their utility as well, right? 2 C4s in hand. Their positioning is towards the back of the bomb site. The breach has happened. Won't stop peeking. Still need a kill. 45 seconds left right now. The attackers are nowhere near, being able to plant the diffuser, but Desmond gets the first one. He breaks through. Atharv shuts him down. This is the opening. Won't stop peeking really wanted, but Atharv is on a roll. It's the SMG-11 yet again, and the mute is still holding the angle. The diffuser has been dropped. There's no way Won't Stop Peeking can retrieve it just yet. They need to push back in. They need to plant the diffuser. 18 seconds right now. This is their chance. It's all down to Deathhammer. He gets one gunfight. Okay. Kills one player. Still, diffuser not with an attacker. He downs Dark Lord. It's all left to Buckinator. 6 seconds. Can the Twitch reach? No! No,
my
she cannot.
goodness!
Deathhammer gets a 1v3. And yes, the Twitch reaches paradise, heaven that is. Won't stop peeking. Once more, they lose out on an XV1 scenario.
And again, what was it? What were the two things that cost them the round, folks? Let's recap, huh? Time.
Yeah.
What were they doing for nearly 2.5 minutes? First of all, right? No clear, no grenading from below, no vertical, nothing, absolutely nothing. They were just not present. They were physically there, but mentally nowhere, right? And secondly, isolated gunfights. Guys, we've talked about this. Diffuser was dropped. You can go pick it up. That part of the map has been cleared out. Somebody get the diffuser. Time is running out. You still have enough time to go through initiation, go to the breach, get cover, start the plant. Somebody give cover for the planter. There's 1 rotate and 2 doors. There's 3 players alive. One's planting, the other 2 can cover the entryways. But they're just going to scramble for the kill anyway. This is something that, I used to say a lot back in like the first Pro Series or the tournaments that I used to cast before, right? That even in a XV1 scenario, there's 1 defender remaining. Focus on the plant. You never know what that one defender is going to do. Focus on the plant, cover the diffuser, have your crosses ready. You'll win the round 9 times out of 10. And then the defenders, if they win, then that defender is truly something special for them. But from One Star PK, I'm seeing the complete antithesis of that. They either drop the diffuser because somebody died in an awkward position and then run helter-skelter for kills and get killed themselves, or they plant the diffuser and everybody just falls asleep at the wheel. Their attack runs have been completely lackluster, and it's kind of getting to me at this point. Like I try not to let things get to me too often, but this time there's just leaves a bad taste in your mouth seeing plays like this.
Yep. Gotta agree for that. Right now, okay, KIRA Esports have the advantage. It is their attack. So far, attacks haven't really been, anyone's strength, but with the kind of momentum KIRA have, they can obviously overturn it. Won't stop peeking. A lot of mistakes have been made from their side in the previous couple of rounds. Just need to make sure they don't commit them again, rectify them, make sure at least for the final 2 rounds, it's the best that they can offer. But honestly, they seem to be struggling. They seem to not be having the best of times. So keeping that in mind now, how do they proceed? I mean, KIRA Esports, yeah, these guys are looking very strong. Won't stop peeking. Did they apply the same tactic? Did they just hold their ground and, not move on forward primarily? Play very, very passively in the bomb side, wait for the attackers, exactly what KIRA did? Or Won't Stop Peeking looking to take some action? See, the reason I mention that is because it's still a 5 versus 5. The initial kill matters a lot. And Shrisha coming up arcade stairs as well can be something that the defenders are not really looking for. Not arcade stairs, sorry. He's outside of cafe right now. So I'm sure Won't Stop Peeking are aware about the snowman. And yeah, there is a defender right here in cafe. Athar was the first one to go down. Shrisha also falls. And oh boy. Now it's KIRA Esports who are in the disadvantage. Won't Stop Peeking. They indeed can get this round if they want. Frag grenade tossed by a Whitby. Beautiful one. Takes out Desmond. 10 seconds left on the clock. KIRA Esports nowhere near the bomb site. Diffuser is dropped. And yes, it shall indeed. We won't stop peeking. That win out the round.
Operators, you are
And round 15. It is, ladies and gentlemen.
Alrighty then, maximum overtime will be in play, folks, as we will be going all the way to round 15. I never thought when I said, way back at Chalet, in the pre-match for Chalet, right, I had said, and I remember exactly, that we can expect either a 7-5 or an overtime. Never did I ever think that we'd have both in this matchup. But it is the final round. There is no more round after this. This game is coming to an end one way or the other. Who wins, who loses, it is all going to be decided now. And to recap the last round, KIRA Esports pulled a Won't Stop Peeking, unfortunately, as they took way too long to do just about anything. And once they got the breaches going, it was already less than 50 seconds remaining. They lost the first body. They lost the round. That's it. Done. Go next. We are now in round 15. The site is first floor throne room. Interesting from the side of KIRA. But mind you, the only time they lost throne room was when they had that disconnect in round 9. The other time they came here, round 12, they won it flawlessly so. So Won't Stop Peeking, again, the pressure is on them, and the ball is in their court to turn this round around, turn the situation around somehow, some way, and then push for the final win. Overtime victory. I mean, it's a satisfying victory, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, Won't Stop Peeking, I don't think they'll be too happy with their performance, win or lose, because so many rounds have just been so lackluster from them. Same for KIRA, so lackluster, so many lackluster rounds in general that they really shouldn't have had to go through. But here we are right now with energy levels at a low point of this matchup. How far can both teams push it?
Hi. Yeah. Has been a lot of fighting from these teams. How long? Wait. 4.5 hours of constant fighting eventually leading up to this round. But unlike, double elimination, had this been double elimination, this round would have mattered the most. Thing is, in group stages, these teams already have taken a point, but this one round now decides which team gets a point, another in the standings of the national. So once more, KIRA Esports on defense. Mute Mozzie brought out. There's Deathmer on the alibi. And yeah, key to, offset any of the breaches that Won't Stop Peeking will be looking for. Attackers, where are they? They have closed in on towards yellow hallway, which is why Shrisha drops down, looking for a kill outside, looking to swing by. And but yeah, yet again, Won't Stop Peeking are extremely slow. I mean, look at Shrisha, he's still in barrels, and Won't Stop Peeking aren't contesting that at all. They're not really going for that barrels play. Very interesting from these guys. And I gotta say that right now, for the side of KIRA, once more they can hold their ground. There is still a minute to work with, and these attackers, I mean, vertical control seems to be done. They're going for that breach towards yellow corridor as well. Point is, when it comes to execution, can they survive? Can they plant the diffuser, considering there are 3 C4s that KIRA have?
That's the thing, those C4s are going to be big, but Darklaw's grenade actually finds a Whitby. That's a massive kill to start with. The Kaid no longer in play. Did throw the C4, but it didn't find anything. Buckinator gets Shrisha. There's your Mozzie taken care of as well. Okay, then. Looks like we've got a situation on our hands. A Thurv going out with a shotgun. Gets that! Oh, dear me. They let him cross. And that leaves things very, very dicey. Vortex with another. There's another player on that split door. You got to be careful of him. Desmond is going for the plan, but wait, a third from the back. It's actually Watch. Never mind. Dark Lord gets that kill. Is going to be shot up in just a second here. Deathhammer getting one in the meanwhile. Goes prone immediately right next to the diffuser, expecting for that player to push out. But no, the impact actually clouding Dark Lord's vision. But Cobra's got a very strong position here. Will get shot down.
1v1.
Now it's all down to Deathhammer. How much can he do here? He's going to try and bait with the defuse, but the Amaru isn't having it. Cobra is just more than happy to just sit down and hunker out. There's no more time. If he drops the defuse cycle here, he did, but it didn't matter. Cobra gets the kill, and if there was ever a time for Won't Stop Peaking to win a round, it was now. 7-8 or 8-7, I should say, for Won't Stop Peaking, and we have a winner after so long, after such a tumultuous game. The winner has been decided, and it is indeed Won't Stop Peaking, who will prevail over KIRA Esports 8-7 and 2-1, all the way down to a max OT finisher. Folks, this game was certainly something.
Yeah, it really was something. I'm sure the players as well, both for Kira and for Won't Stop Peaking. First of all, credit to these guys. They gave it their all, especially on this map of Theme Park. Extremely defender sided, but the one attacker win that mattered the most happened in round number 15 right there. And yeah, that was that. These players really gave it their all. They deserve the applause. But let's have a look back at this entire matchup and this entire map. Let's have a look at the highlights, the best moments, because there were many best moments out of this entire 15 rounds that we saw of the map. But yeah, congratulations to Won't Stop Peaking. They should be getting that extra point over KIRA Esports. I'd love to see the group standings right now and where both of these teams stand. But overall, it is very interesting, what has happened so far. And yes, sad for KIRA Esports, man. They won 7 rounds, but because of the fact that they did not get the map win, the point is not theirs. They will only be walking away from this best of 3 with a single point to their name. Still something, yes, but yeah, unfortunate as is. As for Won't Stop Peaking, things are looking better and better. A very hard fought victory, but a victory nonetheless.
A massive one at that too, and they'll be very happy with this. That much is for certain, as of course they'll be looking forward to their next few games with a bit of trepidation, given that it took this much to defeat KIRA Esports. Akira, mind you, who themselves aren't exactly performing up to scratch when you really think about it. What does this mean for Won't Stop Peaking going farther into the tournament? They've denied KIRA a spot above themselves, of course, with these 2 points. And some of the plays we saw today, like you said, CCV, there were quite a few of these highlights, of course. Vortex with those plays as well. And here we go, folks. Match summary for this game. Oof. KIRA, oh my goodness, Deathhammer, 23-9, 80% cost. KIRA really were relying on Deathhammer to get kills this map. My goodness, Ovidvi and Trisha with 11 each, Vortex with 9, and a third having the quietest map out of everybody in the lobby, 5 and 12 with 50%. My goodness, Deathhammer did so much, and yet it was unfortunately all for naught. I wouldn't be surprised if Deathhammer actually gets the player spotlight for the night, though. CCF, I'll be honest with you.
Good.
And in the meanwhile, Dark Lord, 17-10, 67%, Buckinator 10-12, Violet 11-12, and Desmond 9-15, 73%, highest cost percentage, second only to Buckinator. So Desmond's support role was clearly very vital for the team, going 5-3 on entry as well. Okay, that's one of the first times I've seen, Dark Lord was 4-0 as well, but Desmond's 5-3 is one of the rarest as well. As we'll go into the player spotlight, of course, folks, in just a minute here. There you go. And who's it going to be? It is going to be Deathhammer. No surprises right there. 41-25 across 3 maps. 1 kill per run, basically guaranteed. Cost 71%, and overall 1.31 rating. Playing the Sledge and the Wamai. My goodness, what a performance. It's honestly sad that Deathermer isn't going to have too much to show for it, but a wonderful performance nonetheless.
Absolutely, really good performance individually from him, and obviously he's going to be disdained that Kira could not win out. But yeah, hopefully, Kira overall take this time before their next matchup, whenever it may be, tomorrow, day after, go over, the wards, see what mistakes they made, make sure to rectify them, and that's why I believe, overall as the IGL as well. I believe he has been the IGL for Kira for some time. I don't know recently if they made the change, but back in the last year of competitive South Asian Rainbow Six, he definitely was the IGL, and was going over back when Kira used to play like the mini majors in the previous edition of nationals that we had. But right now, yeah, Kira, unfortunate for them. Let's have a look at these teams post the best of three, and let's see where these guys stand right now overall in the midst of things after it is over. So Kira still in fourth place, but won't stop peaking. Oh my. They
Okay,
have
then.
jumped up over to the second place and have overtaken Shaheens, MRCZ, all of these guys with 4 points. They are sitting quite confident right now. Really interesting.
Now that, of course, is going to introduce a whole wrench into the cogworks, right? Won't stop peaking with 4 points in second place, no less. Something to do with maybe the round, the rounds turned around and all that stuff. Maybe that's what got them the win. Probably that's what gets them second place over Shaheens and Kira at the minute. Of course, Kira has lost one match, right? Like, they've only won one match. Sorry, they've lost 2 now. So that's also going to be put into consideration. Shaheens, when they play their third, that's going to be, of course, an interesting match as well, because if they win that, that'll put them up to 6 points and basically make sure that they are second behind only the Hunters, and will be, I think, their third win in 3 matches as well, similar to the Hunters. Again, we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. But so far, the only ones with unblemished records in the Nationals are Hunters and Shaheen. So 2 teams to watch out for, folks. And, you did mention CCB in the interview, right? When you were talking to the Hunters folks, they were saying that Shaheens have a good chance of making it even to the top 2. So we'll see about that.
Right.
But with all that said, folks, that's going to do it for the game. It is a 2-1 in favor of Won't Stop Peaking. KIRA Esports only get 1 point, and we'll be taking a quick break before we come back with match number 2. Stay tuned.
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Welcome back, everyone. The Esports Club presents South Asian Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac, and of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. I am CCV, now joined alongside Babagusta, and we are bringing to you the group stage matches of these nationals, out of which it's played in number 6. Our next matchup of the day is going to be Team UWU up against Shaheens. Now, Baba, we have just seen the first matchup, right? We just saw, Won't Stop Picking against KIRA Esports, went 3 maps, third map decider, and now UWU up against Shaheens. Man, I gotta say, this one also has a lot of anticipation to it.
Yes, it really does, CCV. And this matchup will at least help Shaheen cement their growth when it comes to the stage itself. Currently, they have secured second place, and now they want to make sure that they would stay that way. And in order for that to happen, they need to make sure that they would defeat Team UWU. As we take a look at the map vetoes itself, we have all our 3 maps. First map, which will be on Skyscraper, interestingly enough, which is being picked by Shaheen. Second map from the side of Team UWU will be on Theme Park, and then last but not least, we'll be able to see Clubhouse as our deciders. No Oregon, no Villa this time, only Skyscraper and Theme Park. Shaheens, we've seen them bring Skyscraper most of the time, and I still remember them, bring map Skyscraper when they went up against Team MRCZ, right? But it turns out it didn't favor them a lot, and MRCC did ended up winning the matchup. Did ended up winning the matchup on map Theme Park up against Shaheen. So now, knowing that they have to go up against Team UWU, things will be a lot more interesting coming in from both the sides here, CCB.
Absolutely. And yeah, these two teams are fighting for a lot different, objectives as well, right? We had a look at the group standings. Shaheens right now, they seem to be pretty set in stone with their performance. They're third currently in the overall standings. Meanwhile, UWU, they're still looking for that initial point in the standings. They have played the 2 BO3s. They haven't won a single map at all. They like to have a good start to their winning, what they'd like is a winning streak in the nationals. But Shaheens, are they going to give them that, or will they deny them yet another victory? We'll only wait and watch as the operator ban phases in front of us. Lion and Osa, first ones to be taken off the board. Okay, 2 different operators for 2 very different reasons banned, but it still makes sense. What's the defensive ban for Shaheens? That's what I'm interested in seeing, considering they're attacking first. And well, it's Valk yet again. Valk is off the board, makes a lot of sense because, information galore. So no Valkyrie means no excess information to the defenders. Team UWU have the final ban right now, and these guys, they'll be opting for Azami, and Azami just seems too powerful for the meta right now. Most of the teams are going for constant Azami bans, but I gotta say, makes a lot of sense. Kind of unfortunate we haven't been able to see Azami and the really creative plays people can do with her. But banning her out as a player also is logistically completely fine.
Yeah, especially when you see a lot of meta changes being made. With the introduction of Grim, with the changes on the LMG, there is bound to be a lot of changes. And with the recent patches that we did have yesterday itself, the Dogs' Stim the Dogs' Stim, which it did increase all the way to full HP. The overheal itself did increase all the way towards like 120 HP to be its max, I believe. And then we have the armor plates, which has the ability for a withstand. So with all of that keeping in mind, the kind of bans that we see here on map Skyscraper is actually an interesting one, especially starting things off with a Lion ban and an Osa. Now, when it comes to Lion, his EDDs, great information. You even have, the secondary impact, EMP impacts that can help them disable some certain gadgets. And then second, we have the OSA, which can provide good, strong, fortified crossfire angles with the help of those bulletproof shields, which can at least help them in getting a kill or two while getting information both at the same time, and also forces the defenders to bring in at least some certain explosive utilities to destroy that specific gadget. So defenders will be forced to bring that specific place. And the thing that I'm really interested about has to be the Izami ban. Why? Is because of the Kiba barriers itself. Kiba barriers can give good amount of cover itself, which forces once again for the attackers to use their utilities to destroy that specific barriers itself. So with all of that being removed, the only thing that they can rely on is just old school deployable shields from the defensive side. You even have proper attackers weaponry like Ash's R4C, or maybe even the assault rifles from the Zofia, you could just play to it accordingly. But this is Skyscraper we're talking about, and when it comes to the attack on Skyscraper, it doesn't really favor to them a lot, mainly because of the defenders, which can easily have an opportunity for a quick run out. So I think we might be able to see a nomad pick being made from the side of the attackers itself, because it's heavily required to block those certain lines of sights.
That is true, and yeah, makes you wonder if there's going to be a gridlock pick or not. I mean, we just saw a gridlock pick by Cobra on that map of Theme Park that won't stop picking were playing. But yeah, it's unlikely that that'll be happening. Nomad as well, really, I mean, another strong operator in the entire meta. The AK-74 as well, or the ARX 2000, regardless of which weapon you really want to go for, both of them highly powerful in one way or another. Not to mention the air jabs are the specialty and the flashes are just the cherry on top. But for the attackers overall, Skyscraper, much like most of the maps, you can and you do essentially need to bring a very versatile composition. You can't double down on many features. Like, there's not a necessity to double down. Like on Clubhouse, you most likely need to double down on your hard breachers. Bring a Hibana and a Thermite, a Hibana and a Maverick and an Ace. You gotta do a lot of that. Not really necessary on Skyscraper. You have a lot of versatility with how you want to go proceed forward. You can bring whichever operators you want, as long as it suffices, again, the basic criteria of the Rainbow-Six-Siege attacking playlist, and or like the checkpoint, like operator checkpoint, which is, you've got plenty of secondary utility. There is enough of synchronization of the operator gadgets alongside them, and you can make them work, and it's not too heavy handed. But overall, I gotta say that for the side of the defense, starting off first for the side of Team UWU, how are they looking to hold off this aggression that Shaheens will be showing? Because that's the one thing we know for a fact Shaheens always go for, is that aggression. These guys will be rushing down corridors and going and cutting corners as soon as possible. Just give them a moment. How are Team UWU looking to deal with that? Are they playing, some deflection tactics? Are they playing hit and run? Or will they be brave enough to counter against Shaheens head on and still lock those gunfights?
Yeah, I have to agree on that, CCV. In map Skyscraper, you could say that Shaheens could usually go in with the standard route of brute forcing themselves into a site itself. If I have to give an example, I have to say the site into a second floor karaoke and tea room. Most of the time, when it
Right.
comes to gaining important controls, usually the attackers would gain control towards Gaisha room itself. But since the whole map has been changed as of now, especially with the rework that has been happened, it's been months, I believe, since the Skyscraper came into a rework, and now the attackers have two choices for them to push in. Instead of being on one position, that is towards Gaisha, you can now push in towards drum room itself, where you have these long angles and the wall which connect towards tea room, where they can have instant access, but it requires a hard breacher to open up that line of sight and get in towards it to go for a high likelihood chances to for a post plant situation itself. But you still got to understand that you still need Gaisha control itself. Without that, the attackers will have major problems on it. So for defenders, at least we are not going to see them bring in the Kaid. We're going to see them bring Bandit a lot, mainly because of the Thatcher not being banned in the ban phase itself. Because of that, we've been seeing a lot of more picks in Bandit more than the Kaid, mainly because as a bandit you'll be able to trick the hard breaches very easily, whereas for Kaid you still have those specific timers where you have to wait for that certain moment and then be able to use those electro claws to full effect. So bandit is still considered to be the greatest when it comes to tricking walls, especially when there's Thatcher involved. But when there isn't, that's where Kaid would come into play. And even with the secondary EMP gadgets would mainly have a huge nerf towards the Kai's end. You could still place in a certain way where it could not catch those EMP impacts. The range is the only difference between the Thatcher's EMP and the secondary EMP charge. So having a smaller EMP, the Kaid still has a chance to trick it, but since Thatcher is still available, they'll just prefer to go it for Bandit instead.
Absolutely. And yeah, bandit tricking can be there. Most teams also, I mean, now it's become kind of not the meta, but like an uncommon rule or like an unsaid rule to just overlook the act of breach denial as well. I mean, again, for some maps, for particular maps, on again, I'm going to use this as an example on Clubhouse. Now, prevalence is still heavily given to breach denial. You do have bandit tricking, you do have the Cade Electric Claws mute jammers, but there are also times where teams just leave a mute jammer and they're like, and this is it. Okay, that's fine. If they can't breach through, they can't breach through. If they can, sure, we'll let them. They just want to like essentially waste a little bit of time because they already, in a way, have the defenders as defenders. They've accepted the fact that breach will be taking place, which again, in theory, is already standard for Rainbow Six, right? Breach will be taking place. Attackers will be breaching forward. It's just how long can it be denied for? But right now, seems like everything is ready. Yes, there was a slight pause. Apologies to everyone for waiting out, but I believe one of the players, they had an issue. Everything has been ironed out. We have made sure everyone is good to go, which is why we can start off with round number 1.
Yep, round number 1. Everything is sorted out. Shaheens will start off in attack. So does Team UWU on defense. I kind of like the way how they've brought in the operators from Team UWU's and Ragnarok with the stem. You even have Drish with the Oryx. So although we don't see a rook being played from Uwu's end, they're just gonna play it as as best as possible, and especially when you have a bailiff shotgun. And I just realized all 3 operators on the side of Team Uwu has a bailiff shotgun, so very interesting. But all in all, if we focus on the side of Team Shaheens, Doctor will bring in the Nook. Having those grenades and having the opportunity of playing this as stealthily as possible would be the biggest bet, and also very strong if you're trying to hunt out the roamers. So having that surprise element would put Team Uwu on a bit of an attentive state. But you still got to worry about the Twitch's shock drones that could help them ease out when it comes to removing those important utilities.
Alright, so Team UWU, they shall be making first contact with the attackers very, very shortly. And yeah, this time Shaheens as well, right? It's just the start of the action phase. They're not going to be too much into that rushing mentality already. They'd like for their drones to do most of their work, and plenty of drones still active. 9 drones for the time being are still there. Not many. I mean, not many, but 1 were destroyed in that droning phase. That's good to know. And yeah, speaking of drones as well, getting a lot of information. So that's all well and good for the attackers. Thing is, how do the defenders deal once the attackers move into the map? And well, the defenders in their response is, we shoot the attackers, plain and simple. Look at Skywalker, 40 HP for him. Dizzy is holding the angle right behind him. So Skywalker's got to be very, very careful with the angle he peeks. Ragnarok is on the dock, so extra heals for the entire team. And yeah, the stim pistol as well is going to be really, really useful. And that right there is the first kill. The DMR from Dizzy means death for Skywalker.
Yep, the second one will come at that too from the side of Doctor, and Envy decides to go very aggressive. He will claim the life of DZ, but you still got to focus on the rest of the players. Kato, he needs to fall back and ensure that the entire site is in full-on lockdown, because Shaheens, they've almost gotten control of the adjacent places, and even Caesar has control towards the Dragon Hallway itself. So with everything being in play, Dresh will now just parkour himself all the way back towards the hatch itself. Cooked nades being thrown around, knowing that Kato is still present. Now, you still got to worry about 2 of those important angles. Now, for the attackers, they don't have to worry about Aegir ADSs or Bamai. They just need to deal with straight-up shotguns and weaponry from Dagger. And now Shaheens, they might have a lot of problems on their hands because they're starting to lose a lot of control and a lot of man count immediately. It's only Envy and Caesar left in a 2v3. Not a lot of time left. They only have 25 seconds left for Shaheens to make this play happen. And the way how Team UWU has strategized when it comes to denying those plays, not quite sure whether if that team kill would have worked out, but it's still a 1v1. Kato, he really needs to be careful. And Caesar, if he gets this win, this could be a huge steal for Shaheens. Not a lot of information left, and Caesar gets away with a win. Oh boy, what a major disaster right then and there itself from round number 1. Team UWU, they had the advantage. They had good crossfire angles, but once that team kill happened, it all just fell apart, CCV.
Yep, I gotta say that for the side of Shaheens, very, very close. They won it out. Uwu had their chances, unfortunately for their side, fumbled it and could not move on forward. But that's still only, again, round one. That's the thing about this matchup. And even the previous matchup, if we take that as a benchmark, is that when rounds are this close, you can never predict what's going to happen next, because all you really need is that one exceptional kill or that one exceptional round, and everything will be turned on its head. It's that one deciding factor. There's no major tidal waves that will be happening that can help your team secure the win. It's small kills like these that can eventually help out, the side of Shaheens or Team UWU to secure the wins. But yeah, 1 versus 1 back then, 1 out. This time, Shaheens and Team UWU, they've got to be a little more careful and a little more reserved with what kind of kills they're looking for. Can't be that brazen about the play style. You need to make sure that whatever kind of gunfights they themselves are looking to initiate, it's a safe one, and it's one they know will have little to no negative repercussions for themselves.
Yeah, looks like Team UWU, they'll have the same operators composition here once again. The Alibi, the Oryx. I'm pretty sure that UWU are currently thinking of going in for a very extended roam, try to play this as loose as possible. And once they've successfully managed to waste a lot of time, then and there itself, they'll make sure to stay on the site itself and hope for the attackers to have a lot of major disadvantages when they went in for the execute. Although it didn't work out too much on round number 1, Team UWU didn't make any aggressive attempts, so maybe they would step it up a notch in round number 2 itself, hoping to find one of the attackers off guard. But I believe Shaheens have already made their way in towards the tea room. That's where they'll be heavily met with the smoke. Those gas canisters will be very important. Well, he's been dealt a lot of damage too. We even have the stem pistol, which can at least help Smoke to get himself back up to full HP. But if he gets downed, well, that's even much more advantageous, and also have the opportunity for long range revival. But you still gotta worry about the grenades. Oh my goodness, I just realized, Caesar, that's 1 kill down, and with Ragnarok just falling back, things will be even much more tougher from UWU's end.
Yeah, and well, to further amplify things, Skywalker now eliminates Dizzy. So, for the side of Team UWU, the defend and their numbers are dwindling. Dagger also falls, and yeah, Shaheens are looking for a stomp over victory over this round. And unfortunately for Team UWU, there's not much they can do to prevent it, because keeping that in mind, that's about it. Krish is the final person alive, and it's going to be a flawless round for Shaheens, just moving on forward. Kill after kill after kill for these guys. Team UWU couldn't really do much. Really unfortunate. But that round was plain and simple. It was just gunfight after gunfight after gunfight. Team UWU lost their ground, lost the traction. And this is what I meant in the pre-match presentation as well, right? When we talked about the side of Team UWU on defense, is that how are they looking to deal with this unbridled aggression from Shaheens? Because that's the thing for them. When the aggression works, Shaheens are unstoppable. These guys are relentless. They will continue to keep peeking these angles. This is exactly what we saw from Shaheens against Hunters in the grand finals of the fall edition of Pro Series as well, right? Shaheens make it work. So for Team UWU, a big obstacle for them is deal and effectively counter this aggression.
Man, for Shaheens, all they had to do was just check out their drones in the prep phase, see what kind of operators that they have from UWU's end, and just play to it accordingly. Knowing that they didn't had any Jaeger or Vamaya, they were just free to use their grenades. And for the smoke to be staying in that particular positioning, not quite sure if it was a good idea for Team UWU to be having those angles set up. They even had good support from the crossfire angles that had been established right from the dragon hallway, but still gotta worry about those utilities. And Shaheens, they didn't have any problems with dealing with those particular obstacles. So we will see some major changes once again in round number 3. This time we won't be able to see the smoke, but instead we'll see the mute, good information denial, and also utility denial as well, some certain abilities. But you still got to worry about Ragnarok's corner stations, which could help the defenders go in for a way much more aggressive approach. Apologies, which means that CCV, I think Uwu wants to play fire with fire, and turns out they're up to a very shaky start. As we see, Skywalker gets one, he gets the second to take out Ragnarok. Apparently, playing fire with fire didn't quite work out well here.
Yeah, Team UWU wanted that counter retaliation, but right now it's eviction. What? Double frag rate kill. Huh? Wait, I couldn't finish my sentence, Shaheens. Can you give me like 5 seconds? They just moved. They just walked in. That's it. They just
who needs
walked
time?
in.
We don't need time. We need force. We need
Need
mass
force.
and acceleration to convert into force, CCV. And that's what a Shaheens
No, I
did.
think. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. You are correct. I'm a commerce student, so. Yeah. No. Force mass acceleration. Then there was the other triangle, right? There was.
And then we have Shaheens.
No, we have Shaheens. It's speed, distance, time, force mass acceleration. V is equal to I into R. That's some law as well. I remember some of science, but I'm so dumb. I can't be bothered to.
Yeah,
recall
it happens,
so.
CCV. It
Let's
happens.
Let's stick to siege.
Let's stick to siege for now, folks. Let's just stick to it for now. It's funny how I bring it from this. Maybe if I could have just used it in my exams back in my high school, it could have worked out. But yeah, round number 4. Shaheens have secured 3 attack rounds, in which 2 of them did ended up on a flawless round win. I've got to say, now Team UWU will make their best decisions to change their operators and bring in Jaeger this time, because those grenades, man, you shouldn't let those grenades fly in the site itself. They've been punished twice with those grenades. Like, we had 4 grenade kills on round number 2 and 3. And this is definitely hurting for Team UWU. And especially when you have ample amount of information from the Dokebi scams, it'll be even much more tougher for Team UWU to even hold their ground properly.
Okay, so right now for the side of Team UWU. Okay, again, new jammer destroyed. Dagger wants to initiate a very open gunfight, but again, putting himself out in the open can haunt yourself if you're not careful about it. So keeping that in mind, yeah, you definitely have to be a lot more cautious with the angles you go for. But this time, again, Invi wins one gunfight, unfortunate team kill. But again, I don't think that's going to phase Shaheens in the slightest, because Team UWU, their numbers are dwindling. The defenders are packed up towards, drum room. They've got to launch themselves forward. They've got to go for that retaliation. There's nothing against them, but wherever they peak the angles, wherever they show themselves, they will be shot and shot down.
Yeah, and let's not forget that this is Shaheens' map pick. So currently, Shaheens are taking so much control, especially in towards the attack side, removing both Ragnarok and Kato. They will now focus on the sites itself. They don't have to worry about any breaches being done, some minor breaches which will be opened up from the Ace Summer breach charges, but they still need to be careful from the particular place where Drish is in. So he'll be placing one of his ADSs to make sure that none of those grenades would get himself caught out. Run out of time from DZ. Not quite sure if it's a good idea. He'll give away his position. And Doctor continues with his killing spree. Once again, a headshot removed Drish. And Dagger needs to take his place once again to make sure that this chokehold wouldn't be at the control for the attackers. Great angles, DZ, good attempts. He'll be able to find one. A headshot to remove Mighty Ali. Dagger still making best share of efforts to hold his ground, but it's still not happening because the trade out will happen from Envy, and Caesar will come again with the final frag. And Shaheens will continue their terror all the way as they will win 4 rounds of attack back to back. And in round number 5, Shaheens, they are looking as promising as ever.
Yeah, Shaheens want to end this as quickly as possible, and again, you cannot fault them for that because they'd like to give little to no time for the side of Team UWU to, get back into it and to essentially gain in traction, gain in momentum, because that's the thing with a lot of these South Asian teams is that you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. You give them one round, they will snatch 5 more from you and try to end the entire map in their favor. So Shaheens, they're just like, okay, if we have the winning advantage right now, why bother, slowing down? We are still going to maintain the same pace. And yeah, everyone seems to be doing the work. Skywalker, 5 kills, 4 for Doctor, 4 for Envy, 6 for Caesar. Mighty doesn't have any kills, but again, he doesn't have too many deaths as well, right? And I think that's the main factor, is that he's just playing support. He doesn't mind giving up like a bit of the killing department or a lot of the killing responsibility to his teammates, as long as everything it ensures good wins and consistent round wins for Shaheens, because as a team, that's all they're looking for. No matter who gets the kill, as long as they get kills nonetheless.
Yep, absolutely. Still got to admire Matty Ali, at least supporting his team when it comes to opening up important lines of sight towards the place, giving ample amount of information and protecting flanks from the claymores. Everything is set into place. And for Team UWU, I kind of feel like they're a bit disjointed here, CCB. The way how they pick their operators, the way how they try to play to it accordingly, trying to take individual gunfights like this. Ragnarok needs to make sure he wouldn't go in for a second peek. Oh, never mind. It actually worked out well in the end. Skywalker, who was mainly focused on the cap can, gets to remove his own teammate Caesar. Now that is definitely a oops moment coming in from Shaheens' end. And that too, it was Caesar, the man who dealt a total of 6 kills for the past 4 rounds, and with him not being available, they need to rely on either Doctor or Skywalker himself. Now, when it comes to the control on the side, they haven't got it just yet, and Skywalker needs to make sure that whatever mistakes that he made, he needs to avenge it, and there you go. He gets one, so does Doctor to remove Dagger, and with both the Frost and Alibi, both the roamers being taken care of, another one, as in we gets to take care of Ragnarok, we slowly get to see Team UWU having a lot of issues from their end. But never mind, as I like to talk about it, 2v2. Equalizer, C4 toss from DZ, won't be able to find one, and now we're at a standstill, where at 1 minute and 25 seconds, Shaheens are now facing problems.
They are. Mighty Ali and Doctor. I went on a tangent and I said that, Mighty Ali would be fine giving some of the killing responsibility to his teammates, but now is the time for him to step up. Also, has got the diffuser in hand. Shaheens have plenty of time to work with. But like you said, Baba, pressure is still on them because they don't know where the defenders are and they don't know exactly how to approach this bomb site with the proper information. But Doctor still finds one kill. Drish's location is known. Still waiting to spot out the sledge. He sees him, shoots him, doesn't land his shots just yet. But Shaheens can close out this lonesome Melusi. Drish is also still looking for his first kill. So someone will be getting it. Yes, he does. Mighty Ali versus Drish now. Another 1 versus 1. Mighty peaks and he secures it. Shaheens shall be getting round number 5 as well. The one opportunity Team UWU had. And the one bit of counter retaliation that really worked for them. But sadly, even this round is converted into a win for the team in blue.
Yep, 2 clutches at the hands of Shaheens as they'll secure a humongous lead, 5-0. 5 attack round wins on a map like Skyscraper, and you could see that UWU, they weren't prepped and ready for this map specifically. When Shaheens picked this map itself, it immediately showed that UWU had no idea on how to counter these attacks being made from Shaheens. Of course, if it was MRCZ, they could have figured out a different solution towards it. But Shaheens, on the other hand, they are looking very strong, and especially up against Team UWU, who has a very difficult start of their journey by not being able to win most of their 2 matchups. They're currently on the bottom of the leaderboards as well in the group stage as well. Very unfortunate, but still they want to give it a fight. And I've got to say the performance that we've seen from Kato and DC has been exceptionally great. Round number 5, on the other hand, when he was playing as the Mozzie, it could have been better if DZ was playing around with the Melusi. I mean, both of them had the perfect crossfire angle. Of course, they didn't had any information, and DZ decides to get that info by getting control towards the hallway drum room. But instead, he ended with him, getting picked out in the process. But from round number 6, even if Team UWU secures a win on defense, this could at least have some hopes to make sure that they would have at least one round on defense win before we would have the role swap in the second half. But Shaheens, my goodness, even they've won 2 1v1 clutches. We've even seen Skywalker just go ham with the Ash. Team UWU, despite changing operators time and time again, can they succeed round number 6?
Yet again, unless faced by massive opposition from the side of Team UWU, they absolutely can, proceed and get round number 6 in their favor as well. Look to close out this map as soon as possible. Thing is, Team UWU are the ones who've got to act and do something right now. Make sure this half is at least a 5-1. Dagger starts things off really good. Eliminates Invi, Duque be gone. So that excess amount of intel and information that Shaheens could have gotten has all been denied. Really smart, really nice. But Shaheens, they'll just be looking to amplify kills even further. The denial is present. Look at these crossfires being maintained. It's smart player positioning, and Shaheens are also funneling through, trying to get that geisha control, but it is being denied to their side. Really good stuff. Rish finds one more, and before you know it, Team UWU are looking extremely confident. I mean, this round is a much better showing of their playstyle and of what they can do. Shaheens, on the other hand, okay, I mean, this round is a lot slower for them. And but they're still looking to change things. And see, that's the thing about Shaheens. These guys are always relentless with the fact they will constantly go for kills. Doctor has been denied. That Skywalker, the top fragger of the entire server, has got to change things, but Ragnarok shuts him down, and Team UWU shall be getting their first round on board in the final round of the first half.
Yep, on the bright side, Team UWU will at least secure at least a round on defense in the first half. But now with the round number 7 being in play, I still gotta wonder whether if Team UWU can at least bring things back up on attack itself. Now, knowing that Team UWU didn't made a decision of bringing in the denial of utilities like the Jaeger or Vamai, it's not even banned on the defensive side's end too. The Azami is banned, but still you could bring in some certain operators related to it, right? I mean, they could have brought in, deployable shield players. They did bring in the alibi and also from the smoke, but unfortunately they didn't had much, particular protection to begin with. Now on round number 7, Shaheens will be the one on defense, as they will secure 5 rounds on attack, and they'll be thinking of winning, let's see, they need 3 more defensive round wins. CCB, I gotta ask you a question. Out of all the 5v1 situations that we've seen, I'm even including the previous matchup too, where you saw Kira go up against Team Won't Stop Peaking, we've always been in the situation 5-1.
Yeah.
And in the second half, it would
always
always end up with an equalizer of a 5-5, mainly because of how strong the second half would be once they go in for the swap. And there you go. Drish already starts off. Bye-bye Skywalker, and now 4 more players left for Shaheens to hold that ground.
As much as I'd like to believe there is a 5-1 curse, I wouldn't say for this matchup, and also secondly, there are no such thing as curses. No matter which FPS game you're talking about, no matter what scoreline, no such thing as curses, guys. No, they're all garbage facades. But yeah, Shaheens looking way too strong right now. Yes, exactly. It's just rumors, just speculation. But yeah, Shaheens right now, they are looking quite strong. Team UWU, we did see what these guys can do in the last round. The only thing is how consistent can they be with the amount of kills they're looking for, right? Skywalker is gone. That's all well and good. But there are 4 more defenders that need to be eliminated from the side of Team UWU before, from side of, Team UWU, before they can register this round as a win for themselves as well. Thing is, what is Shaheens' plan? Yeah, they've lost their roaming alibi. Skywalker was supposed to be the one going all over the map, taking gunfights everywhere. He's been eliminated pretty early. So next up, all the people that are remaining are going to be anchoring and hunkering down next to the objective or in the rooms right beside. And keeping that in mind, it gives a lot of liberty for the attackers to move up front. I mean, just look at, just look at Ragnarok as an example. He moved up front and now he gets a kill just because of how close he is. Frag grenade toss from below. won't find any defender, but goes to show that Team UWU are very, very close to the defenders. And finally, Shaheens need to fire back.
Yep, fighting back won't look too well though from Shaheens' end, because Ragnarok is actually putting a lot of stops to it. 2v4. Doctor will use his stim pistol to at least put himself back up to full HP. Shouldn't have much of a problems for it. But for UWU, securing this round on round number 7 should be his biggest concern, and Doctor will deny 1. There goes Ragnarok, and now they just need to focus on the rest of the players. Mighty Ali will confirm the shot with the shotgun, and now they have finally equalized it to a 2v2. Timeout will be requested from Shaheens as we still focus on the round as Kato gets 1. This is huge. Now they have the entire control on the side, plus they even have information towards Mighty Ali. Now the biggest question is, can Mighty Ali perform a miraculous 1v2 clutch? He only has 20 seconds. Drish has the diffuser in hand. He could go in for a post plant. Kato only has a secondary hard breach. Information will be given from the deployable shields, and Kato will make sure to get that kill and also deliver a win for Team UWU. Round number 7, it will go at the hands of the attackers as the score line will be 5-2. An impressive performance being displayed from Ragnarok as he will secure 2 kills by removing Skywalker first, denying the entire roaming capabilities from Shaheens' end. And with it, we will see round number 8 be in play.
Yep. So, round number 8 right now, Shaheens took a timeout. I believe one of the players are disconnected, but everyone has joined back. Hopefully, no tech pauses or no any obstacles for these 10 of the players. They'd like to continue with how it is going on. For Shaheen, so that they can close out the map as soon as possible, and for Team UWU especially, because the momentum they have gained. Again, exactly what we were talking about, Baba, as well, right? Like a couple of rounds ago, I'd mentioned how for the South Asian teams, you give them an inch, they will take a mile. UWU won 1 round, and here they are getting yet another for the side of Team UWU. So keeping that in mind, for the side of Team UWU, they are just looking for that momentum to build it even further. For the side of Shaheens, they'd like to make sure that they can stop it as soon as possible. And Shaheens would like to make sure they get 1 round at the very least, because that's the thing. These guys are so close to match point and essentially to map victory as well. 1 round is all it takes. 1 more for Shaheens, that's round number 6. 2 more, Skyscraper's done. We're moving on to the next map. So, yeah, as soon as this timeout gets over, I believe we shall be jumping back into the game.
Yep. I believe with that timeout, Shaheens, you just used a timeout to make sure that his teammate Mighty Ali would, return back into the round itself. But if I have to focus on the next future rounds itself, now since Skyscraper is not a map that we see a lot in this region specifically, most of the maps that we've seen would either be Chalet. We haven't seen a lot of border being picked. Chalet,
Villa.
Clubhouse. We've seen less amount of Oregon being picked, right? Or is
Yeah,
it not?
true.
I mean, I don't see a lot
True.
of Oregons, but we've seen Chalet, we've seen Theme Park, and now Skyscraper being into the fray. Clearly shows that in this nationals, they want to make sure that they have new strategies involved that would put a lot of test towards both of the teams. Now Shaheens is actually winning on this one, especially because this is their map pick. This is map Skyscraper. Shaheens has done an excellent job while being on the attack. Now all they've got to do is to make sure that they do the same thing on defense. But when it comes to second half, it's always the thing where it usually have a lot of problems when it comes to that coordination game. And Team UWU, although a good job at getting most of that kills in round number 7 itself, but let's see if they could continue have that consistency in round number 8 as well.
All right, so next round right now, and for the side of Shaheens, the thing is that pretty much they've just got to hold their ground. They don't have to be overly aggressive. Like on attack, when they were incorporating all of that, it worked in their favor, right? They got the initial kill, and then it just transpired into the snowball effect, which eventually led to like flawless round after flawless round. it doesn't necessarily have to be like that on defense. They can just hold their ground, wait it out, and eventually Team UWU will end up in their crosshairs more or less. They just have to be smart about where they're looking for these gunfights and when they're looking for these gunfights. Waste the time, that should be the priority, and then move on forward. But still, wait and see what kind of plan it is. Doctor. Very narrow angle. He's holding spots a player, and that's the Gemini now destroyed. So no information for Drish. I mean, he knows where Doctor is, but then again, that's a very default angle the defenders and especially the people inside the bomb site hold. So no major information granted the members of Team UWU. They still will have to wait for a proper breach to take place. Then they can move on forward. The thing is, 90 seconds left on the clock. They better get a hurry on because the breach is supposed to happen by this time usually.
I believe Shaheens' biggest concern needs to be holding on towards the drum room side itself. But losing players already at the early round will cause a major threat towards Shaheens' end, especially with Envy being gone and Dresh getting the opening pick. Things would not look too well from their ends, but turns out Caesar is still present all the way from the flanks side. He will succeed in removing Ragnarok out of the equation. Now Dresh really needs to be careful on one of the players who is patiently waiting for him to arrive. He doesn't have any idea. Oh, Mighty Ali was just patiently waiting, and so does Caesar, who will get away with yet another kill by removing DZ. And now with a span of 45 seconds, Team UWU is left with two players, Kato and Dagger. Both of them have the ability to open up soft breaches, but you're still left with just one itself. Kato, good shot, a headshot to remove Doctor. Now he just needs to find three more. Especially when you have the C4 from Mighty Ali and the trade, which will happen nonetheless if Kato will succeed in getting one of the kills. This is, you could say, for Team UWU, this will be a difficult task for them. But if he succeeds this 1v3, then Team UWU will be looking good. Well, Caesar will just deny it and make sure that he'll be able to get 3 kills in this round itself and secure match point for Team Shaheen. 6-2. Map number 1, it's still at the hands of Team Shaheens.
Yep. Yet again, Shaheen wait and then they strike, and Team UWU just can't match that threshold at which Shaheens are going for the kills, kill after kill after kill. So one round more to go, and so far, yeah, this has been very, very rampant from the side of Skyscraper. I mean, already I believe there may just be discussions taking place in both of the teams, boot camps, like the calls they're in about theme park, like what exactly should happen there, because Skyscraper looks to be a done deal the way Shaheens are proceeding right here. For UWU, yes, they can retaliate back, but yet again, yeah, to what extent, essentially? Like 4 rounds consecutively again, Shaheens are looking very, very strong. Yes, again, it's possible. These are the SA Nationals we're talking about. We have seen far more crazier stuff happen in the past couple of days, but doing this would be a little too outrageous and not that possible as well. So yeah, Team UWU may already be thinking about theme park right now, where also Shaheens have had some of their matches played, and we've seen some strong performances. But considering Team UWU have picked it, most likely we'll be seeing a better performance. Kind of like, yeah, just teams being very confident on a particular map, not too confident on others. It's not just Shaheens being and having a very exceptional performance on Skyscraper. It's just maybe it's not the best maps for Team UWU. If I'm being honest, I haven't seen Team UWU play Skyscraper a lot, so it may not be a map of their particular liking. Theme Park can be the opposite of that. So we wait and we watch for Theme Park. As for this round right now, a minute into the action, or like 50 seconds into the action phase are done, and wait and watch what the attackers and their plans are.
Oh, this is actually interesting coming in from Shaheen's end, especially Envy. TCSG in hand, the Goya's Vulcan shield already being placed. TCSG's, let's just say the magazine capacity has been increased. Actually, not the magazine capacity, the ammo has been increased. And for now, as we focus on the first peak itself, it will be Skywalker who will succeed in removing Ragnarok out of the play, which means that they don't have any more hard breachers except the Buck. C4 will be placed, but will be a pick back up from Ideally once again. It's just going to place it in a way that he'll be able to detect exactly where the players from Team UWU to make this play. Okay, Mighty Ali. Um, Nice prediction. All right. I believe one of the default cams was still present, so he just had to make an assumption, and he did ended up getting that kill too. Well, now they don't have any hard breaches now, so Team Uwu, what's your response?
Well, let's see. Oh, oh man. Dizzy is gone out of this round, and Shaheens, they just want to close it out. Tagger, Drish, two entry fraggers, two people with a lot of fragging potential, but they need to frag out their mind. They are outnumbered 1-2. They've just got to move on forward. And wherever they enter, they will be met with heavy fire. That's another kill for Caesar. Iana left by herself, and Shaheens close it out. So that right there is going to be 7-2. Map number 1 comes to an end, and yeah, easy breezy. You know, very very quick from Shaheens. They didn't want to waste too much time. They just got done with the map.
Yep. And also, again, I said that Mighty Ali, when I saw the C4, I was like, how did he get the info? But then I realized the one of the players from the side of Team Uwu actually had shot a hologram, which it did give a lot of information, and it was very much easier for Mighty Ali to get the kill nonetheless. So that C4 really did work out, removing both of the hard breaches and eventually getting the win for Team Shaheens, as they will secure map number 1. 7-2, I believe. 7-2 will be the score line, and I've got to say, when it comes to the round differentials for Shaheens, this will be a huge to talk about here.
Yeah, exactly right. Further polarizing the differential for the side of Team Uwu. I mean, yeah, these guys haven't won a map so far, and the one they've lost just now is going to be a -5 for them. So, yeah, Team Uwu really not having the best of performances in this round robin system. I gotta say that it's very very unfortunate for their side. For Shaheens now, thing is that the better result they have, the more of an advantage they're looking for, because I don't think there are any major teams looking to contest Shaheens for the second place spot. The only thing is whether or not they can contest Hunters LFO for the first position. Because again, I'd like to give this pretext to all our viewers as well, right? The way and the reason why we are prioritizing all of these positions in the group standings is that the team with the first seeding will be facing off the team with the fourth seeding in the playoffs once they happen. So again, if whoever is on that first position right now, the most likely contenders of that are Hunters or Shaheens, they'll be facing off the team in fourth. But again, that's plenty in the future to think about, because we still have a lot more days in the group stages to go. Right now, let's have a look at what has just unfolded before our very eyes, which is obviously the map of Skyscraper and the statistics alongside it.
Yep. Take a look at the match summary itself. Caesar with a total of 12 kills. Skywalker with 9. An amazing performance being displayed from Doctor as well. 7 kills and an 89% cost. And from the side of Team Uwu, we did get to see some miraculous plays being made from the attack when they were in attack, especially from the side of Ragnarok. Although, it didn't work out well from their end. 7-2 was really didn't work out too much. We're able to see the end results as well on map number 1. It is 7-2, and that concludes the end of map number 1. We still have map number 2, which is a map being picked by Team Uwu, and they will be going on attack first on map Theme Park, which means once they head in towards the second half, you could say that Uwu has the majority control once they're on defense, but it always comes down to what kind of operators would they ban in the ban phase itself. That's the only difference.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to be discussed about Theme Park as well. The methodology that both of these teams will be looking for, how they'd like to attack. I mean, Shaheens, again, they simply are prioritizing the kills, kind of like what we saw with Won't Stop picking up against KIRA Esports, right in the map we just witnessed. But again, there are a lot of factors to it. For the side of Team Uwu as well, yet again, question is, yes, on defense, they can absolutely hold off, since Theme Park is going to be a lot more defender-sided, but can they hold off Shaheens? Well, there's only one thing. We will find it out once we go live with Team PAK. But for that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a quick break. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Okay. 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 Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. myself for a while.
All right, folks, welcome back to Rainbow-Six-Siege South Asian Nationals, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zodiac Gaming, hosted by the Esports Club, and also our broadcast partner Loco. We are back with the second map between Team Shaheens versus Team UWU, as we did get to see what exactly happened on map number 1. Map Skyscraper went 7-2 in favor for Team Shaheens. They will secure map number 1, and now they're here to claim map number 2. UWU had a very strong, they didn't had a strong start itself. The first half didn't go well in their favor. It was 5-1, and now they're trying to make amends to see whether if this could happen and maybe have a higher chances to go towards decider. But I still got to ask you a question here, CCV. 7-2 on the first map. Do you think Team UWU can bring this back, or do you see Team Shaheens end things for all in this map?
if I'm being honest, I would consider Shaheens ending it. The reason why I say that is because the map, like any of the maps being here, is okay, not irrelevant, but it doesn't matter so much because what we just saw on Skyscraper was a team completely defeating another when it comes to, many factors, especially the major being kills. I know Rainbow Six is a very tactical game. Trust me, I love Rainbow Six for it. It's one of the very major reasons why I love this game, because of strategy. But what we saw on Skyscraper, plain and simple, was Shaheens going up, killing most of the members of Team UWU, and unfortunately for UWU, they couldn't retaliate back to a major extent, which is why on theme park as well something similar can happen. You never really know. Regardless of that, we start off nonetheless, and a major strategic element of Rainbow Six always, as always, are going to be the operator bans. So we start things off. Shaheens this time starting out on defense, and they go for the Thatcher ban, and yeah, again, makes total sense. I don't think these teams will be deviating plenty away from the general guidelines when it comes to the operator bans. They'll be doing pretty much the same thing. Thatcher's gone, Valkyrie gone. It's all the same thing.
Yeah, talk about the second ban itself. We'll be able to see Team UWU opt in for a lion ban once again, because on Skyscraper they also did the same thing too, right? They also banned lion on attack 2 while the map was on Skyscraper. Pretty much sure that they don't want to have lion be on the attack phase itself. Also, on the defense, we will be able to see Mira being banned out, and also Shaheen's final ban, I believe, and Azami. No, it will be the Valkyrie. So one of the heavy anchored operators, Mira, will be out. So does Valkyrie when it comes to good information on defense. And now here it is, folks. First half, Shaheen's on defense, and they're going to start things off on second floor bunk and daycare. Shaheen's have already secured map number 1. Map number 2 can also be at their hands, especially with the bans that we did get to see from both the ends.
Yeah, so bans are done, and again, all of them make sense. Exactly what you said, Baba, as well. With all that being out there, we can start off with the rounds itself. So, keeping that in mind, Team UWU right now on attack. What is their approach to it? Because Shaheens, you already know it. These guys, they'll be doing kind of similar to how like Hunters LFO would play on this map, where they're like all over the map, roaming around. They go for kills. Maybe you can expect some spawn peaks as well, right? We have seen Hunters, and especially someone like Sandy, go for the kills with the alibi. This time Caesar has picked up the alibi. Interesting. Any particular response that Team UWU will have to it, we've got to wait and watch. And of course, how exactly they'll be attacking right here is going to be a particular thing of interest. Are they looking to enter from Cash and Dragon? Do they want to enter from Cafe and all of that? And yeah, so starting it off, for the side of Team Shaheens, looks like all of their defending preparations are done. It's mainly on to Team UWU right now, what they decide to do. And yeah, of course, the attackers will have the initial choice, right? With their playstyle, it's the defenders who will be playing that reactionary game and anticipating whatever the attackers are doing. So already, attackers have moved up, and seems like Cafe and like the western side of the map is particularly a choice for Team UWU now.
Yeah, usually you'd always see cash control from the attacker's end, but for now, we will see Team UWU make their whole, concern towards a side on Cafe, mainly because Doctor is currently playing from that particular position, even with the deployable shield. So Drish is going to start things off with the initial frag out by removing Caesar, and now Doctor is currently in a very difficult situation where he needs to focus on 2 of the angles. Now, information will be given. All Doctor needs to do is just be careful when it comes to holding out those lines of sight. Meanwhile, we will get to see the Azami use the Kiba barriers in a way that it will help him seal off the entire windows, because there is one of the players who are currently repelling from that particular place. Doctor sees one of the players, gets the confirmation on the kill, and removes Ragnarok. So does Envy, as he gets his headshot too. So those crossfire angles are working very well all the way towards the Cafe side, and I think this would be a very good idea for Team UWU to try to challenge those angles and reply back with the same thing.
Yeah, Team UWU absolutely can reply back for the same thing, that retaliation can be present from their side. Doctor yet again, the MPX wants and is fighting for yet another kill. The attackers seem to be stopped dead in their tracks right now. Dagger also put in a down but not out state. Dizzy is looking to push up yellow stairs, but there is Skywalker holding this very angle, anticipating, watching for someone. Dizzy's location is known, and now, oh, it's a lot more difficult for the Ash to make her way through. Dagger has been revived, Kato is still there, but unfortunately for these attackers, no real way for them to progress further unless they heavily reposition, which is exactly what this Ash is going for. Now, up arcade stairs she goes, looking to proceed, looking to make some way. There is someone, Doctor's position is known, but look at that, what a shot from him. And Shaheens shall indeed be closing out the first round.
Yep. Even with the deployable shield being destroyed from those explosive utilities, even a doctor had to worry about both of the angles. He will still stay alive and end up with those 3 important kills that will start things off for Shaheens for securing their first round. I believe the site was on second floor bunk and daycare. Now they'll decide to head on in towards first floor throne and armory room. With some changes being made from the operator's picks from both the sides, the attackers still has a chance to repick and have a different operators being brought out. Mainly because you see the fuse being picked out, so does Finka. But I'm pretty sure this will be changed once they start to use the attack drones and give them vital information. Although when it comes to wall denials, I believe that they're only going to rely towards the Kaid. The electro claws will be very powerful, that could at least electrify 2 of the walls. Maybe they could do it all the way towards the yellow stairs, because that should be the main concern towards Shaheens' end if they want to have good control and force the side of Team UWU to see whether if they could get control towards the armory side. That would be the place where Shaheens are very comfortable of for recovering those sites. But let's not forget, you still have Caesar with the castle armor panels, you even have the keeper barriers, and we did get to see one of the players go all the way towards upstairs by reinforcing some of those important walls too towards initiation room as well, which means that there will be a roam presence. Cafe will be heavily fortified with those deployable shield once again, and I believe it will be Doctor once again with the alibi MX4 Storm. This time the Jaeger's ADSs will also be present to make sure that the one of the utilities would at least get caught out and give ample amount of time to fall back at the right time. So every single thing from Shaheens are present. The roam is present, so does the denial. All they've got to do is just ensure that they have victory towards the initial frags, and once that is done, Team UWU will have major problems from their end if they don't take care of these situations. And just like I talked about it is already going to start out. Skywalker starts it off with his first initial pick, and that is the ace taken care of. No more of the hard breacher, but you still have the fuses secondary hard breach that could at least open up some certain lines of sights. But at least we see the attackers from Team UWU flooding the sites. They want to make sure that none of the players would gain ample amount of control, but the amount of denials that they're having, especially Caesar, the headshot from Dresh, things will be even much more tougher from UWU.
Yeah, but UWU alleviates some of that pressure thanks to Ragnarok finding that kill. And now all the defenders that are alive are going to be encompassed within the bomb site, with this one exception of IND, who has still been very, very sneaky into bunk. But there are some attackers looking for him. He's got to be careful with when he peeks out. What he can do right here is either get a kill and then be traded out, or waste even more time. He's waiting and watching, can really capitalize off this situation, holding the angle. Oh, 1 kill for him. Looks for another, and then we shall find 2 before he goes down. Really good stuff. Means that it's all down to Dagger right now. Doesn't have the diffuser just yet. Will pick it up right now, but can he pick up the shards left in this round? Drops down split instantly. Mighty Ali doesn't hear him just yet. Interesting. Didn't get that sound cue. Was caught off guard by that kill. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Dagger versus Doctor. Diffuser done. Now it's time to focus on the kills. Now it's time to go for the gunfights. And yet again, Dagger not really looking in the direction Doctor is approaching from.
Oh
but
no.
now he sees
Oh no.
Doctor swings, and yeah, again, I'm not sure what happened with the sound for these guys, but yeah, two very interesting kills happening late in the round because of sound cues. Maybe these players just got confused. I don't know.
Or maybe Dagger was way too much concerned about those bulletproof cams, because it was technically giving good info to Doctor. So once Dagger realized that his positioning was compromised, I believe he kind of entered into a panic state where he had no idea on where
Uh-huh.
the player's location was. So he did ended up having intel, whereas Shaheens already had info in the first place, giving them the win on round number 2 as well. And I kind of like the strategy how Shaheens have put into it on first floor Army in Throne Room, because most of the time you'd usually see operators heavily relying on denial of walls. You know, the mute jammers, the Kaid electroclaws. You could even include the bandit charges if you want to, but you'd always see a mute or a Kaid that could block those important walls itself and force the attackers in a way that they don't have any other necessary utilities to open up those certain lines of sights. And even if they do open up those walls, they'll be left with at least 40 or 30 seconds where they have to figure out a way to enter in towards the site. And that is the main reason why that site on armory lockers, sorry, first floor armory and throne room is considered to be the most highest defensive site wins that we've seen on a map like Theme Park. But Shaheen's going in for a different strategy. Instead of going in for a full-on denial play, going in for a roam play instead by showing their presence known from second floor is a very risky one. But still, Shaheen's ended up getting the win in the first place. Now, on round number 3, the site will be changed, of course, with them winning on first floor. I believe they'll be heading back towards second floor bunk and daycare. No, it's on second floor initiation room once again. All right. So on round number 3, Shaheens have secured 2 of the rounds on defense. High likelihood chance that it could happen on round number 3 too if Team UWU decides to make the same push like they did for the past 2 rounds.
Let's see if Team UWU are indeed looking to make that same push. In the past 2 rounds, Doctor gets the opening kill, and yeah. Alright, so trade does take place. That's really, really good. But still, you've got Caesar this time on the backstab. He can flank some of these attackers, and isolated gunfights are hurting the members of Team UWU. But let's have a look at Caesar. Oh, he's coming in from security room. Dagger is there. There are 2 attackers right now. But, well, it's once more down to that lonesome person. It's all down to Drish, all by himself. 1 versus 2 scenario. Yet again, a very difficult thing to maneuver through and move on forward, especially with the DMR in hand. The EMP charges are there. And of course, yep, I was just going to mention it. He can hack some of the phones as well, gather more intel for his roster. Thing is, how exactly can he win 2 of these gunfights, especially when one of them is Caesar with the Vector in close quarter combat? Absolute wreckage. And close quarter combat is the only choice for Drish right now to initiate these firefights and potentially look to win out the round. Caesar spotted him, goes for the C4 toss, and it works! It does work. Shaheens get another round.
Yep. Even if the C4 was a bit not timed right, he will eventually get the timing right from from Dresh, who was just going in for a second peak once again. So Shaheens will secure all of those 3 sites. Yeah, the first floor armory in throne room, and also both of the sites situated in second floor. And a timeout will be requested at the hands of Team UWU. Now, when it comes to the performance that we've seen from Team UWU's end, we've seen them push twice towards the cafe's end, but this time they've made it for a different approach by dropping down the hatch towards servers. Now, although they had firm grip control towards the initiation room, they didn't had control from the flankers, in which they did ended up cleaning up almost you could say almost the 2 or 3 players who are showing their presence known from initiation room. So I believe for Team UWU, maybe having some certain operators that have a claymore or maybe a nomad which could help them block the certain lines of sight with the help of the air jabs, maybe could have helped UWU to proceed with their push and not worry about the flanks, but what's past in the past. We can focus on the future. I mean, we can only talk about the present and the future itself. So on round number 4, Team UWU will be met with a decision to see whether if pushing towards, I believe, the only push that we do have to see has to be in towards cash run, right? That's exactly where most of the executes would happen from the attacker's side. So having some certain operators like a hard breacher is a must, obviously. The Cabby's picked has been skyrocketed a lot, especially we see the Cabby being picked a lot from Team Uvu's end. Information gathered, secondary EMP, you don't have to worry about it. And since Thatches has been banned, they still have to focus on opening up lines aside from the walls. So still got to think about it. So let's see with the timeout coming to an end. So let's see what kind of operators would they bring. And the site for Shaheen still continues. Second floor bunk and daycare will be the site. And for Team UWU, they are yet to make a response.
Yep. Still for the side of Team UWU right now, you know,
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
they want to
defused
get
by
back
attackers.
into it. They want to get back into this game, but it's so difficult when every single round you're going for is just constant, like disbarment, and it's just constant like pressure from the opposition and kill after kill after kill, and you just can't break through. What Team UWU really need, as unfortunate as it is a major influx of kills in their favor. But again, that is so much more easier said than
Attackers
done
have discovered the location
when
of a
you
bomb.
consider the fact that
10 seconds
Shaheens are the
remaining.
ones gaining benefit from most of the gunfights going on.
5 seconds left
So
before
keeping that in mind, Team UWU, any other form of breakthrough they can have, maybe look to prioritize, the plants, or try something completely different. We can see Dizzy on the knock, we have Kato on the capital, Amaru. Something different is up for works. Okay, that's all well and good. It's like they can absolutely have something different in the bag, but what is their overall plan with this? Like the Amaru jumps in, the knock is there for sneaky plays, the Capita for the smokes, and then you push. It's still a bit hazy what their overall plan is. But regardless of that, it's all about Shaheens and their responses defense as well, because these guys, they are adjacent to the bomb site. It's bunk and daycare after all. Not much is going to be there from roaming. You extend towards a bathroom, you extend towards a cafe, and that's pretty much it. And then you just hold the angles and wait and watch.
The only deciding factor has to be Ragnarok itself, right? Once you have the Gara hook to show his presence known from the Windows side, maybe they could have the advantage. But turns out Kano's been downed out immediately and gets confirmed as well from the side of Doctor. Actually, no, Doctor actually gets to remove Dre Skywalker. He won't be able to confirm his kill, but Caesar will, though, making sure that none of those surprise attacks will be present from Dagger's end. Where is Ragnarok and DZ? Turns out Kato will be revived back. Even the Nook has been taken care of all the way from the yellow stairs itself. And now you could say that Shaheens have ample control in V. So he was trying to use the impact to, make major damage towards the player towards Cafe, but that did not work out. C4 will confirm the kill from Madi Ali all the way downstairs. And now it's Ragnarok, who hasn't used his Gara hook just yet. The whole door will be sealed off. And now he'll be removed as well at the hands of Caesar once again. I'm not quite sure what Ubu was trying to think at that moment. Maybe I was actually hoping for Ragnarok to maybe use his Gara hook from the windows of the other side. Try to box them in instead of all 5 players pushing from the same place once again towards Cafe. I mean, this is the third time I'm seeing, and this is the third time Uvu has lost it. Shaheens will secure this round. It's 4-0. And now, round number 5. I don't know. I don't know, CCV. I don't know whether if Team Uvu can win a lot of rounds on attack itself.
Yeah, overall, Theme Park not being in favor of attackers. I mean, with the last matchup as well, right, with Kira up against Won't Stop Peeking, we saw this. Both the attacking half with the rosters went 1-5, 1-5. They only managed to win a single round on attack. And eventually, yes, round 15, Won't Stop Peaking did get an attacking win, which led them to win the full map. But so far today, Team Park has been extremely defender-sided. But the problem for Team UWU is going to be, if this method continues once more, it won't be about attackers or defenders. It'll just be Shaheens are performing really, really good, and Team UWU may not be able to get a necessary counter against it, or may not be able to have a reply readied up. So Team UWU have got to act on this. If they act on it right now, if they manage to win Armory and Throne, which is unlikely considering, again, Armory and Throne is a really good bomb site for the defenders, things can still be better. I mean, a 2-4 half is really salvageable. It's perfectly fine in most maps here in Siege. But Team UWU still need that 2-4 right now. They cannot delay it even further.
Yeah, absolutely, CCB. I totally have to agree on that. Oh, Trish. Ooh. Just removing
Nice.
Envy while he was so busy focusing on that one particular
Yeah.
lines of sight will get away with a kill. Envy will definitely be like, wait, how did that happen? I didn't give any information. Well, guess what? Vertical line of sight, well, like the floor's already been opened up. Although I've got to say, for Dresh, getting a kill like that will at least disable the opportunity for the Azami to use the keeper barriers. So that will be safe for now. They won't be able to make their own portable covers, but they still need to worry about the castle armor panels and also the jammers, which will be destroyed from the grenades as of soon. Not just yet. One of the grenades just tossed all the way towards throne room itself, not at the mute jammers. So it will take a lot of time for them to destroy that particular utility. C4 toss from Mighty Ali. It will be denied immediately from the attackers from the bullets itself. So extended roam is present all the way towards the barrel side. Protection's been given. UWU are still having major problems from the mute jammers because they haven't even destroyed it yet. Ragnarok still has two flashbangs. They could have used the flashbang first and then grenade to remove the jammers, but in the end, it's Thresh who's been making majority of those damage because he gets another one. This time, he gets to remove Skywalker. Now, they could head on towards the side of barrels. They could go in for the push. All they've got to do is just remove Caesar, but the rest will not get lucky this time. Recoveries will be made. It's a 3v4, and Shaheens, they're playing it accordingly to die.
Oh, really nice shot by a dagger right here. That's all well and good. Doctor's also eliminated. So it's all down to Caesar. He's gotten 2 kills already. Diffuser's gonna go down. He needs to isolate more of these gunfights, but Team UWU, they are looking very adamant on winning this round, and it's going to be the crossfire from Dizzy that eventually wins out the round. Really solid stuff from UWU. They held their ground time and time again. They moved as a unit, they moved as a roster, and after this opening kill from Drish, things got a whole lot easier. So that's all really well and good. These are the kind of rounds we really need to see, the micro synergies and the overall way in which they're moving forward as a team has got to work together. But yeah, this was really good. For the side of Shaheens right now, I mean, again, there's no point talking much about Shaheens. That was just one of the rounds where they lost the gunfights. They've got to make sure, if they want to keep on winning, like how they won their first 4 rounds, they individualize these firefights, because that's the strength of Shaheens, and that's always been a particular strength of theirs. For UWU, remain united as a team, move together and win those firefights. And for Shaheens, obviously it's going to be the opposite. Again, when you put it in terms like these, it sounds very, very obvious, I know, but executing it practically is where the perfection and the complexities of Siege really lie.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah. So, according to the information that I've got right now, I mean, except this matchup, so Team Park has currently been played 6 times in this tournament, in which, when it comes to attackers and defensive wins, the attackers win percentage is around 32%, whereas the defensive win is 67. That's a huge margin when it comes to the most defensive wins on map Theme Park, where it's heavily defender favored. And also, we do get to see that specific example as well on round number 5, where once they realize that barrel requires a huge reinforcements, both, I mean, if you just reinforced all 3 walls, then you have majority amount of success. But Shaheens, they want to do a different way. Instead of fortifying the entire wall, they want to ensure that if it did not happen, they would have at least a backup plan where they could at least hold their ground. But focusing on round number 6, we will see Doctor succeed in his initial gunfights, by this time taking out DZ. The Nook won't be available, and now he's looking for more. Can he get it? Yes, he does. The second shot will be made. It will be Ragnarok. He's hoping to find his third, but no, it will be hit out from Dagger. 4v3. Doctor has made major damage towards Team UWU, and without enough bandages left for Team UWU to use, they've got to rely on just clothes. I mean, just the normal, threads of cotton. But yeah, it's still not working out though. Mighty Ali, SMG-11 succeeds in taking out Dagger. Cash is fully fortified. And for Shaheens, this, with only just 2 players left, things will be even much more tougher. My god, Mighty Ali chose to contest that angle. He will get it while he gets traded out. And now it's back with Drish, who needs to clutch this 1v3.
Yet again, lot of pressure on Drish, but he fulfill. It's what's the objective for him? See, again, that's the thing about Shaheens. They will still be peeking him angles. He can sit here. He may just find a defender looking who's extra hungry for a kill. But yeah, the defenders are not letting him progress, not unless he wins a gunfight. IND as well being creative with how he peeks, tags the IQ significantly. Drish has got to be careful, checking every single angle. 45 seconds, no progress made yet so far. Diffuser not in hand, cannot be retrieved just yet. Kills, hasn't found any. Every second matters. Drish has got to move on, but he is stuck in this stalemate. He needs to move forward. And yeah, Envy is going upstairs right now and lands the headshot. Shaheens will be ending this half 5-1. Today, every single half that we have seen on Theme Park has been 5-1. Be it KIRA Esports, be it Won't Stop Peaking, be it Shaheens or UWU.
Yep, there we go. 5-1. Oh boy. Second half is in, so does the role swap. Team UWU will be on defense, and they'll make a decision to head in towards second floor bunk in daycare. Interesting set of operators being picked from the defensive side, as UWU, they kind of love bringing in the dock most of the time. Although it didn't work a lot on map Skyscraper, I'm quite curious to know whether if it would work on the second half itself, especially on a map like Theme Park. No C4 plays except Ragnarok, only one of the C4s and impact nades will be present, which means that it depends on the EDDs. The more damage that the EDDs deal with the attackers, the higher the chances that Team UWU can succeed in majority of their gunfights. So I believe they're going to play accordingly to that. And they've got to make sure that once Shaheens make their presence known, they've got to make sure that they would hold their ground as best as possible. Of course, they're not going to push all the way towards Cafe. They will show their presence maybe in towards Cash Room, drop down from the hatch, or maybe get the whole control towards the hallway side too. But all in all, we just got to wait and see what Team Shaheens have their response to.
Yeah, let's see exactly. For the side of Shaheens right now, their response and their reaction to this kind of extra aggressive that Team UWU are playing. I mean, look at that. Kato in bathroom, Ragnarok right here towards Cash, C4 tossed. Woo! Really solid C4 played off of information, and it works brilliantly. Seizes the first casualty, and he doesn't even see the light of the day or the inside of the building. Executed and blasted away on that balcony. So that's all well and good. Team UWU, flying start for these guys. For Shaheens, it's a setback. Oh, that's for sure. But how do you move on forward? And of course, Shaheens know how to move on forward. You just return the favor. You get a kill again. But it's looking to be a lot more easier said than done. Shaheens are getting a taste of their own medicine. They are seeing and realizing how difficult it is to deal with this hyper aggressive defense setup. I mean, not hyper aggressive. Team UWU are not actively going for runouts and spawn peaks and all, but still they're contesting so many of these angles. And yeah, it's caught up to Team UWU. Dizzy goes down. Some of their players, they may get tagged or damaged as well, but I think that's why they've got the Rish to be on the dock and the Stim pistol to be ever so powerful right now.
Yep, and with the IQ scans, which could at least help determine exactly where those EDD traps are present, they won't be having any problems in destroying those important utilities. But they still need to focus on the site, and the players currently, holding down the site as well. And since you have Dresh with the stems, they'll be able to at least get some good advantage. But oh no, wait, did Envy get caught out from the blast? I think he did. Oh no, that is unfortunate. But at least on the bright side, he will be picked up, but they don't have much time left. 40 seconds. Summer Breachers will open up some certain lines of sight. Envy will be forced to go all the way outside. Informations will be given from the Bloodproof cam as well. All they've got to do is just make a push, proceed with post plant. And turns out that will be a difficult task for Shaheens because they lost one more. Ragnarok succeeds in removing Skywalker, which means in a 3v4 situation with the advantage still being at the hands of Team UWU, Envy, especially with the repel, or maybe Doctor needs to do something about this. Both of them will be denied immediately. Triple kill from Ragnarok, and now Envy left all by himself. Great shot, will deny one of the players, but not enough time, and UWU will secure round number 7 without any hiccups.
Yep. For side of Team UWU, again, we saw in the instant replay overall as well that they just slowed down Shaheens so much. And by the end, Shaheens, their hand was kind of forced. They were just like, okay, well, we gotta push. We don't have any other choice. Guys, let's go, go, go. By the time that happened, sadly, just was a little too late. All of the attackers, they end up getting picked off one by one by one. And it eventually led to Team UWU having a really, really good, having a really good defensive round. The only thing is, they've got to continue with this. As for Shaheens, yet again, they may also be victims of the 5-1 Team PAK, Team PAK theme, pun intended, as has been going on today. We may just see this into overtime. I know it's very early for a caster to be mentioning overtime, but hey, considering the kind of games we've had so far, it is a high likelihood. So Shaheens would like to avoid that, and the only reason is you just finish the job right now. You don't let Team UWU get any extra momentum. You end it right here, right now. You get 6 rounds, so at the very least, you get that overtime, and you strive for the 7. As for Team UWU, keep doing the same thing. The last round was really good. Maintain that accuracy, maintain the strength in your defense, and Shaheens also, can be another team. I mean, Shaheens can also, be defeated in that way. So, with both of the teams and their objectives and their mindset, most importantly, set and solidified, question is, how will the round actually proceed? Most importantly, who shall be getting the opening kill? We've had a lot of back and forths in this entire matchup, Many a times, Team UWU have gotten the opening kills, Drish has done that, but there have been times where Shaheens and their members have gotten the frag first. So, keeping that in mind, it is going to be very important. But yeah, nice to see a bit of, countermeasure from Shaheens. They've now got the OSA to make it easier breaching into the building. But with all the attention on this OSA right now, Doctor surviving is going to be unlikely, and he's got to really be careful with how he proceeds forward.
Yeah, at least to be careful. And Kato, wasting both of his important utilities, is going to let Doctor have, confirmation saying that, yep, that's true. Okay. Doctor just casually deals him 2 damage, and Envy, he'll get the kill nonetheless. All right. So I was trying to say, Doctor, with his confirmation that both of the explosive utility has been destroyed, he can just casually go out, but he forgot about Ragnarok all the way towards the flanks, and now he could use it to his advantage. There goes Envy, so does Caesar. 3v4, DZ just goes in for a hefty run out. Okay. 3v4, C4 to toss it out. What is happening? UWU has finally gained momentum of the situation, and now it's just Mighty Ali and Skywalker currently left in a 2v4. They will make their presence known all the way towards catch room, and with one single problem. was that they didn't had major information that had led Ragnarok get the majority of the kills. It's still a 2v3. Mighty Ali and Skywalker are still present, which means the job is not done yet. They've equalized it to a 2v2, which means there's still a chance for Shaheen to bring this back, mainly focused on the bulletproof camps. It's going to cause DZ get the kill, and now it's a 1v2. Skywalker also goes out of the hands of DZ, and Team UWU. Oh boy, round number 8. That was a pleasant surprise.
Indeed, it was, no matter what Team UWU were trying, pushing up, and of course, just straight up taking the gunfights, work their way. And for Shaheens, I think the major change they really need is changing their method of approaching the building. We have seen Cash and Dragon Stairs. We have been seeing Cash and Dragon Stairs for the past 2 rounds. Neither one of the times Shaheens have really been able to move on forward. Even if they can move forward, gain some map control, it costs them so much of their time and usually 1 or 2 of their members dying in the process as well. That's a big problem. They've got to change that. For Team UWU right now, again, keep doing the same thing. The defenders are doing nothing wrong. Rounds are working for themselves. Shaheens, in the meanwhile, are, they've got to do something. Maybe enter from arcade or perhaps cafe. Considering the bomb set is armory and throne, take barrels control, take control of the arcade hallway, enter split, open the split hatch, go for a, go for a plant towards the barrels breach. Like, so much can happen. You don't always have to focus on the ventilation room and, breach from there after getting the statue room control and all that. There are many different scenarios. Shaheens really have to change their methodology. And I get it. In the heat of the situation, in the middle of a competitive match with a lot of people watching and with so much pressure being there, it's difficult to come up with new strategies. But Shaheens and UWU, all 10 of these people in the server, are quite experienced to realize that a change in pace and a change in mindset can really help out these guys.
Yeah, Shaheens, they really need some help, especially the way how the attack rounds is not favoring a lot for both the sides. You could say that Shaheens are currently at a major disadvantage, but they still have a chance to bring this back. All they've got to do is just ensure that none of those surprise attacks would be present from Ragnarok, and looks like they'll have a very good start, especially from Caesar. Headshot remove Dresh, there goes your dog. No more of those Tims to give you enough amount of HP. Denials will be made, this time bring in the Nomad. Air jabs will be destroyed, which means that Shaheens are not thinking of getting the second floor control just yet. They want to show their presence known, but actually no, they're actually still in second floor contesting towards Kato. This will be forced to fall back all the way towards yellow stairs. Protection will be given, and now knowing that it will be difficult to hold that ground, Shaheens will just decide to, actually not Shaheens, Team UWU will decide to give the whole control of second floor in their hands and make sure that this site will be their final resort. Impacts are still present from the vigils, so even with that, they're losing a lot of players once again. 5v3, Skywalker confirms his kill, and now it's Dagger who will be eliminated. The Alibi's Storm won't be available, and with it, Shaheens' main focus will be on the site where 3 of the players make that 2 as a grenade confirms kill to remove Kato. Another grenade where it could have been the kill from DZ, but he still survives. But here comes Ragnarok's special surprise attack. And if that works out, this will be huge. Yup, there it is, the protection from the Osa shield. No! 2v2, it's Ragnarok who does the magic. 2v1. What a play that we witnessed. Once again, Ragnarok decides to flank and he ends up getting a kill. C4 to open up lines of sight, but it's still not enough. Shaheens will make sure to put an end to Ragnarok's flank attempts. And in round number 9, Shaheens will finally confirm match point 6-3. A good attempt. I'm not gonna lie. That was a good attempt from Ragnarok.
Oh, really? That flank was was godlike from his end, and it really was so influential, but sadly just couldn't close out the round. But Team UWU, they have to face the repercussions. They know what it means. It is going to be a total of 6 rounds for Shaheens. Match point, it is so close. Team UWU, they need 3 more rounds, but the only problem now is they need to win those 3 just all together, like consecutively. There's nothing against it. in the previous round, just kills end up flowing in Shaheens' way. They went for that again. They went for the regular breach. They moved on forward, and that was that plain and simple. There wasn't much. So, keeping that in mind, now the team Uwu are going back to second floor. I believe these guys, they should have an easier time defending, because again, if Shaheens changed nothing, then it's going to be extremely problematic, right? If Shaheens
5 seconds left before
constantly
insertion.
go for that same cash and dragon stairs entrance, it's really going to be troublesome for them. However, if they go for something different, perhaps more kills can go their way.
Yeah, well, this is a difficult task though for Team UWU. Shaheens have already secured map point for Team Park. They've already won map number 1. And now with the side being on second floor side, Team UWU still has a chance to bring this back. But if they make some single mistakes, Shaheens will definitely, use those mistakes to their advantage. With the help of those mute jammers, although it should be destroyed from those shock drones without being able to, compromise your own body itself, because that's how shock drones supposed to be a huge powerful weapon for the attackers. But turns out Dagger just said, you know what, instead of shooting the shock drone, I'll just shoot out the operator itself. Removes Doctor out of the equation. And now with only 5 players left from Shaheens and an initial frag, which is still in favor for Team UWU, they always have this advantage. Let's not forget, Shaheens, once they had the advantage in the previous round, they had firm control grip when it comes to, getting control, making sure that all of the roamers have been taken care of, and then they went in towards the side. But they have never won a round where Shaheens were already a man down. So you could say that UWU has the advantage when it comes to the situation, but you gotta make sure. And Dagger getting that second kill, my goodness, Team UWU, they're looking very strong here, CCB.
For Team UWU for this round, looking absolutely quite strong. And oh, look at this swing from Mighty. Finds one. Dizzy gets severely lit up as well, but the attackers and their numbers, they are dwindling. They've got to individualize these gunfights and still win them. Problem is, where do they look for the kills? The defenders are spread all across the entire map, and yeah, for the attackers to find them, it's going to be a major trouble to hunt the defenders down, get the kills done, then move on forward, then look to execute onto the bomb side. It's looking like an impossible, a mammoth task for Shaheens to achieve. So Indian Skywalker, they may just focus on the gunfight, but no, Dagger has different plans. Look at Dagger right now. 3 kills for him in this round, and Dizzy finally finishes things off. Team UWU now get a total of 4 rounds, 2 more to go, and overtime it shall be.
High likely a chance for overtime for Team UWU. All they've got to do is just make sure that they win 2 more rounds on defense. And the strongest side of them all will be on the second floor initiation room. And if they win this, then the next round, they will be holding their final ground at first floor armory throne, armory/throne room itself. So 6-4, Shaheens have secured map point. Now, the only site that Shaheens had won on attack was on the first floor side itself, especially with some good coordinations that had been made from Shaheens' end, removing both of the roamers first and then heading towards the side by blowing up the wall with the help of the, I believe, with the exothermic charge that did blow up the whole wall towards maintenance room. But the main problem had to be the flanks that had been made from Team UWU's end. Ragnarok has been successful in both of his flanks, which would put Shaheens on a bit of a cautious mode, knowing that one of the defenders would at least head in for a flank. So having those specific utilities, like maybe a claymore or having a nomad air jab, would at least help them nullify those effects. But still got to worry about the rest of the side too, right? So especially knowing in that certain situations, Shaheens, they've got to play this slow and methodical. And for UWU, Ragnarok is still present. He's currently playing as the Warden, interestingly enough. Maybe I think he bought that specific operator to counter Ying's effects. Not a lot of flashbangs are present from the attacker's end, only the Candelas, which means that Mighty Eddie has 3 of them. Currently droning it out, finding some major information towards the side itself. Denials will be present from the smoke's gas canisters. You even have the C4 from Ragnarok. The only difference is whom shall it favor to? Will it favor for Shaheens or will it favor for Team UWU on defense?
Let's wait and see exactly, indeed, whom it favors. As right now, everything is still at a standstill. I mean, we haven't progressed much into the round. Minute has passed by, and still Shaheens are, taking things slow. Again, they'd like to commit as few mistakes as possible and only then proceed forward. Everything is logged out from Team UWU. Different approach from the defenders. They're like, we don't want to contest the angles. We just want to, completely cut off the dragon stairs and cash room section from the bomb side. Lock it off if possible. So an interesting approach right there. Shaheen still are looking to enter from that eastern side, break the castle barricades, breach through the reinforcements, then look for kills. No kills have happened, and this is the time where it must be getting to Shaheen's, because you've got you've got like a minute and 10 seconds now on the clock. The attackers have got to be moving forward, making some progress with regards to map control or anything along those lines. So security room seems to now be under approach. Breach is done. Drish is constantly peeking the angle, shooting with the MP5 as he sees fit. Ragnarok is also present with the MPX. So the defenders are holding their angles, and this is the perfect use case for Warden. He is holding this. He's waiting and watching for the attackers. He's got to make sure he finds a kill. And yes, he does. Ragnarok with the first. That's another. Only now is he eliminated. Skywalker heavily damaged by a team grenade. And Shaheens, unfortunately for them, they're dying by the wayside. Envy, final person now alive.
This was a full-on 30-second push, and it just got removed because of oh boy, Envy, man, that was sick. When it comes to when it comes to a kill like that, DZ will be going out, but not a lot of time left. Envy is starting to lose a lot of time as well from the attacker's end. So for Team UWU defensive's end, we will be able to get the second but not the third. The rest will be able to get it. Team UWU will secure round number 11, and I've got to say, Shaheens, their main focus was to go in for a full-on aggressive push, but once they put to a full-on halt, it was already a done deal, right? When you saw Ragnarok get those 2 kills, that was it. Shaheens had no other way to, maybe figure out a way to push in towards the side, because all 5 persons from Shaheens, they were in towards servers. None of them were on cache, none of them towards hallway. No one was trying to go in for an attempt of a cooked nade. If they had proper Warden's location, knowing that he might have a higher chances of a nade kill, a cooked nade kill could have happened. They even had an Iana, but they were hell-bent focused on going in for a fully fledged push with smokes, with flashes. Turns out, Shaheens, once they decide to go in for the push, it immediately started to fall apart when UWU decides to do their counters.
Yep. So right now, for the side of Team UWU, counters are working, holding their ground. Everything seems to be going their way. Some of their players as well, having exceptional performances. Ragnarok and Dagger, 13 kills, 12 kills. And yeah, this time UWU are looking a lot more confident with how they're present in the server, right? Unlike what happened on Skyscraper, where with kills as well, it just wasn't looking like their day. And I think this has got to play a big fact with just teams knowing the map they're on and being a lot more confident, kind of like what we saw in our previous best of 3 with Kira and Won't Stop Peaking. Kira on Chalet weren't looking like the best team, but on Clubhouse, they were looking extremely confident. They were peaking the angles, winning the firefights, initial gunfights, late round, a lot more synergized with each other. And that's the same example I can say for the side of Team UWU. Even if Drish and Kata, okay, they're not having the best time in the server, just the support is plenty. And of course, a bit of their responsibility is offloaded thanks to Ragnarok and Dagger having an exceptionally good day. So now Shaheens tactical timeout done, we can all start resuming, and everyone can start getting back into the round. So final round before we jump into, I mean, if we jump into overtime, that is, Shaheens can still end it right here. I'm sure they'd not like to push it into OT, but you never know. So we shall wait and watch.
Yep, we will. Shaheens, this was the site where they had secured their attack round. And for UWU, man, this is it. This would be the round for them to determine whether if they could, equalize it once more, put us to overtime, and let those rest of the 3 rounds available in this round determine whether if Shaheens could secure the map, or will we get to see map number 3. So with every single utilities being placed around, the jammers from the mute, no Kaid, no bandit, only the mute's jammers to disable some certain gadgets, but it will still be available to open up certain lines of sight. For the attackers, Envy and Doctor, who's been making a lot of kills from their end, they need to figure out a way and see if they could remove the players on the side of Team UWU as best as possible. The first thing that they did was focus on towards, removing the roamers first, and that should be DZ and Dagger, who is currently having 12 kills. And now I'm looking at the map itself. Yeah, there's only one roamer, and that is Ragnarok, who is currently in towards the server room. So he will be focused first, and once he is taken care of, they will at least, use the vertical lines of sight, destroy those mute jammers, and ensure that they'll heavily focused on towards that particular place itself. Iana's Gemini replicator will be used to give major information towards the site itself. Info will be given. They know that Ragnarok has just run away all the way towards second floor bunk, which means then Shaheens can just proceed towards cash room without facing any issues.
Yeah. On forward, gain that map control, and so far haven't had any major issues. Now, very soon they shall be coming into contact with the defenders. The defenders are holding their angles as well, waiting for anyone, be it the defenders on first floor or the roamers on second floor, and watching out for these attackers. As for the hard breach, Skywalker is there with the exothermic charge. Flash goes out, and yeah, Dagger is ready with this exothermic. Frag grenade tossed, frag grenade scored out, but I believe the charge will still go through, and yes, the breach is done. Mighty also gets the initial kill. So not only is that a breach into the bomb side, but also the side of Team UWU. One of their players lost. It's Ragnarok, their mute of the board. So okay, problematic indeed. Got to be a lot more careful with how they proceed forward, with how they hold their defense. Shaheens, 50 seconds. What do they prioritize? Do they go for vertical control? Do they attempt it? Maybe send someone through split? There are many questions to be asked, but this live drone from Mighty Ali gains a lot of answers. Sees the two defenders, Azami and Jaeger, inside of Throne, and Shaheens are continuing to amplify the pressure, and indeed, it is working.
Yeah, it's 4v3, but still time is ticking for Shaheens. They only have 25 seconds. They've at least gained some momentum here. All they've got to do is just remove one of the players towards Throne Room, and Drish, knowing that there is one player using those vertical lines of sight, you still forget about Kato, who will get traded out nonetheless. 4v2, they just have to plant the side, and this is the opening that they require. Envy, headshots required, and it's Drish who is all left. 1v3, all he needs to do is just deny the plant, which will not happen, so he'll be forced for post plant. 40 seconds. He doesn't have any more smoke gas canisters, but an FMG, one single shot to the head will confirm its kill, and that will be denied because Doctor is still present and will make sure that the plays will not happen. The clutch of the 1v3 that could have been made from Drish will be denied at an instant, which means that we are not heading down for overtime, folks. 7-5. What an impressive performance from Shaheens.
Yep. And yeah, Shaheens close it out again. Exceptional performance from these guys as well. I gotta say again, really solid performance. They knew what they were doing. They had the obstacles in their way. But today, man, Theme Park just seems to be a completely like defender-sided map But still, Shaheens closed it out. Unfortunate for Team UWU. This means that after three best of threes, they haven't won a single map. So, really difficult start now, navigating their way through the remaining matches they have in the South Asian Nationals. I believe they may just have to win majority, if not almost all of them, to essentially secure a potential, you know, like a potential spot, a potential qualification spot in the
Mhm.
playoffs. But yeah, so far, really not the best of starts for Team Uvu. Hopefully, they can learn from this matchup as well and look to initiate it in their next BO3 they play.
Yep. Currently, for Team UVU, they've had a very difficult day, including in this group stage itself. They haven't secured a single win itself. They haven't won a single map. Even they haven't, pushed themselves all the way towards deciders. I believe, if I have the information right, yeah, all of the matches that they've played right now from UVU, they have lost all of them on a 0-2 score line, 0-2 score line, as in the map itself. So I've got to say, for Team Uvu, there was almost a glimpse of hope in the second half that Team Uvu could have at least have had a majority chance to succeed in this push. But the only site that Team Uvu had a lot of problems with had to be on first floor Armory and Throne Room, mainly because of how Shaheens proceeded with that push. Now, granted, the two of the sites that Shaheens have made that execute from second floor bunk and daycare and also an initiation room, it didn't quite work out well in their favor, especially on the amount of presence that was shown from Ragnarok's end, which really did put Shaheens on a major disadvantage most of the time. Look at that. The surprise C4, the flanks that we've seen twice from Ragnarok, that it did ended up gain momentum of those flanks. But in the end, despite Team Uvu's great efforts, Shaheens will manage to get a win by claiming two attack round wins on the same side, First War Armory and Throne Room. So take a look at the summary itself. 12 kills to Envy, 10 kills to Mighty Ali, and then also we have Ragnarok with 13 kills, 83% cost, and 2 initial frags, whereas Doctor will be the one who will be at the top when it comes to his initial kills, where he secures 3.
Yeah. And after these initial kills as well, right? I gotta say that, yeah, I mean, it's fair to say Shaheens look for those opening kills, and overall, the cost as well of most of these players really good. They were doing their team due diligence, their team duties alongside performing in the fragging department. That's all really well and good. And for the side of Team Uvu, pretty much the same thing. Ragnarok and Dagger having like exceptional day. Kato, unfortunately, not having the best marks, even Drish to that certain extent. But still, it was that exceptionally close game. That one final round, had it gone Uvu's way, we could have very well been in overtime right of this very second, right now. But sadly, it just wasn't meant to be. Shaheens do indeed close it out 7-5, and it means that yeah, they'll be strengthening their position even further in the group standings moving on.
Yep. The group stage itself, and also we'll get to take a look at our MVP as well for this matchup. Two of the maps that we've had, and it will be Caesar from the side of Shaheens, both playing as well as Diana on attack and Jaeger on defense. His performance when it comes to his initial picks have been so impactful for Shaheens, both on map Skyscraper and also on Theme Park. Although his major presence was shown on Skyscraper, not a lot was shown on the second map itself. But all in all, we do get to see the total kills itself. 21 kills, 66% cost, and kill per ratio having 1 kill. So you could say that every single round, Caesar did at least get a kill, at least a single kill to start things off, even if it's an early pick or not. So an impressive performance being displayed from Caesar's end, and also from Envy, who's been making those impactful decision making. He also used to play as the Iana as well, and the amount of performances that we've seen from Shaheens is just absolutely amazing. And from the side of Team Uvu, despite having a lot of issues coming in from their end, a lot of individual gunfights that they did make, we do have to appreciate the way how Ragnarok, went in with his performance while he was on defense.
Absolutely. So yeah, now now that we have had all of these performances and at the end to this entire matchup, I gotta say that overall quite entertaining. Definitely, the first map could have gone a better way with the side of Team UWU. I think that offsetted them a little bit, with their player performances as well. They made a decent comeback in towards Theme Park, but Skyscraper just got to them so much because of the way in which, yeah, Caesar, not only him, but everyone in Shaheens were playing. The Team UWU were just caught off guard by that, and they weren't able to handle what had happened. After that, the game so far, quite interesting, absolutely very entertaining. But moving on forward, I gotta say that yeah, this was really an exceptional day. Very long, yes, but the matches definitely deserve the length associated to it, and the hype and anticipation, especially the first one. Kira versus Won't Stop Peaking, going to the decider map, that too, going to 8-7, maximum overtime, was a very much deserving. So this one, Shaheen, yet again, 2-0 victory for them. They close it out pretty much, and make sure it's going to be done and dusted. And yeah, as we're speaking of the 2-0 as well, right? We'll go and have a look at the match results and the entire veto and how it proceeded.
Yep. Second map itself, as we do get to see the results. Map number one, Skyscraper 7-2, 7-5 on map Theme Park. Shaheens will secure this win. And also, they'll make sure to get 2 points from their end. So, which means that accordingly to the group stages, according to the leaderboards in the group stage itself, you could see that Shaheens will be having at least. Almost as equivalent towards Monkey Hunters. Well, Monkey Hunters have 8 points, Shaheens have a total of 6. So, one more win like this from Shaheens would at least have a good even Stevens ground between Hunters LFO. And I believe they also have the higher chances to secure that first spot by dethroning Hunters for their first spot place itself. But all in all, this would be the end of the two matches that we've had. Yes, of course, we started all the way from 4 in the evening, and now it's almost about to be 12 a.m. We still have 10 more minutes left for that to happen. But all in all, we have our both of the matches from especially from KIRA Esports, and also from the side of Shaheens as well. Amazing performance being delivered from both the teams. And now, as we take a look at the standings here once again, just like I expected, Shaheen securing 6 points. Hunters LFO still on the top of the leaderboards, 8 points itself. Won't Stop Peaking. They went all the way to map number 3 deciders, and they did ended up winning that matchup. And they have secured third place, having 4 points.
Yeah, they have secured third place indeed, and Kira Esports right now on fourth, but Shaheen's overtaking them. And yet again, it's this thing, right? It's the fact that Hunters LFO, they have played 6 matches, they're on that first spot, and they've got 8 points. Shaheen's now with only 3 games played, they've already got 6. So that's the thing. Shaheens have 3 more matches to play. They may just overtake Hunters LFO, and they may just take the first seed. Really interesting. We'll see how that unfolds. So both of these two teams fighting for the initial and the second seed really gives the third and fourth seed up for grabs for the remaining 6 teams to go for it. For Team UWU, they've got to constantly be winning time and time again. They've got to make sure everything is on point. The remaining matches they have need all of them to be wins. Militant Esports as well, they have played 4, only gotten 2 points so far. They also need to start, with their winning ways. As for Phalanx, MRCZ, these guys are also still in it. They've got to make sure they actually go through. And we have a look at the team statistics for the side of Shaheens, are winners of the second best of 3. And we can see that, yeah, everyone today, given the performances, Caesar definitely having an outstanding rate, 21 kills and 11 deaths. Envy also doing a lot of work, as that support player with the Dokebi and Azami. More so, it was about Envy's utility usage and the high cost that proceeds it as well.
Yeah, and let's not forget about the supports that's been made from Mighty Ali. Although he was usually playing as the ace most of the time on attack, he's been giving a good amount of supports for his team when it comes to gaining information, watching flanks. Although watching flanks wasn't looked at it a lot on map Skyscraper, at least on the bright side, he made sure that whenever there is a clutch situations, he'll make sure to win those important ones. Doctor, on the other hand, 16 kills, and then we have Caesar with 21. MVP of this of this whole matchup when he did go up against Team UWU. So impressive performance from this guy right here. 1.24 rating, and when it comes to a cost percentage, we do get to see Skywalker have a total of 80%. You could say that when it comes to those initial picks, Skywalker has been on point when it comes to showing his presence, playing as the Ash, getting those important kills. He's been doing a lot of work, and Skywalker really is a greatest addition when it comes to a fragger on map Shaheens. And I've got to say, for Shaheens, that is, I mean, for them, they'll be very happy about this result, 2-0, which means that there'll be a lot of matches left for Shaheens. So I'm pretty sure that
Yeah.
they'll be prepped and prepared, hoping to, focus more on making sure that they would stay in the qualifiers as best as possible. The rest will be set for the other teams as well.
Absolutely, yeah. For the side of Shaheens right now, they are looking for one of those qualification spots. They seem to be quite adamant on securing it as soon as possible. For the side of UWU, they will have to fight tooth and nail every single best of three, every single map. They cannot drop the ball any further. But yeah, today, completes our 6th day overall of the group stages. We are officially at the halfway point of group stages. 50% matches are now done. So now we can officially, as viewers, as casters, as everyone enjoying this lovely tournament, talk about the end of the group stages. Who's looking to qualify, who has the best chances, and who can move forward, who has the best of chance of moving forward. But right now, definitely that crown is divided equally amongst Hunters and Shaheens. These two teams, they are pretty much done and dusted, more or less, to go into the playoffs. Which positions will they finish in? First, second, third, fourth? Dicey to think about, but we don't have to divulge into all of that just yet. As we've had all these matches and all these up and coming teams as well, right? These guys, they're the ones to really focus on, and their matches tomorrow, day after, and so on and so forth. Theirs will be the matches to seriously focus on for Militant, for MRCZ, for Phalanx, for Kira, for Team UWU, for all of these guys, for even for Won't Stop Peaking as well, right? To see out of these 6 teams, which will be the 2 to finish in the top 4.
Yeah, talking about the whole, 5 days that we've had, right? Phalanx
Yeah.
currently still has the chance to secure a spot, right? They have made some impressive performance. They're currently in 5th place in the standings, and currently
Right,
MercenarieZ
right.
is currently in 6th place, where they almost had an unfortunate loss up against KIRA Esports. They've secured 4th place. Won't Stop Peaking. I'm not going to lie. Won't Stop Peaking's performance that I've seen once they went up against KIRA Esports was really great. It shows that they've shown a lot of presence and performance being shown. But it's actually a topic for tomorrow's folks, because for
Yeah.
today that concludes the end of today's date for the SA Nationals. We have future matches which will happen in tomorrow's itself, and for now, don't forget to check out the link in the description below for the game Rainbow-Six-Siege. Everything is present right there itself. And also a huge shout out for Zotac Gaming for their top pristine graphic cards, and also our host for the esports club for making this event, and also our broadcast partner Loco, where we still get to see a lot of content creators out there. But for
Yeah.
now, we're just gonna take a leave for now. This is me as Bavagusta with my co-caster, the real CCV. Our admins on the our admins on the end, as well as our broadcast Assassin 47. So we will see you guys in tomorrow. Until then, take care and good night.